Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Became Recovery Girl's personal student story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Recovery Girl did not move. After the selection meeting for the hero course's future students, everyone had left the room but her. Instead of grabbing her trusted cane and walking back to the infirmary, Recovery Girl read the file on her hand over and over and over again. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, Healing Contact. The name is self-explanatory. Anyone Midoriya Izuku came in direct contact with, he will be able to heal any injuries they have. Even old and untreatable ones, at the cost of his stamina. A quirk too much the same yet different from hers. But a healing quirk wasn't that uncommon. Not in this day and age. What caught her attention was the boy she saw. The boy who ran through dangers with the most tiresome expression on his face, risking his own safety to help people he's never met. All with the most genuine smile. And Aizawa rejected his application. Claiming someone who isn't willing to hurt others doesn't belong in the hero course. The man always has a point, as much bullshit as that point is, sometimes. But the decision was final, and the door was closed. A spot in general education will let him get another shot at the sport festival, but called her cruel and a pessimist, but the chances were slim. The sport festival is usually a show-off show for the hero course, and only someone who is at least on par with them at showing off could have a thin shot. And the boy's quirk could do harm to no one but himself. All in all, it was setting up Hope to crush it. And she couldn't stand that. Not while she is here. Chio reprimanded herself at the poor imitation of her old friend and the blonde oaf with determination. Chio finally grabbed the cane and left the room, but not back to her office. Izuku. Jolted awake by his mother's frantic scream, Izuku rubbed his tired eyes before he set the pair of chopsticks he was holding down. Calmly, he walked towards the living room before getting bummed into by his mother. "Mom, what's wrong?" Izuku asked with a soft smile. "You know you can't flood the apartment with your tears again. Sato-san downstairs has been getting grumpier. That's not important." Inko yelled back, before showing Izuku a letter she held in her hand. A's letter has arrived. For the first time since he woke up this morning, Izuku finally displayed an expression other than tiredness. His eyes widened at the revelation, gaining more energy than ever. Maybe with a little dreadfulness along with it. Slowly, he took the letter from his mother's hand and studied it. "It's the real thing," he mumbled. "You go and open it." Inko shouted, snapping him out of his thought. "I'll clean up the table. Just go to your room and open it." Without a chance to reply, Izuku was pushed into his room. A moment of hesitation passed, and Izuku finally gathered up the courage to open the letter. Slowly tearing the seal off, Izuku found a coin-shaped device falling out of the envelope. He clicked on it and to his shock, a hologram projection of his hero appeared, her face serious and firm. "Good day to you, Midoriya Izuku." The senior lady in a white coat with pink visor spoke up. "My name is Shuzenji Chio, more commonly known as Recovery Girl, and I'm here to announce your result." Izuku sped up his breathing unconsciously. "You were among the highest scorers for the written exam. Almost a perfect mark, if not for that one spelling mistake you made in the essay question." She continued, unaware of Izuku's relief breath at the result. Halfway there, he thought. As for the practical exam. The hologram then turned into footage of Izuku dashing through the exam site, helping a brown-haired girl up on her feet while healing her injuries with his quirk. Instead of destroying robots, you focused on aiding others. You did not take down even a single robot, Midoriya-kun. We do have rescue points in place, but even with them, I'm saddened to say that you weren't qualified into the hero course. The lack of response was the only thing Izuku could do. Just as expected, Izuku hung his head down, not even having the energy to shed a tear. He considered turning off the projection and just fell back to sleep. But before he could do that, Recovery Girl showed a smirk as she continued. "That is where I came in." Her words stopped him from turning off the hologram. "I see the potential in you, Midoriya-kun, and I want to help you explore it. Principal Nezu did too, as he signed this. She revealed a piece of paper. Apprenticeship. She explained. Aside from your education in the general course, you will also be taking medical lessons with me. I'll teach you everything you need to know about being a healer, all in the span of 1 year. Once I deemed you qualify, you'll get the chance to transfer to the hero course. I need to make one thing clear though, I'll work you to the bones. So, you had better think twice before accepting this. Regardless of your decision, a seat in general education is already yours, Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to your myheroacademia. The noise of a door being shut loudly jolted Izuku out of his sleep. With a yawn, he looked over and found his mentor walking in with an annoyed expression. Chiyo-sensei? Izuku asked as he watched the old lady make her way towards her chair. Who sessed you off this time? Your girlfriend, that's who. She replied, not looking over as she set the cane and threw herself onto the chair. The first year with the gravity quirk. Aizawa thought it would be nice to let them go all out on hand-to-hand combat. Uraraka-san. Izuku chuckled as he brewed the tea. Right, like I'm lucky enough to date her. He didn't notice the deadpanned look Chiyo gave him. That tea set is a gift from 1A's vice president, right? What about her? Yoirozu-san. Izuku hummed as he put sugar into the tea. She's amazing. I think the right word here is too good for me. A painful groan escaped Chiyo. Almost a year in and her idiot of a student still hasn't realized a single thing. Okay, let's assume 1A is out of the equation. She continued, accepting the cup of tea from Izuku. What of 1B? The one with the vine hair. She definitely blushed when she talked to you this morning. Quite concerning, isn't it? Izuku nodded. I told her she could rest here, and I'll watch over her until she gets better, but her face just turned redder. The seasonal fever is really getting out of hand. I think even Kuro-sensei caught it. Watching her student put on a concerned and thoughtful look, Chiyo couldn't help but mumble. Why did Setsuna have to fall for such a rockhead? What's that about Tokuji-san? Izuku asked. Oh no, did she catch the fever as well? Should I run over and check? She's fine. Quit yapping. Chiyo grabbed her cane as she threatened to whoop Izuku with it. I just don't understand her taste in men. Any of their tastes in men, actually. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Less than a year ago, Shuzenige Chiyo took Midoriya Izuku in with hope that he could succeed her, to be the one who helps heroes. Yet here she is, watching that boy seducing every single person without even realizing it. She knew she didn't regret teaching him. She was just worried he might actually be why she has a heart attack in the future. Case file number 1, Uraka Okako Deidari, I'm afraid my nurse is going to get jumped. Deep breath, Izuku, deep breath. Izuku whispered to himself in front of the giant door. The sign said 1C looking down at him, waiting for him to open the door and enter. Taking in a deep breath as he told himself, Izuku entered the classroom. He's not here. Okako whispered to herself as she looked around the classroom for a familiar set of fluffy green hair. She did catch sight of some fluffy hair, but both were pink and purple. Heck, the only green hair belonged to a girl who sat scarily still. Did he not make it in? But that's impossible. She only made it thanks to him. Rescue point was a thing, wasn't it? No one deserved those points more than that boy she saw running around, helping everyone in sight. The loud, glasses guy and the sparkling guy made it in. How the heck did that green angel not? Maybe he's in 1B. But before Okako could come up with more possible scenarios, a yellow caterpillar on the ground caught her and everyone's attention. Izuku-kun. Looking up from his talk with Chiyo on their way back to the infirmary, Izuku saw a cheerful set of brown hair running towards him. She was still in her pink with a dark accent, skin-tight hero costume, waving with the most enthusiasm he ever saw from another human being. Uraraka-san. Izuku greeted back with a smile, not noticing Chiyo letting out a tired sigh. You look happy today. Did something good happen? Just happy to see you. Okako replied with a blush, a gesture Izuku registered as her getting tired from running. Running immediately after strenuous exercise is really not good for your health. Without hesitation, Izuku put a hand on Okuko's forehead, looking straight at her intensely for signs of fatigue. Your face is kind of hot, right now. You're not making any eyes contact. You're making some strange noises. It doesn't look like fatigue, but it's not normal, either. Chiyo-sensei, what's your thought? I believe you should let the poor girl have some space before she fainted. Chiyo calmly replied. While her rock-headed student was looking for signs, she had to witness the poor girl's face reach a new level of redness at the closeness. Well, I'm just going to use my quirk, just in case. Meanwhile, Izuku did not take a single clue as he grew more worried and started to grab Okuko's hand. At the sudden contact, Okuko let out some more gibberish as she watched her hand being gently held by Izuku. 𝐼𝐼ZKUKUN. Okuko managed to stutter out a response. I am fine. Really? You're going to get tired from using your quirk. What's a little fatigued if I could help you? Izuku joked, not noticing smoke started emitting from Okuko's bright red face. Hell, I'll do this for the rest of my life if I have to. Anything for you, Uraraka-san. Both didn't notice Chiyo already gave up and left. Excuse me, is anyone here? Okuko dragged herself into the infirmary with the most exhaustion she's ever felt. Mentally, that is. The entrance exam took the cake for physical exhaustion. Immediately after the threat of expulsion from her homeroom teacher, Okuko had to sit through lunch without eating a single thing. Dinner water is all she needs to stay healthy throughout the day. Daily lunch and breakfast just put more of a toll on her already limited pocket. To top on all of that, the quirk apprehension test made the atmosphere in her class tenser than ever. After realizing that they could get expelled at any moment, no one tried to strike up a conversation with anyone, which just made her focus more on her growling stomach. Hi, good evening. She didn't have the energy to turn towards where voice was coming from, focusing instead on staying awake. Recovery girl just left, but I'm here to look after the office when she's out. Can I help you with anything? I'm fine. Okuko dragged herself onto the bed. I just need to rest. Today has been tiring. Overwhelming first day, I assume. The soft, kind and somewhat familiar voice chuckled. Recovery girl did tell me to expect someone from the first year to come. Okuko could hear noises of the cupboards being searched, along with the sound of water being poured into a cup. Usually, sleeping the tiredness off would be recommended, but sleeping with an empty stomach just makes it worse. She then saw a yakisoba bread being placed in front of her face. Without missing a single step, Okuko tore the packaging off and devoured the bread with only a few bites. She quickly snatched the cup of water away from the nurse's hand and gulped down the water. Easy there. The nurse's chuckle somehow even got softer. Saving someone 3 times in a row would be a new record for me. Okuko's head shot up and, in an instant, she recognized that face. The green angel who lifted that piece of debris up and rescued her. The same angel she's been looking for all morning. It's you. She screamed, earning a chuckle from him. Good to see you again too, Gravity Girl. He smiled as he offered her another glass of water. Rough day in the hero course. Ooh, the worst. Okuko groaned before she gulped down another glass of water. I take it you're having an easier day. Orientation was interesting. Izuku hummed. Nezu-sensei sure loves to talk about how to keep his hair smooth and fluffy. I still don't know how both those things went together. Other than that, it's mostly just a quick look over at what we're about to learn. Even Recovery Girl Onel briefed me about what I should do while I'm here. So, 1B hasn't done the quirk apprehension test yet. Okuko tilted her head curiously. Well, I haven't seen anyone from 1B came yet. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to remember. But I doubt a quirk apprehension would result in someone coming here. Wait here. This time, Okuko's confused noise made Izuku look over at her. You're not in 1B. No. Izuku replied slowly, not understanding Okuko's shocked expression. I'm in 1C General Education Department. But yeah, it's pretty cool that Midnight is our homeroom teacher. Like, they let pro heroes dash, but... 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sat up. Why aren't you in the hero course? You helped a lot of people. I guess I'm just not what you looks for. Izuku smiled sadly. But on the other hand, Recovery Girl herself offered to be my mentor. You've got to jump on that chance immediately, girl. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't believe her ears. The hero sitting in front of her wasn't qualified. Was you a stupid? He literally ran through the entire exam site just to help others. Nothing screams hero's material louder than that. And yet, a grape pervert got in instead of him. Would he be in the hero course if he hadn't risked saving me? A thought occurred in 𝐒𝐿's head. It stinks, yes. But it's not the end of the world. Izuku's words snapped 𝐒𝐿 out of her thought. I have the chance to work with my all-time favorite heroine -- it's my fault. 𝐒𝐿's mindless mutter stopped Izuku's ranting. You failed because you had to jump in and save me from my stupid mistake. You could have been destroying robots and gotten more points if it hadn't for me. It's all my fault. Before 𝐒𝐿 could finish, she felt a swift, sharp pain in her forehead. She let out a painful yelp and looked up at the perpetrator. The green hair angel just flicked her forehead. Quit that, please. A frown appeared on Izuku's face. 𝐒𝐿 will never admit loudly that it doesn't suit his kind, pretty and cute face. I failed because of me, alright. No one else. I don't regret helping others, so you shouldn't regret getting helped. But I saved you because I wanted to. Izuku firmly cut 𝐒𝐿's off with a smirk. I made a choice. If you decided they wanted to fail me because of that, then too bad. I'm not changing my decisions. Never. I do this to help people. What's the point of becoming a hero if I have to abandon someone who needs help? 𝐒𝐿 could only stare at Izuku wordlessly, not even noticing a slight tinge of blush appeared on her cheeks. Thankfully, the boy himself took that more seriously than it should have been. Say, since you're already here, do you want me to use my quirk on you? Just like the entrance exam. He got closer and whispered into her ears, turning 𝐒𝐿's blush harder. My quirk lets me heal others at the cost of my own energy. That's what I did at the entrance exam. 𝐵𝐵, are you allowed to do that? 𝐒𝐿 stuttered. I don't think we can use our quirks without permission on school ground. What are you, a cop? Izuku chuckled. Wait, that's a stupid question. Ignore it. But you're right. Recovery Girl hasn't allowed me to use my quirk without her supervision just yet. But before 𝐒𝐿 could say anything else, she could hear Izuku's voice become more playful as he whispered into her ears. How about we let this become our little secret? 𝐒𝐿 fainted immediately as Izuku gently held her hands. One of your friends just dropped this off. Ch1 threw a shirt in Izuku's direction. Ignoring Ch1's emphasis on the word friends, Izuku immediately brightened up at the sight of his favorite shirt. Taking a glance at the shirt, Ch1 visibly gagged at its appearance. How is that your favorite shirt? It's funny. Izuku showed her a plain black t-shirt with the word gym outfit written on it. It's horrible. Ch1 remarked. Why did you even give that thing to someone? That thing could even rival my great-niece's hoodie in horribleness. Tokage's hoodie is awesome. Izuku stuck out his tongue in response. But I gave this shirt to Kirishima-san after his got burnt during training. Ah, I remember now. Ch1 nodded with a tired expression. That was a recorded simultaneous nosebleed at one moment. Quite scary, wasn't it? Izuku chuckled grimly. 40 simultaneous nosebleeds at the same time. I still think it was a villain's quirk at play. Not because you took off your shirt in front of them. Ch1 asked incredulously. Why would they bleed at me taking off my shirt? Ch1 ignored his question as she continued typing into her computer. You sure you're better now? I can still go at it for another half an hour. Izuku asked 𝐒𝐿, who was leaving the room with an energetic expression on her face that turned red at the phrasing. I'm fine. 100%. 𝐒𝐿 laughed a little too loudly. I'll see you soon. Oh, right. Izuku chuckled as he offered his hand. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Uraraka 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 accepted the shake. School life was looking brighter for her. Case file number 2, 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Toru. Dear Diary, I think my nurse assistant is talking to himself again. I didn't know the winter is coming. Izuku looked up from the gigantic medical book that Chiyo forced him to squeeze the contents into his head. Over at the desk, Chiyo set the phone down with another tired look. 1A. She explained without a retort at the joke. Tosh, the Hero Foundation's teacher, thought it would be great to conduct quirk combat on their first week at school. All without safety guidelines nor precautions. That's dangerous. Izuku set the book down and went over to help his mentor with preparing medical supplies. Shouldn't this be their first time using their quirk against another human being? Yes. Chiyo confirmed. And yet that blonde oaf thought it would be nice to pitch those teenagers against one another. I swear, if not for that stupid quirk of his, I would already have beaten him to death with this cane. Ignoring the blonde and mysterious quirk part, Izuku chuckled awkwardly as he received the frostburn treatments. I don't think doctors are supposed to kill people, recovery girl. You took that oath last week, not me. Chiyo casually remarked. Why do you think I always have a cane with me? Because you're going to crumble without it. Ha! Youngsters these days, underestimating their elders. Chiyo laughed. I'll have you know I used to bench press all might when I was young. Was it after you took your dinosaur out for a walk, Grandam Izuku got cut off with a bottle of medicine threw at his face. Don't use the G word with me, young man. I am the youthful heroine. She commanded, before kissing Izuku on the nose to heal him. My bad. Izuku rubbed his once injured nose. Back to the main topic. Why are we prepping frostburn medical supplies? One of the students decided to freeze an entire building in one shot to win the exercise. Chiyo explained. 2 students were caught in the glacier. One just needs a blanket to cool down. The other one, however, wasn't wearing any sort of clothes, so they caught the worst of it. I see. Izuku nodded as he looked at the tablet displaying a building engulfed in ice. Suddenly, Chiyo's words hit him harder than any punches he ever received. What do you mean by wasn't wearing any sort of clothes? Chiyo then handed him a table containing 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Toru's file and watched his reaction. Just as she and Nezu expected, Izuku wore the most flabbergasted expression ever as he read through the information. Oh, hey, 𝐻𝐸𝐽-san. Izuku waved towards the empty chair in the corner as he entered. Surprised by her name being called out of the blue, Toru turned towards the door and found the school's her favorite nurse strolled inside, looking as tired as ever. However, before she could voice her concern, another beat her to it. Nurse. An energetic, cheerful voice spoke up loudly. Why do you look like you haven't slept for 3 days straight? I sleep just fine, Hatsume-san. Izuku answered as he rubbed his panda-looking eyes. I just came back from a mission with Chiyo-sensei. Some villains just don't get that people rest during weekends. Shouldn't you be resting, then? Mai looked at him with concern. At the side, quietly, Toru got closer to Izuku and inspected his eye patches. He looked like he could barely keep his eyes open. I am about to. Izuku nodded. Are you joining me in bed? Mai and Toru's brains shut down right there. Not noticing the 2 girls in front of him froze up, Izuku casually continued. Remember, Power Loader-sensei asked me to make sure you get enough sleep. He gently grabbed Mai's hand, who did not react even the slightest, and set the screwdriver she was holding down on a nearby table. The infirmary is empty right now, so we got our own beds. We could probably get a few hours of sleep in before we have to vacate the room. Before Izuku left with a still frozen up Mai, he looked over at Toru. Do you want to come too, 𝐻𝐸𝐽-san? I sleep fine not. You go on with or without me, please. Toru managed to stutter out weird sentences due to her brain not recovering from the previous shock. I see. He smiled gently. Nice braids, by the way. They suit you a lot. What, how did you know I braided my hair? Toru asked with a tinge of disbelief in her voice as she unconsciously caressed her braids with a reddened face that she hoped he couldn't tell. A hunch you just confirmed for me. Izuku chuckled as he left the room without looking back. You've been playing with them the moment I got in the room. I just wasn't sure if those were braids or ponytail. Like last time. 𝐹 Toru's teeth clattered together as Izuku and Ch-0 treated her injuries. Izuku focused on wrapping Toru's injuries up while Ch-0 carefully kissed her on the right cheek to heal the injuries. After she made sure there was nothing left for her to do and Izuku could take care of the rest, Ch-0 turned towards Izuku. I'm going to make sure that Blonde Oaf doesn't send any more students my way. Look over the office for a minute for me, dearie. Alright, RG. Satisfied with her student's answer, Ch-0 left the room. Toru sat in an awkward silence as she watched the nurse sort out the supplies while whistling a familiar tune that she couldn't place for the life of her. Hey, nurse-san. Toru finally spoke up, gaining Izuku's attention. I don't believe I caught your name earlier. It's Midoriya Izuku. 1C, General Education Department. He introduced himself, not breaking eye contact with her, which was the weirdest thing, in her opinion. You are 𝐔𝐬𝐽 Toru, correct? Why yeah. Shaking herself off the weird eye contact thing, Toru looked away. So, you're a nurse. At this age. You've done this before. Not quite. The nurse's smile somehow got softer and kinder than it already was. Most of my first aid knowledge came from books and community courses. I did help whoever needed their injuries tend to, but none was this official. Must be nice. Toru giggled. Here I am, failing my first heroic lesson. I wouldn't say it's your fault. Izuku hummed non-committedly as he checked over the labels of some medicines. You shouldn't even be put in that situation in the first place. It's only your first lesson, after all. And, whoever made that thing you called a hero costume should be put on the gallows. It's not that terrible. Toru stuttered at the casual remarks. My quirk is invisibility. There's not much they can do about my situation. Nah. With a smooth, swift motion, Izuku pulled out a notebook from somewhere and turned towards the destined page. He revealed the page's content to Toru. Okay, first of all, calling your quirk invisibility is just stupid. How do you think your quirk works? Decided to blow past the rude remarks, Toru answered. My body naturally refracts light. That's why I can't be seen. Oversimplified. Izuku clicked his tongue. How do you think light works on our eyes? I don't. Light needs to hit our eyes so that we can see. If light just went through your eyes, what do you think would happen? I would be blind. Toru realized. But maybe my quirk has some ways to work around that concept. Quirks are bullshit, after all. Quirks are bullshit. That's without a doubt. Izuku nodded. But even they obey the law of physics. Sometimes they may work around it, even mess with it. But they do not disregard the natural law of physics. Take my quirk, for example. I channel my own vitality and transfer it to other people through direct contact, but I can't do it on myself. Not even pretending to understand the science that came out of Izuku's mouth, Toru asked, anxiously at the implications of Izuku's word. Then how does my quirk related to any of this? My theory is you aren't completely invisible. Izuku proudly announced his theory, missing Toru's hitched breath. Your pupils must be visible in the smallest, thinnest way possible to allow you to see. It's invisible to the human's eyes, but it's there. It's visible. That's how you can see. If you can figure out how it works, you may be able to switch between invisibility and visibility with a simple flick of a finger. How does that relate to your hero costume, you may ask? Well, a skin-tight suit tailored with your specific DNA can turn invisible and visible with you, so you won't have to walk around in your baby's uniform anymore. Well, it's not technically a baby's uniform because of the gloves and boots, but it's preposterous, nonetheless. No one should walk around like that even if they can't be said I can. Become visible. With one simple sentence, Toru made Izuku stop in the middle of his ranting. Not understanding the heavy implications behind those words, Izuku answered. Theoretically speaking, at least. It's just a theory. A quirk theory. He smirked to himself, proud at the joke. All of a sudden, Toru's silence turned into sobs, and Izuku's brain stopped operating. Although overwhelmed by the sudden show of emotion, Izuku gently grabbed Toru's hand and spoke in the softest tone he could. I don't want to give you any false hope, Hagakure-san. Toru sobbed more at Izuku's words. But as long as it is still a possibility, Recovery Girl and I will work to the graves to make sure you can reach your full potential. She looked up. In front her was still the same set of viridian eyes. But the tiredness it had was completely replaced by determination and assurance. Not once did they break away from her own. For the first time ever in her life, Toru could feel someone looking at her. Where are those notebooks coming from, by the way? Setsuna asked, eyes still staring at Izuku's back in disbelief. What notebooks? Izuku replied cluelessly as he continued his writing. That. Setsuna pointed at the notebook Izuku was holding in his hand. In return, Izuku looked at where Setsuna was pointed at and looked back at her with worry. You sure Tetsu-Tetsu-san's punch didn't leave a concussion? Setsuna turned towards her great-aunt as a last resort, trying to understand the sheer madness that was happening. Much to her disappointment, her aunt just gave her a cup of tea. Something aren't for us mortals to know, Setsuna. Chiyo casually said as she sipped her tea. Learn to live with it. Your life will be much easier. Setsuna gulped down the cup of tea like it was a bottle of liquor. I'll talk with Shuzenji-sensei about your hero costume. Izuku assured Toru. The person who went through with the gloves and boots is already dead. To her, at least. I took an oath, sadly. Giggling at the joke, Toru mindlessly tugged her invisible hair behind her ears. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. Honestly. You don't know how much you've helped me. It's in the job description. Izuku smiled at her words. I'll be here if you need help with your quirk. Can I come visit for, lunch and stuff? Time to time. Toru asked meekly, not daring to meet Izuku's eyes this time. Just don't come wearing this again. You don't know how hard it is for me to keep my thoughts at bay. Before Toru could burst into flame from embarrassment, Izuku continued. No feelings could describe how angry I am at this. Gloves and boots. It's an insult to the support industry. Nothing boils my BLD more than this. Ah, right. Toru whistled. I'm angry, too. Nothing but anger. Definitely only anger. Case file number 3, Kudaku Day Diary. Is there any way to check if someone is a Disney's princess? Angel exists. He knew it. One appeared in front of him. It all happened too fast, though. One moment, he was having lunch with Shuji and Tokoyami, next thing he knew, the alarm almost blew his ears off. Chaos ensued immediately after. Students pushed against one another, completely disregarding others' safety. Thankfully, with his figure being naturally larger than others, Kuji wasn't hurt too badly. Physically, at least. The sound of alarm blaring through the hall, students screaming, telling each other to move, combined, triggered a panic attack. As a selective mute, Kuji never asked for anyone's help. Whenever he was having any of his episodes, an animal friend always came and was there for him, helping him to calm down. But currently, with the chaos ensuing, even with his best effort through the panic attack, no one heeded his call. Everything was becoming blurry. And he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. How many times do I need to tell you, Midoriya Izuku, that this is not a pet cafe? Upon entering, Chiyo could already see a headache incoming. UA's Big 3, its pride, was sitting on the floor, cuddling a rabbit. Chiyo-sensei. Her assistant, the one she left in charge of the infirmary while she was gone, was brewing tea like usual. A cup of tea. Please. Chiyo asked before switching back to the main issue. Why is there a rabbit here? Izuku answered as he offered Chiyo a cup of tea, who thanked him as she grabbed it. Kuda-san asked me to watch over his rabbit. He's out with Tokuma-san to buy groceries. Really? Chiyo quirked an eyebrow. I heard that boy is very protective and secretive of his rabbit. That's why I told him, I'll take care of any needs you have and show you a good time. Those were your exact words. Chiyo emphasized. Yeah. And you said those while looking at him. Of course. Izuku smiled innocently. I need to assure him Yuai-chan will be well taken care of and she'll have fun here. 𝐂𝐲 had half a mind to chew the teacup and be done with it. Nod if you can hear my voice. Watching the student with a rock-shaped head in front him nodded shakily. 𝐒𝐿 immediately focused his energy and passed it to him. I'm definitely going to get complained to for using my quirk on another student, again. 𝐒𝐿 whispered in a soft tone, but contrary to his word, 𝐒𝐿 was smiling. But they should have better security if they really want to enforce that rule, right? Seeing the boy in front of him letting out a soft giggle as his breath became steadier, 𝐒𝐿 slowly reduced the intensity of his quirk but still kept it going. After 5 minutes or so, the deafening alarm stopped, allowing Kuji to calm down faster. Finally regaining a clear view, a set of green, unnaturally fluffy hair that reminded him of a forest, smiled at him. Despite the heavy eye bags that caught the attention of anyone looking at them, Kuji could see the kindness inside his eyes. Nod if you can see me clearly now. The angel in front of him whispered in a soft tone. Following his request, Kuji nodded timidly. The smile somehow got kinder, hearing his response, making his heart skip a beat. The angel put his hand into his coat pocket and took out something. Or someone. Jerry here led me to you. A small, grey mouse sitting in the angel's palm squeaked a happy noise before running off. I'll put the cheese near your door. The angel smiled, looking towards where the little mouse was running off. Kuji quickly pulled out his phone to type in his appreciation, but before he could do it, the angel continued to surprise him. You can sign if you want to. Although his hands were definitely shaking now, Kuji managed to sign. Thank you for helping me. You're welcome. The angel nodded. Sorry for using my quirk without asking you first. Kuji waved his hands frantically before signing again. I should be the one who apologized. Kiyoma-sensei and Shuzenji-sensei will cover for me. Don't worry about it. The green angel chuckled, before he looked at his phone with widened eyes. We should get back to our classes. Just find me at the nurse's office after school if you need anything else, okay? Without missing a beat, 𝐒𝐿 helped Kuji up on his feet and ran off towards where one 𝐒𝐻𝐻, leaving the hero student standing there, wondering if he had an unknown heart disease. You know you really shouldn't feed rodents infesting the school, right? 𝐂𝐲 said as she watched 𝐒𝐿 put some leftovers into a bento box. It's not the 14th century. The boy replied casually as he continued packing the food. And you're not a plague doctor. That would make a cool Halloween's cosplay for us, though. I wear a costume every day, dearie. 𝐂𝐲 replied, losing interest in reprimanding her student. It's always Halloween. 𝐒𝐿 only chuckled at her response. Before 𝐒𝐿 could wave goodbye to 𝐂𝐲, the door to the nurse's office opened and a woman with short, blue navy-colored hair in a spacesuit peeked her head inside. Shuzenji-san, the principal is looking for you. Did he say what is it about? 𝐂𝐲 looked at her. Something about your old friend. Letting out a sigh, 𝐂𝐲 grabbed her cane and left the room after reminding 𝐒𝐿 to clean up the infirmary before he went home. After 𝐂𝐲 had left, Ainen turned towards 𝐒𝐿. Going home now, my Doria-kun? After I feed the mice. 𝐒𝐿 shook the food bag with a smile, before leaving the room with Ainen. I heard the mouses are helping Nezu with collecting information. Ainen hummed as she watched 𝐒� carefully place the food in creeks and mouse holes. Aizawa-senpai looked at me like a crazy person when I said that. I assume he hasn't watched Ratatouille yet. 𝐒� chuckled as he knocked on the wall 3 times. Ainen only giggled in response as she watched 𝐒� work with affection in her eyes. The mouses are eating better than me. Ainen sighed. Cup noodles really aren't healthy for you. I can make breakfast for you every day, if you want to. 𝐒� smiled before it turned into a smirk. There will be a fee, though. 𝐒� wrote off the sight of Ainen immediately put her helmet back on. 𝐂𝐲-sensei's merch is really expensive. 𝐒� commented. Case file number 4, Asuitsu. Dear Diary, how is someone that smart capable of being that stupid? A field trip. Really? 𝐒� whispered. After that whole fiasco. I admit it's a bad idea. Nemurai sighed. But at the end of the day, it's Nezu and the teacher in charge's decision. A medical staff's presence might elevate the student's concern. You can decline if you want to. I'll go with them if you think I'm any help. Izuku waved off her concern. But wouldn't Shuzenji-sensei's presence better than an intern? Nezu didn't want to raise any false alarm. Nemurai made an air quote. Besides, 1B is having their battle trial today and Shuzenji wanted to avoid what happened with 1A. Izuku showed an understanding look before he went off to prepare for the trip. From behind, Nemurai showed a proud smile before it turned into a frown as she whispered to herself. You better not give my student any trouble, Aizawa. Or so help me, no quirk is going to stop me from putting you into a coma. Your mother thinks I should put a GPS on you. Izuku spit out the tea he was drinking and snapped his neck at Chiyo. Quit being dramatic. It was a joke. Chiyo's expression did not change. I'm a doctor, not your babysitter. Where you go or what you get yourself into aren't any my business. That wasn't funny. Izuku deadpanned. And I don't get into troubles. Remind me what happened last week. That night you ran out to get some medical supplies without informing anyone. It was supposed to be a short trip. Izuku mumbled. You guys are being unnecessarily overprotective. You came back with a bleeding head, Midoriya Izuku. I fell off the steps. And I still don't buy that. Chiyo sighed. Just don't get yourself in any trouble. You seriously remind me too much of someone I knew. This is Midoriya Izuku. His recovery girls trainee and a first year, like all of you. Aizawa gestured at Izuku, who waved at the population of 1A. He's here to observe and provide first aid if necessary. Taking a quick look at the present faces, Izuku's smile got wider at the sight of some familiar face. The one who knew him looked away, not daring to show their blushes. Everyone quickly got on the bus and separated into groups for conversation. Akiko and Toru immediately took seats next to and in front of Izuku, while Kudo was content with watching him from afar. Wasn't that effective though, as Izuku always caught him staring and smiled at him. Excuse me for being rude, Midoriya-san, but did you not pass the heroics entrance exam? Tenya asked, a little too loudly as it caught everyone's attention. Akiko immediately cracked her knuckles, ready to throw hands. Yeah, I did not. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I suppose purposefully avoiding engagements isn't a good thing for wannabe hero. But you recognized the true point of the exam, did you not? Tenya continued. You saved Uraraka-san from the zero-pointer. You even assisted Recovery Girl in her healing efforts. I merely provided the necessary amount of energy for Shuzenji-sensei to heal them. Izuku scratched his cheek. My quirk doesn't heal everything randomly. I have to know what I am healing for it to work. I see. Tenya nodded. It's a shame, though. I was looking forward to seeing you in class. No reason we couldn't see each other outside of class. Izuku smiled, unaware of Tenya freezing up. You can always find me at the nurse's office. After school, that is. Ideally when no one's around. Midoriya-san. Quickly napped out of his stupor, Tenya reprimanded through a red face. It's not appropriate to extend such invitation. Really? Izuku tilted his head and asked, an action made anyone saw it turn away. That's when I'm usually at the office. I thought it would be better if we can talk without me being distracted by work. Before Tenya could come up with any response, the bus came to a stop. Through all that, no one noticed Katsuki being oddly quiet in his seat. Midoriya, a word. Izuku turned his attention away from number 13's speech. The Hoba-looking teacher Eraserhead, he guessed to himself, called him over to the side. Izuku nodded and followed him to a spot away from other students' hearing range. I know you have a tendency to jump in and help, but this is a learning opportunity for them. Aizawa said as he glanced over at the excited students. Wait until the end of the day to reveal your quirk to them. I don't want them getting complacent just because there's a healer nearby. Isn't it worse to let them run around with injuries all over? Izuku quirked an eyebrow. They'll have to get used to it at some point. Aizawa continued, not fazed by Izuku's reasoning. Still doesn't make it right. Izuku did not back down. They are still in training. If they are scared off by a little pain, then maybe this isn't the right career path for them. Aizawa ended the conversation as he turned his back on Izuku. Let's go. We're wasting time. Although not comfortable with the teacher's ideology, Izuku opted to stay quiet for now and watch how the exercise goes. However, before number 13 could divide the class into teams, one of the students pointed at the plaza and asked, "What's that down there?" Nemuri looked up from her paperwork at the noise of the door to the staff's room being opened. There, she found her student, wearing his usual white coat over the uniform, looking more tiring than ever. "Midoriya-kun. What brings you here?" "Nezu asked me to remind you that office hour is over, Kiyama-sensei." Izuku smiled. "He said you can finish your paperwork tomorrow." I must have lost track of the time." Nemuri chuckled as she took a glance at the clock. "Why are you still here, then? Shouldn't you be back at the dorm? Are you overworking again? I swear to Nezu, I will knock you out by force if I have to dash. I'm going back there now." Izuku waved off her concern. "I'm just prepping some stuff in advance for Chiyo-sensei." "Oh, what a good student you are." Nemuri smiled as she closed the door to the office and teasing pinched Izuku's cheek. "I'm kind of jealous over how much you've helped her. God knows I need someone to help me with my paperwork. I'll be with you all night if you want, Kiyama-sensei." Izuku smiled. "As intriguing as that sound, dear." Nemuri giggled at Izuku's phrasing, a weapon more dangerous than anyone could anticipate. "As your homeroom teacher, I would prefer it if you don't overwork yourself to exhaustion." "It's not that bad." Izuku chuckled. "I slept for 4 straight hours on Tuesday. More energetic than ever and railing to go." "Today is Monday." Nemuri sighed as she pulled off a piece of her costume, emitting the sleeping gas. Swiftly catching the now unconscious Izuku, Nemuri smiled at the sight of his peaceful, resting face. "Guess that's why the rat sent him her way." Effortlessly, she picked him up and carried him over her shoulders, making her way back to 1CS dorm. She just hoped her students won't pull out the witch's hunt gear again at this site. "How are you so calm? You're a civilian." Minoru screamed at the sight of Izuku calmly looking at the water's surface. "Why shouldn't I be? You guys are getting me out of here." Izuku casually replied, as he threw one of Minoru's ball into the water while the villains were backing away from the floating ball. "I'm grateful that you trust us that much, Midoriya-chan." Tsuyu spoke up with a tone matched Izuku's calmness. "But I don't see any ways we can defeat the villains. Not with this formation and this scenario." Hitoshi mumbled. "A sinking ship with water-based villains readying to ambush them the moment they touched the water." However, even with those odds, the nurse didn't even show a single tinge of emotion other than tiredness. He quietly studied the water's surface for a few minutes before he turned back to Hitoshi with an assuring smile. "Shinsu-san, wasn't it?" Hearing his name, Shinsu slowly nodded in confirmation. Keeping that kind smile on his face, the nurse asked him with the kindest tone he'd ever heard from someone else. "How good are you at taunting? What do you think, Shuzenji-san?" The attention was now placed on Chiyo, who stayed quiet throughout the whole conversation. After thinking over the question for a moment, Chiyo spoke up. "You watched the footage, right?" Toshinori nodded at his old teacher, now co-worker's question. "Then you should know he isn't the type to punch the problems away like you and Nana." "But he wants to be a hero, does he not?" Toshinori argued. "Surely he must understand that it is inevitable." "You're starting to sound a lot like Aizawa there, Toshinori." Chiyo blankly stated, making Toshinori sputter. "I abstained from violence as much as possible, too. Doesn't make me any less of a hero now, does it? But even you engage in combat sometimes, Chiyo-sensei." Toshinori did not back down. Nezu, who's been staying quiet and watching, finally spoken up. Now, Yagi-kun. You took this job to pick out a successor, and I believe there's plenty of time before making your final decision." Although reluctant, Toshinori still nodded his head as he understood the logic behind Nezu's word. Seeing the conversation involving her student had ended, 𝐂𝐲 took that as her sign and left the room. After 𝐂𝐲 had left the room, Nezu picked up his cup of tea and talked without even turning towards Toshinori. Though, I assume you are already certain with your choice. Toshinori nodded. The way young Midoriya ran straight at danger to save others, smiling through his exhaustion to put them at ease. I know he will become a great hero, Nezu-sensei. I just don't get why you'd let Aizawa reject his application. Why not put him in Khan's class? Because while I have no doubt Midoriya-kun would make a wonderful hero, I know that he will be a fantastic doctor. Nezu looked straight into Toshinori's eyes as he replied with a smile. But at the end of the day, the choice is completely up to him. Even if Midoriya doesn't convince Aizawa-kun with his capability after a year, Sekijiro-kun will take him. It's harder to convince Sekijiro-kun to not take Midoriya-kun in than Aizawa about accepting him. I suppose I can understand the logic. Toshinori scratched his chin, not totally convinced. But aren't we making it too difficult for young Midoriya? He has to juggle normal education, working hours with 𝐂𝐲 and his own self-study on heroics. It seems unfair. It's a test for the young man, too. Nezu agreed. Despite his obvious bias, Aizawa has a point. Midoriya needs to know for himself if he really wants to be a hero, or that's what he's been telling himself. Before Toshinori could ask anything, the door to Principal Nezu's office swung open. That worked. How did that work? Minoru mumbled to himself. Are we really alive? Why do you sound so surprised? Izuku tilted his head. Shinsu-san's quirk is amazing at these kinds of confrontations. Tsuyu watched Shinsu burying his own face into the water to hide his blush. How do you know that's even going to work? We would have been dead had they not replied. I mean, they put Asue-san in her own environment, and they avoided your ball when I threw it into the water. Izuku pointed out. That means they don't know anything about our quirks. Shinsu-san simply needed to take control of the villains and have them brought us back. Your ball adhesive remains for at least an hour, right? Yeah. Good. Izuku smiled. Would be awkward if they got out now and go after us again. All your quirks are so cool. Ignoring a jaw-dropped Mineta, Tsuyu suggested. We should get back to the entrance. It should be safer. The dash at the abrupt stop, Izuku turned towards where Tsuyu was looking. A black creature with a showing brain was standing on top of Eraserhead. Without missing a beat, Izuku grabbed Tsuyu, Hitoshi, and Minoru's hands and pulled them into the closet bush. We need to help him. Hitoshi whispered. He's bleeding. He's going to die. It's not head trauma. Izuku whispered, eyes focusing on Aizawa. His pupils aren't dilating. That means he was still focusing his quirk on that thing. That means it's not a concussion. The BLD is from pieces of debris cutting against his skin. That decayed part of his elbow is concerning, though. Before any of them could come up with a response at that Godspeed observation, the black mist that warped them away appeared slowly next to the man with hands covering all over him. Shigaraki Tomura, one of the students, has escaped. The black mist spoke. Reinforcement is on the way. We should leave. DM it, Kurogiri. The handman scratched his neck. If you're not our getaway ticket, I would have dusted you. All Might isn't here, too. What's the point of bringing the secret weapon if the boss isn't even here? Minoru released the breath that he didn't know he was holding. They are leaving. Thank All Might. But before we leave, Izuku could feel the malice that was aiming towards them. Let's leave him some dead students. Everything slowed down at that moment. Tsuyu could feel her face being grabbed by the villain's hand. The one with the disintegrating quirk. She squinted, her eyes shut in fear, not daring to look at what is to come. Yet, nothing happened. Slowly and shakily, Tsuyu peeked, her eyes opened. And glanced over to her right. Izuku was holding onto her hand for dear life. His eyes were squinting in exhaustion, he was breathing. But his hand did not loosen even a little. A healer with a counter quirk. Tomura smirked. With his remaining hand, he reached over to Izuku's face. Let's see if you can use it on yourself. Tsuyu's eyes widened in fear. She let out a fearful croak, begging Izuku to run. But as a response, Izuku only smiled softly at her before glaring at Tomura, not even attempting to dodge the incoming death sentence. Tsuyu could still feel his tightened grip on her hand. She gripped it back. Aizu-chan. Hearing his name, Izuku lifted the book he was using to cover his face up and found a familiar face sitting next to him. Asui-san. Izuku smiled at the sight of Tsuyu. Can I help you with anything? I can come back later. Tsuyu said. You look tired. Also, call me Zu. I always look tired. Seeing you make it better now. Izuku joked. What's up? Pushing down her blush, Tsuyu continued with a straight face. I tried the thing you suggested. Did it work? Izuku was suddenly holding a notebook and a pen, preparing to note down. Tsuyu nodded. No nightmares or waking up in the middle of the night. It's all thanks to you. I just suggested what has worked in the past. Izuku waved off the compliment. A picture that brings peace to you. Mine is the picture I took with my mom. What's yours? It's... This time, feeling a blush coming, Tsuyu turned away, not daring to meet Izuku's eyes. It's... the picture of us. Oh, the one we took under the sunset on the bridge. Izuku nodded with a smug, proud smile. Did you know that the act of watching sunset can help you feel more relaxed, present and content? My mom recommended that spot. She used to go there with grandma and her brother on the weekends. Even though she wanted to clarify that it wasn't the sunset that calmed her, Tsuyu was content with sitting and listening to him talk. Izuku's soft-spoken tone always makes her feel at ease. On the side, despite her annoyance at the densest being on planet Earth, Chio couldn't help but smile at the cuteness of the scene. Even though she wanted nothing more than to shove some brain cells into her student. Annoying. Tomura clicked his tongue in annoyance as he looked behind his back. Aizawa was glaring at him with bright red eyes. No kill dash before Tomura could end his command, Izuku threw Tsuyu into the water, with Hitoshi and Minoru immediately jumping after her. Ducking under a shocked Tomura, Izuku ran towards Aizawa and slid beside him. He grabbed Aizawa's hand and focused on using his quirk, patching up the decayed elbow. Cool move, healer. Tomura grinned, turning his attention away from the students who were now away from the shore. A touch-based quirk that heals. Finally, a player too worth playing against. Before Tomura could go further into that statement, the dome's top was crashed through by a huge figure. All Might was here. And he wasn't smiling. Case file number 5, Kuro's Ainen Dear Diary. They said the TON 618 is the heaviest black hole with the densest singularity discovered till date. Why do I have a nagging feeling that my assistant just topped that discovery? After All Might's arrival, Izuku moved Aizawa towards the entrance, where he found several students there circling around an injured 13. After ensuring Aizawa's injuries won't get any worse, Izuku left him to 1A's vice president who just arrived and focused on treating 13. Izuku immediately removed the gloves of 13's suit and grabbed her completely black hand. Izuku could feel his nose start to bleed, along with Okiko telling him something, but the headache and the exhaustion blur out everything else. Izuku's sole focus was on patching up the disintegrated wounds of his teacher. Gradually, his vision started to get blurry as his eyes started to blink more and more. Izuku bit down on his tongue to keep himself from falling unconscious, utilizing the pain and the taste of BLD in his mouth to keep his brain from falling asleep. 5 minutes felt like an eternity. He hasn't overworked his quirk like this since the entrance exam, and even then, he stopped at nose bleeding. But he can still feel the pain. That means he could still endure it. Even when the sound of glasses shattering, door being kicked down following by gunshot, Izuku did not stop. Only when an unfamiliar, sweet, calming scent entered his nose that everything went black. Recovery girl. Okiko pleaded. Chio's eyes followed the sight of Izuku, Aizawa, and Ainen being put into an ambulance. It's not life-threatening. Chio answered. Aizawa's elbow stopped decaying before the nerves were affected. Kuro's might need some extra treatment with her back being torn open like that, but thankfully the bleeding was stopped. As for Midoriya, overworking his quirk caused an overload on his brain. An MRI scan is needed, but he was still conscious until midnight knocked him out, so it's safe to assume that he'll recover soon enough. Tsuyu's tightened fist loosened a little at the good news, although the guilt was still apparent on her face. Toru and Kuji went over to check up on the frog girl. Can we visit him? Okiko asked. I don't think it's a good idea, dearie. Chio assured her. But I'm sure he'll be up and running by next week. He's a tenacious brat, after all. Now on to different matters. Nezu set down the papers and looked around the room. I read a paper that said checking up of the staff's life outside of work would improve productivity. Last weekend, I sent my rat friends on a mission to spy on Tartarus. Yagi-kun, now you do it. Spying on Tartarus, BLD came out of Toshinori's mouth. No, sharing. Nezu clarified. Your celebrity status would make you a terrible spy. Okay. Looking past a secret he shouldn't be hearing, Toshinori tried to remember what he did last weekend. With my partially healed stomach, I figured now would be a good opportunity for me to go and try out all the cuisines I've been missing out on for the past 5 years. A wise choice. Nezu nodded. What about you, Kan-kun? I took my dog to his monthly spa. Inui came with us. Sekijiro shrugged as Ryo sneered to himself. What about you, Yamada-kun and Aizawa-kun? Sleep, patrol, sleep, marking papers. Shota answered unamusingly. The usual stuff. My radio shows. Hisashi excitedly yelled. A lot of requests for love advice from the students have been pouring in. And you, Shuzenji-san? Just hanging out with my sister and her family. Chio replied. My fashion disaster of a grandniece needed help picking out an outfit. Oh, I smell a love story in the air. Nemurai grinned. Was it a date? With my student? Yes. Everyone quietly agreed to ignore the sound of glass cracking coming from their youngest co-worker. But your knuckled head probably thought it was only a friendly invitation anyway. Really? Toshinori raised an eyebrow. Young Midoriya showed me a picture of them with matching sweaters. It was horrifying. Wow, All Might. Ken Cementos chuckled. Didn't expect you to roast the kids like that. Oh, right, sorry. Toshinori scratched his head embarrassingly. The children looked cute together. Everyone stopped for a second at the noise of glass cracking getting louder. But the sweaters they picked out were horrifying. Toshinori continued, sweat dripping down his face. I do not understand who in their right mind would sell them. Couldn't be that bad, right? Majima asked. I've looked straight into the eyes of the boogeyman, Majima. Toshinori rubbed his face with his palm. But those sweaters. They scare me. But at least they look cute together. Toshinori, I am trying so hard to not be in a black hole's singularity. Toshinori and the rest of the staff followed Chio's glance towards Ainen. Although her face couldn't be seen through the helmet, black mist could be seen emitting through the spacesuit. Before Toshinori could rectify the situation, the staff turned their attention to the door being slid open. Drinks are here. The subject of the conversation, Midoriya Izuku, casually walked in with stroller. He approached Nezu and then Chio, refilling their teacups. For Majima, he handed him a can of energy drink. For Ectoplasm, Hisashi, and Nemurai, he poured them a cup of warm rose water. Toshinori gratefully accepted a glass of cool water from him. Aizawa, Kan, Snipe and Inui nodded their thanks as Izuku poured them a cup of coffee each. As they received their drinks, the rest of UA's staff watched with interest as Izuku approached Ainen. Kuro-sensei. You're looking happy today. Izuku smiled as he gently handed her a non-alcoholic cocktail. Just happy to see you, Midoriya-kun. Somehow with her mask already off, Ainen smiled as she accepted the cup from Izuku. This cocktail is amazing. I'm glad to hear that. Izuku nodded as he started to turn towards the door. If you want more, you can always find me at the dorm. I'll even give you a little extra service. Before Izuku closed the door, he asked. While we're on that topic, the teacher's bar really needs some touch-up. I can make better drinks with the tool I have at the dorms. Watching the nurse left, everyone quietly watched as 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sipped her cocktail with a goofy smile and a bright red face. "What's the verdict, Your Honor?" Ectoplasm turned to 𝐻𝐻𝐻. "Oh, she's definitely in love." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cackled. "That means 1 week of overtime, Aizawa." Aizawa responded by drinking his coffee like a tequila shot. After passing out from her fight against Kurogiri, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 woke up in a hospital bed, feeling strangely energetic. After informing the nurses and doing a few checkups with the doctor, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 finally heard what happened from a detective. All about what happened to the students until reinforcement had arrived. Including why her supposedly fatal injuries only felt itchy now. Immediately after the detective had left, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 came straight to Izuku's room. Sliding the door opened, she found Chiyo sitting next to him, reading through some papers. UA's medical staff looked up from their conversation at the unexpected visitor. "Hey, you're finally awake," Izuku said with a joking smile, almost earning himself a cane if he hadn't been in bandages. "How are you feeling, Kuro-sensei?" Before 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could come up with an answer, Chiyo grabbed her cane. "I need to go talk to All Might," Chiyo told them before she left the room. "Be back in 10, dearies. Minutes or hours?" Izuku asked. "I'm going to let you figure that out yourself." She closed the door as she left. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 then approached the chair next to Izuku's bed and sat down, looking all over the nurse. "I heard about what you did, Midoriya-kun," 𝐻𝐻𝐻 whispered in an apologetic tone. "I'm so sorry." Before 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could finish her apologize, Izuku put a finger in front of her lips, stopping her. "Aizawa-sensei, Nemirai-sensei, 𝐻𝐻𝐻-sensei, All Might-sensei, and now you. I'm tired of people apologizing to me today. But I don't want to hear it." Izuku turned his hand into an X. "From now on, I will only accept apologies in the form of thank you very much. See, it's easy." "I really nope. Not listening." Izuku turned away. Seeing that there wasn't an option, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighed. "Thank you, Midoriya-kun, for keeping the students safe and saving me." Izuku then turned around and smiled brightly at 𝐻𝐻𝐻. "You're welcome, Kuro-sensei." As Izuku said that, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could feel him staring straight into her eyes. The cheerfulness she saw on her face was now replaced completely with attentiveness. His viridian eyes stared straight into hers. Izuku slowly leaned in as more seconds went by, completely ignorant of 𝐻𝐻𝐻's red face and the fact that their nose was almost touching. Even though she was experiencing the most embarrassment she ever felt in her entire life, something about Izuku's eyes entrapped her, keeping her still, not daring to move a single muscle. Only when 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was positive that she was leaking her quirk on accident that Izuku finally broke back into a smile as he sat back down on his bed. Not noticing 𝐻𝐻𝐻's hastened breathing, Izuku giggled. "Your eyes are really pretty," he continued despite black matter was now leaking out of 𝐻𝐻𝐻's mouth as her iris was spinning around at the sudden compliment. "You never took your helmet off in front of cameras. I didn't expect such appealing eyes. It's like looking at a black hole. Simply majestic." When Chiyo finally came back to Izuku's room, she couldn't help but wondered what happened in those short minutes she was out that turned 𝐻𝐻𝐻's face as red as the sun, all while her student was passionately talking about the beauty of the black hole. "Zuku-san." Izuku slowly opened his eyes and immediately got tackled by a small figure. Izuku chuckled, feeling her little horn poked at his abdomen. "Eri-chan, you shouldn't tackle head first like that." Izuku picked the little girl up and raised her to his eye level. "You're going to hurt your head one day." "Do you not like it?" Eri meekly asked. "I love it." Izuku smiled as he set Eri down and patted her head gently. "I'm just worried about you getting hurt. I'm going to be sad if you're hurt. Can you be careful next time? For me." Eri showed Izuku a blinding smile as she nodded. Glad that his word got through, Izuku's teasingly, but gently, pinched Eri's cheek. The little girl smiled brighter at the gesture. If anyone caught Aizawa's snapping picture, they can't prove it. Case file number 6, Tokuge Setsuna. Dear Diary, what can I say to my sister so that she'll stop nagging me to set Setsuna up on a date with my emotionally dumb nurse? Acting weird. Izuku repeated. Yeah. Ch𝐬 let out a tired sigh. Avoiding eyes contact, staying unusually quiet. That kind of stuff. Did anyone else notice it? My sister and the girl's parents chalked it down to nervousness, which makes sense in a way. Ch𝐬 continued typing into her computer. Her first week in and so much already happened. Really? Izuku continued copying information down from a medical book. It's been a pretty chill week, for me at least. You were hospitalized. Extra free time to read books. Izuku shrugged. Whatever you say, dearie. Ch𝐬 ignored her student's oblivious to trauma. I did try to ease her into sharing, but it turns out to be having the opposite effect. Maybe she's just not comfortable sharing whatever she's going through with you just yet. Izuku offered. I'd say let her have some time to figure things out first. She's a grown-up. I'm sure in time, she'll find it easier to talk to you, or someone. How are you like this yet so thick-headed at the same time? Since when am I thick-headed? Izuku squinted his eyebrows, slight offended. What happened before you left the hospital last weekend? Some nurses were writing their numbers down for whatever reason. Izuku answered, remembering. But Kuro-sensei accidentally leaked some dark matters, scaring them away. Sure. Accidentally. Ch𝐬 tiredly emphasized. You know what, I'm too old for this. Go to the staff room and grab the supplies I ordered, since you're already healthy and all. Don't we have robots for that? They're busy planning a coup d'état against Nezu. Ch𝐬 waved Izuku's question off as the nurse slowly left his chair. I don't want to bother them. She didn't want to go there. She didn't. She shouldn't. Especially after what Monoma had told her. But not going would make it even more suspicious. And everyone finding out would be the last thing she needed. So, it wasn't much of a choice. But the thought of being so close to him. To the quirk that could potentially kill her with a blink. Every step Setsuna made became heavier and heavier, just as her breath. Her vision got blurry from the tears that wouldn't stop coming, despite her efforts to wipe them away. The only merit about this whole situation was no one was around to find her in this state, due to it being after school and all. The staff's room was behind this turn. She could feel the quirk that she and her aunt worked so hard to keep under control was going crazy. Every part of her body felt like falling off, despite her weak effort to force them to stay in place. However, Setsuna was so focused on keeping her quirk in control that she didn't look ahead. Before she could see that someone was appearing out of the corner with boxes in their hand, she bumped into them. She could see the boxes being thrown into a mess as the guy with the white coat she bumped into fell onto the floor, despite her effort to catch him. Setsuna's mind went blank as she laid eyes on her disconnected hand that was grabbing his wrist. Guess who? Izuku's tired eyes shot open at the sudden contact. The darkness that he saw confused him slightly, but he quickly realized what was going on. Took the question to heart, Izuku grabbed the hands that were covering his eyes and started to feel it up. Soft, somewhat sharp nails. Izuku mumbled as he moved his hand down. Only the hand. Tokuji-san. Izuku gently lifted the hands and turned around, finding an handless Setsuna stood there, smiling with a slightly red face. Bingo! Setsuna smiled as she retracted her floating hands back and spread out her arms. Now come over here and get your prize. Really, Setsuna? Right in front of my lunch beverage. Ch𝐬 sat there with a cup of tea in her hand and a tired expression. Setsuna stuck out her tongue in response, making Izuku laugh as he brewed some teas for him and Setsuna. Why are you even here? Ch𝐬 sipped her tea as she glanced at Setsuna suspiciously. Haven't you seen me enough during the weekends? I'm here to have lunch with my friend here, as you can see. Setsuna set her bento onto the table where Izuku was sitting before pulling a chair next to him. Izuku gently placed a cup in front of Setsuna before sitting next to her. Speaking of, you should come to the canteen and have lunch with us sometimes, Midoriya. Pony, Monoma, and Kamakiri would love to see you sometimes. That sounds delightful. Izuku smiled as he unwrapped the energy bar. Occasional scenery changes would be nice. You set that down, mister. Setsuna took the energy bar away from Izuku before he could put it in his mouth. Those things aren't good for you. Here. Setsuna set another bento box in front of Izuku. Looks like you're one step away from being his wife. Chiyo whistled as she saw the content of the bento box. I'm still in school, Granny. Setsuna yelled before she looked down to her bento box. Don't talk about that all of a sudden. That's a shame. Izuku chuckled as he put a chopstick into his mouth. I'd be happy to marry you. Words couldn't be used to describe the redness that appeared on Setsuna's face, or the frustration Chiyo felt towards her student. No, 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 no. Despair filled Setsuna's thought as she noticed the other guy looked at his hand being grabbed by a detached hand. He's going to realize what it is and freaked out. He's going to tell everyone what a freak she is. He's going to need a hand. The green-haired guy offered her his hand. His face wore a gentle smile as he chuckled. Must be quite a shock for you to lose a body part like that. Setsuna studied his expression in disbelief. Her hand was still grabbing onto his wrist and yet, he wore nothing but gentle on his face. No disgust, no fear. Just gentle and worry. You're okay? Setsuna asked in a whisper. Even with a dead hand attaching to you went unsaid. You should ask yourself that first. He scratched his head as he chuckled. She watched as he gently and carefully loosens her detached hand. You're not scared? She accidentally mumbled, watching him calmly do what most people were too afraid or disgusted at to do. I don't think I should be, right? He hummed as he studied her hand from his palm. You aren't bleeding, you're more worried about me than the fact that you don't have a hand currently, so I assumed that you can either reattach this hand, or you can regenerate. Which is so cool, if I may. Setsuna could feel her jaw drop lower. You're not put off because I can regenerate. So you can regenerate. That's so cool. Watching his tired eyes shone brighter, Setsuna could feel her face getting hotter. To precisely regenerate a body part, one needs a very NTMT knowledge on humans' anatomy. Not even mentioning you can detach a body part, you have to be able to feel every single joint, fiber and muscle of your body. My quirk, I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. My quirk boosts healing, but it can't regrow a body part like yours. Not to my knowledge, at least. But that would be so cool if I could. How do you imagine your regeneration? Do you imagine a healing process? Or do you focus on converting your energy for your body to do it itself? Is it caloric convert? Or is it slow down, man? I couldn't catch that. Setsuna stopped him. Oh, sorry. I tend to do that whenever I'm excited. Izuku embarrassingly scratched his chin. Your quirk is just so cool. Before Setsuna could reply to that, she heard a door being slid open. What's with the mess? A rough, deep voice asked with a tone of annoyance and curiosity. Yamada-sensei, Aizawa-sensei. I fell. Sorry for the mess. Izuku replied. Aizawa. Eraserhead. Erasure. Disconnected. Broken. Deaf. Setsuna immediately curled up and hung on to the closest person, trying to hide behind him. Away from erasure. Please don't use your quirk. Please don't use your quirk. Please don't use your quirk. She squinted her eyes shut, her sobs muffled behind Izuku's back. You need help with that, little listener? Hisashi asked as he started to walk towards Izuku. No. Izuku yelled a little too loudly. I mean, I can pick it up by myself. It's my mess, after all. Nonsense. Hisashi smiled. As teachers, it's our duty to help students. Right, Shota? Stop screaming. It's annoying. Aizawa grumbled. Sometimes I think you want me to use Ira dash. Actually, I do need your help with something. Izuku shouted, cutting the teachers off. I heard the robots are planning a coup. Seriously? Aizawa asked, his expression changed from one of boredom to fear. 100% serious. Izuku nodded. I think they're in one of the supply rooms. You should probably stop them before we get shoved into a tube and live in a simulation. It's a Matrix's reference. Don't worry about it. Izuku smiled awkwardly as he watched the teachers looking at him weirdly before they left. There you go, human. The robot spoke in a condescending tone as it handed Izuku a box. Better trip on your feet and injure yourself. Izuku's sweat dropped at the threat as he accepted the box from the robot. They really hate you, heh. 𝐂𝐲 commented as she watched the interaction. Their leader said, snitches get sticks last week. Izuku sighed. I think all their hatred towards Nezu-sensei has already been pointed towards me. Maybe you shouldn't have snitched on them. 𝐂𝐲 offered. It was the only thing I could think of. Izuku shrugged. Living with my choices, I guess. I'll arrange you a nice funeral if anything happens. 𝐂𝐲 patted his back with her cane. Though I doubt the hero students would let anything happen to you. Just means that they are the type of heroes we can depend on in the future. Izuku smiled at the thought. 𝐂𝐲 kept quiet as she walked with Izuku back to the office. That's a lot, Tokuji-san. Izuku whispered as he kept his healing contact with Setsuna. Yeah. Setsuna mumbled. I know I should tell Auntie Kai, but I'm just scared that she'll be disappointed in me. She had to go through a lot of things so that I could have a shot at you. I'm a student, and he's a teacher and a pro hero. Their choice is obvious. It's not, Tokuji-san. Izuku said seriously. You are their student. Shuzenji-sensei's grandniece. And that's important. No one's safety is worth more than another. I just don't know if I can do it. Setsuna said, her hand gripping Izuku's tighter. I can come with you, if you want. Izuku smiled softly, assuring her. Heck, I'll up and leave you. If you don't get to stay. You shouldn't do that. She mumbled, getting red in the face. It's not worth it. You're worth it, Tokuji-san. I'll be there with you. Whenever, wherever. Izuku did not give any thought to Setsuna. Putting her forehead onto his chest. Case file number 7. Togaika Chikuchi Dear Diary, today I learned my nurse doesn't hurt people physically. Verbally and emotionally, on the other hand. I'm proud but don't tell him that. Got to keep up appearances, after all. So, the sport festival is coming. At Nemurai's announcement, the population of 1C stood up from their seats and cheered, much to Nemurai's approval. Nothing beats the excitement and fire of youth, after all. Now, I know you're excited. I am, too. But calm down and let me explain it first. Nemurai raised her voice over the noise, making them sit down in anticipation. As you've already guessed, the sport festival is more of an event for hero courses students to shine. The chants of boos were heard, but Nemurai quickly quieted them down with an air WHP. But that doesn't mean you can't. She continued, catching their fullest attention. If you manage to outshine them at their own games, it will be your chance to transfer to the hero course. Just as I did back then. The students had looks of surprise written on their faces. Somnambulist doesn't work well on things that don't breathe, after all. She chuckled. But I managed to show off a lot myself. Figuratively and literally. The students, especially males, blushed at the statement. One of the boys was busy nodding off, though. Speaking of, Midoriya-kun. Izuku lifted his sleepy face up at the mention of his name, making his classmates giggle. Are you certain you won't be joining the sport festival this year? 100%. Izuku yawned, noticing the confusion and concern his classmates gave him. I really don't want to fight against others. Not like I can heal people to win, anyway. Besides, helping Shuzenji-sensei would be a better fit for my quirk. If you think it's right for you, then no arguments here. Nemurai smiled. As for the rest of you, do your best. I believe in all of you. +ultra. They all excitedly cheered, with Izuku smiled fondly at the enthusiasm as he cheered with them. Midoriya-kun, Minoma-kun, Shinsu-kun. It's good to see you three again. Nezu laughed as he saw the three students sitting in the chairs in front of him. Behind them, their respective homeroom teachers either smiled, sighed or deadpanned. So, anything any of you want to clarify? Nezu asked as he read through the reports. They didn't do anything. Hitoshi mumbled. It was all me. Man. Minoma growled at him. Innocent until proven guilty. Just keep quiet. Weren't there cameras? Nito turned towards Izuku. You said there weren't any. I didn't expect them to be dumb enough to start SHT with cameras there. Izuku's mumble was muffled behind his hand. Well, there you have it, Nezu-sensei. Nito cheered. They were the ones who started it. Yes, I know. I watched the footage. Nezu cackled. Rest assured, as those third year will be punished accordingly. But I want to hear the story from you. He pointed at Nito and Izuku. Well, I believe we were discussing ways to bring down the HPSE. Nito began as he pointed at Izuku. I can already see so many things wrong with that. Aizawa grumbled. Ignoring him, Nito continued. Just when we were walking, we noticed Shinsu-san here getting harassed by other students. Usually, seeing someone from 1A in peril sparks joy in me, but I hate bullies more than I hate his dash. He pointed at Aizawa. Class, so I helped. It says here you broke their noses. Nezu looked at the report. Yeah. Nito shrugged. Helped. Nezu nodded, his amused smile was still apparent. He then turned to Izuku. And you, Midoriya-kun. After Monoma-san is done with his work, I healed their noses to erase Evemin. As a doctor, it's an obligation. Izuku explained. Then, I gently informed them what they should be doing instead of harassing my friend. It says here you said, if you overgrown, human-shaped dung beetle harasses anyone ever again, no one would be able to find your body. Yeah. Izuku shrugged. Gently informed. While Nemurai and Khan had to cover their faces and bend down to stop themselves from laughing out loud, Aizawa just shrugged, hiding his approval behind his tired expression and scarf. Hitoshi tried to look for a hole so he could jump into it and hide how red his face was. Nezu laughed out loud for several minutes before dismissing the teenagers. You're really not participating. On their way to the canteen, Agamotto turned towards Izuku and asked. It's a great opportunity to move to the hero course. I don't think I can do anything flashy enough to get noticed. Izuku chuckled. Besides, if you guys are really giving it all out there, then I'll look forward to heal you when you win. So basically, just sitting on your butt and use your quirk. Chikuchi vehemently insulted. That's uncalled for, Togaika. Ugawa called out. Whatever. Togaika rolled her eyes as she hastened her steps, not looking behind. This whole thing is dumb. Flaunting your quirks, begging for attention like idiots. I don't want any part in this. Watching as Chikuchi left, the 1CS students present glared at her back. Stuck-up beach. Don't worry about her, Midoriya-kun. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Izuku chuckled as he scratched his cheek, his eyes still lingered on Chikuchi. Good job, Chikuchi. You've just ruined your chance at making any friends. Chikuchi quietly chastised herself. Finding an empty spot behind the school, Chikuchi flopped down to the ground. She squinted her eyes, remembering what she said to Midoriya and her classmates. It was rude, mean and, as they said, uncalled for. They kept talking about quirk and she couldn't stand it anymore. Sooner or later, the conversation was going to turn to her, and she would have to reveal her secret. Not like it matters now. They already hated her. When her not-so-hidden secret got out, they would just have more reason to stay away from her. Nothing I haven't dealt with, anyway. Muttering to herself, Chikuchi stood up. All of a sudden, she felt herself being violently thrown against the wall she was leaning on. Let's see. All Might looked around the giant hallway's intersection. I believe I saw young Midoriya headed towards the backyard. Figuring he should at least have a talk with the young boy before making his decision, Toshinori opted to ask the boy to eat lunch with him in his own office, one Nezu had given him to relax in his true form. Any doubt Toshinori could think of, Midoriya Izuku had squashed it after the event of USJ. Despite his reservation at confrontation, he'd seen Midoriya's heroic nature. The way the young man stood over Aizawa to protect him, his effort to heal Kuro's despite his limits. All of that, and the nagging feeling he felt from One for All told him that he'd found his successor. A true hero who could succeed him. One who would maintain and keep One for All's purpose stays true. But he wouldn't be able to do that if he can't find the young man. Trying to remember the layout of his alma mater, Toshinori carefully maneuvered the hallways. Such a waste of space. She heard the blonde beach. You stole that spot from someone who worth sitting in. Guess you must feel pretty good, here. I passed the entrance exam fair and square. Chikuchi groaned from the pain. So yeah, pretty hap dash she didn't get to finish, though, as she felt a slap on her cheek. Quite a mouth you've got there, ponytail. One of bullies pulled on her ponytail as the other two laughed. Refusing to shed a tear, Chikuchi glared at them with the harshest glare she could muster up. Things like you don't even deserve to breath. They spat. I actually feel bad for your parents. They had to raise a thing like you. Chikuchi thought you would be different. No more bullies. But clearly, she was wrong. The insults hurt as badly as they did during her middle school. Or even since she was diagnosed, she supposed. Once again, being thrown against the wall, Chikuchi closed her eyes, enduring the pain as the bullies kicked her. No one ever helped her. Not even the teachers. Enduring the pain was all she could do. Sometimes, she wondered why she even bothered waking up. Suddenly, the assault stopped, and she heard them yelled. What the F? Opening her eyes, Chikuchi found a set of green hair standing in front of her, blocking her away from the bullies. Speaking of them, the three were covered in some brown liquid that stank in an inhumane way. I thought that bucket was just water. The person she now realized was Midoriya, mumbled with a slight guilt in his voice, before he shrugged. Well. What the F, but? One of the bullies yelled. You talked a lot of SET. Izuku answered. Thought you would like to be one. Do you know what you're even protecting? One of the bullies smirked. That quirkless. Chikuchi's eyebrows creased. But before she could squint her eyes and prepare for another assault, Izuku's reply shocked her. And? It seemed the bullies were taken aback at that statement as well. What do you mean, and? She's quirkle-shit? I heard, city faces. He kept his glare on them. And? Did my classmate do anything to offend you? Something so offensive and revolting that you thought it was a good idea to assault her in UA's backyard, a school that has zero tolerance towards violence and discrimination. Or you dipshits thought that you would get away with it because Togaika-san is quirkless, a normal person without a source of unnecessary power. Are your brains filled with as much SHT as your personality and mindset? Is it genetics? Or is it taught and encouraged? I'm curious because I do not see a single good reason for you to attack her apart from you being a bunch of quirkists bimbo who got away with so much in their life that they thought everything they do is justifiable in the eyes of others. The silence that followed Izuku's insult was loud. So loud that it took one of the bullies a few minutes to gather himself as he barked. It's your words against us. He smirked. Who do you think everyone will trust? 3 second-year students who got toilet water thrown at them? Or a first-year who threw the water and a slightly bruised quirkless? That is an interesting question, young man. Everyone's necks snapped towards the voice. They landed eyes on All Might, who slowly approached them. His blue piercing eyes glared at them, sending a shiver down their spines. The assuring smile he always wore was nowhere to be seen, instead replaced by a deep frown filled with anger. All Might. The blonde leader pointed at Izuku. That hooligan do not even bother. All Might growled, shutting them up. All Might turned towards Izuku, and his eyes immediately softened at the sight of him covering his classmate. Please take her to the infirmary, young Midoriya. I will take care of this. Izuku nodded before he helped Chikuchi up to her feet and made their way towards the infirmary. Oh, is he 𝐤𝐿? Chikuchi loudly shushed her classmates. That caused the opposite result to what she was trying to achieve. Izuku slowly opened his eyes from the sofa as he sat himself up. How long was I sleeping? Izuku asked with a yawn. Me Midoriya. Chikuchi turned towards him. About 10-15 minutes. Geez, Togaika. One of the guys joked as he walked towards the stairs. Maybe you shouldn't have shushed so loudly. Chikuchi shot him a look that said she was going to poison his dinner later. She then moved and sat next to Izuku and apologized. Sorry, Midoriya. I didn't mean to wake you up. It's fine, Togaika-san. Izuku waved her off. It's the living room, after all. I shouldn't even be falling asleep here. Why are you so tired to begin with? Chikuchi squinted her eyes suspiciously at Izuku. Did you pull another all-nighter? Nayo. Izuku mumbled, not daring to meet his classmate's eyes. Midoriya. Chikuchi rolled her eyes. We have a rule board for a reason. No all-nighter allowed. Especially you. I'm sorry. Izuku scratched his head. I got too into the reports and when I realized, it's already morning. Might as well stay awake, you know. Chikuchi let out a defeated sigh. She then patted her thighs, an action which confused Izuku. Good legs day. Izuku tilted his head as he inspected her thighs. Not that, perv. She flicked his forehead with a red face. Sleep. Here. I'll wake you up before dinner. Don't we have pillows for that? Izuku pointed out. Studies pointed out that sleeping on a pillow Midoriya Izuku, if you don't lie down now, I'll knock you out. Right away. Taking the threat seriously, Izuku begrudgingly put his head onto Chikuchi's thighs as he laid down on the sofa. I don't get what's the big idea. Izuku's grumble slowly getting softer as his breathing became slower. I'm fine. Without sleep. Chikuchi was surprised how fast it was for Izuku to fall asleep and wake up. The boy fell asleep in less than a second while waking up in less than one. She watched as Izuku peacefully and slowly breathed. A smile slowly crept onto her lips as her hand went through his soft, fluffy hair. The sound of the clock ticking echoed the empty common hall, creating a world of its own with two occupants. I spent years of my life despising myself over something I wasn't born with. Something I resent myself and everyone else for. I woke up every day, feeling the needs to fall back asleep to escape from everything. Chikuchi whispered. And you came into my life, Midoriya Izuku. In less than half a year, you're the reason I looked forward to waking up every day. You make me love the world that I once hated. She giggled. Even if you're too dense to realize it, I love the you that look at me for who I am, not what I wasn't born with. The you that smile at me every time no matter how tired you are. The you that make me feel loved and appreciated, something I didn't know I could experience again. She studied his peaceful face, the eye bags that were always apparent, the freckles that made her blush every time she thought about them. I love you, Midoriya Izuku. Even if you might not feel the same way, I'll always love you. As Chikuchi was entrapped in her own world, the stairs of 1CS dorm were packed with 18 other students and a pro hero, each one trying to squeeze through another for the front view. Get off, old lady. Agomato sneered at his homeroom teacher. You're blocking the view. Watch your mouth, young man. Nemurai hissed back. And I am not missing out on this. It's too pure and romantic. Both of you, shut up. Another female student shushed. She's going to notice us. Chikuchi stayed quiet as she watched Izuku search through the cabinet. After he helped her to the nurse's office and informed Recovery Girl what happened, the school's doctor kissed her on the cheek before she left for Nezu's office. She told them that they could stay here for the next PRE but have to return before the one after that started. Izuku gently held Chikuchi's hand as he used his quirk on her, making her feel re-energized. The two then sat in silence as Izuku took the time to sort out the cabinet. After somewhat half an hour had passed, Chikuchi finally spoke up. Why? At the sudden question, Izuku turned around. Noticing his confused expression, Chikuchi elaborated. Why did you help me? Because you looked like you needed help. He shrugged. I wanted to talk to you, so I followed you after you break away from our classmates. I saw you got thrown against the wall and I grabbed the closest thing I could find. I'm quirkless, Midoriya. She yelled, but she was glaring at her DMN red shoes instead of Izuku. Why did you help me? Izuku tilted his head. What's that have got to do with anything? He continued, not noticing Chikuchi looking at him. You needed help, Togaika-san, so I did. I don't know what else to tell you. No one ever cared. She mumbled. Not at home. Not at school. Everyone I turned to has either ignored me or took part in making my life miserable. No one cares. I don't mat dash. Before she could finish her sentence, she could feel Izuku gently holding her hands. You do. You matter, Togaika-san. Please don't listen to anyone who tells you otherwise, okay? Not even yourself. I can't even imagine what you've gone through, so I can't understand. Chikuchi tried to reel in her sobs. But please, don't tell yourself that. You're my classmate, Togaika-san. You're important to me. She sobbed louder. I do care. Please, let me be someone you can cry and rely on. She gripped his hand tightly, letting her tears go free. Case file number 8. Monoma Nito. Dear Diary, do you know what dense objects do to each other? They attract. Again. I didn't know anyone of 1B has been here before. Well, apart from Tokuji-san, that is. Izuku whistled. What did they do? Apart from landing himself here on his first heroic lesson. Chio sighed. He splashed a cup of water at one of the business course students for quote-unquote, insulting his favorite group of actors. That doesn't sound too bad. Not to you, he who threw a bucket of toilet water at 3 other students. Chio remarked. 3 other bimbos. Izuku corrected. I was very specific about that part on the report. But that doesn't explain why he's serving detention here. None of the staff members are available to watch over him. Nezu is enhancing security for the sport festival this year. He wants input from every single one of us. Chio explained. You're our best choice, considering what you did last Monday. Good job on that, by the way. Thanks. Those 3 hours of detention was fun. Izuku smiled. Especially with Togaika-san being there. She didn't have to stay, though. Wonder why she did. Are you really asking that question? Chio asked with a disbelief tone. She literally leaned her head on your shoulder. I mean, I told her she can always lean on me whenever she wants. Izuku shrugged. Chio slammed her face onto the table. Midoriya. Setsuna greeted Izuku with a smile. Finally, someone's who willing to sing Rewrite the Stars with me. I can sing it with dash. A floating hand slammed into Pony's mouth, cutting her off. I'm afraid you'll have to wait, Tokichi. Nito confidently chuckled. He and I are performing Agony, a perfect song for us. Nah. Pony threw Setsuna's hand back at her. We are doing And Forever from the anime Big O. As the 3 were arguing for their turn, Togaru handed Izuku a cup of soda. Here you go, Dr. Luigi. Sorry for these idiots. Togaru apologized. They've been at it since yesterday. No worries, Kamakiri-san. Izuku chuckled as he accepted the cup. It's good to see you guys are so close to one another. Togaru looked over to Setsuna throwing her feet at Pony, who was headbutting Nito with a red face, unclear from anger or embarrassment. The blonde copycat struggled to hold Setsuna away from him with his right hand, his left stopping Pony's horn from hitting him. Someone has to keep them from getting expelled. Togaru scoffed, hiding his smile from Izuku. Why do you look so tired, by the way? You can barely stand. BLD loss do that to you. Izuku scratched his head. A night of sleep will fix it right up. Don't worry. Then Fing do that. Togaru cursed. I'm not carrying you back if you faint. Or, I was looking forward to lying on your back. Izuku joked before he showed Togaru the song selection list. Any song you want. I'm not singing. Togaru turned away, this time to hide his blush. But I want to sing with you. Izuku dejectedly lowered his head. Give me the DMN tablet. Togaru snatched the tablet and searched for a song. This is Monoma Nito. I'm here for my detention. Izuku lifted his head up from his homework. At the door, a young man with slick blonde hairstyle so it's parted to the right, with his bangs left hanging over his right eyes. Ah, Monoma-san. Izuku smiled as he led Monoma to a chair next to him. Shuzenji-sensei is currently out helping Nezu-sensei. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm supposed to oversee your detention. I see. Monoma nodded after he sat down. Midoriya. Midoriya. Are you perhaps the Midoriya who is responsible for the expulsion of 3 quirkist students? 3 quirkist bimbos. Izuku corrected him. I was very specific about that part. I just want to say I'm a huge fan. Thank you. Izuku smiled. But I do hope you didn't use me as an example for why you are here. Nope. That's all me. Nito grinned shamelessly. I might have overreacted, but no one insults the Antigraphos and walks away uninjured. You're right. Izuku nodded in agreement. No one should walk away uninjured after committing such a terrible thing. I was pretty sure you were agreeing with the overreacted part. Nito smiled brightly at that. You know the Antigraphos? Of course. Izuku pulled out his phone. Their music and plays are sublime. I can't eat without watching their performances. That Alice in Wonderland play last month was top-notch. Always a pleasure to meet a man of culture. Nito's smile got softer at each of Izuku's words. As much as I love to chat with you about the topic, I do have a few questions I need to ask. Shoot. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 told me about your healing contact. Nito asked. Can you tell me about its function? I am something of a quirk nerd. Don't worry. I share the same problem. Izuku chuckled. Demonstration is usually an easier way to explain, but to put it simply, I can use my own vitality to speed up the healing process of an injury. Downside is that I need to know exactly what I am doing, and it takes a lot out of me to do it. Do you mind if I have a look? Nito requested. My quirk, copy, allows me to scan a quirk by direct contact and adapt my body accordingly to use it. I understand if you decline, though. A lot of people are weirded out by the 𝐼𝐴 𝐷 𝐿. Izuku jumped forward, closing the gap between him and Nito. The potential of your quirk is limitless. Not only can you understand how a quirk functions through scanning, but your body also adapts to a cellular level so that you can use it. Does it work on Mutation's quirk? How long does it last? How many quirks can you scan at once? Does that mean your body also changes in a way that it can adapt to multiple quirks at once? Are there any drawbacks? Do you also copy quirks' drawbacks? Can you copy 2 different quirks and make them work together without drawbacks? Can you I'll explain it soon. Nito backed away, trying to cough his blush away. I can copy your quirk and demonstrate, if you are comfortable. Of course. Izuku smiled brightly as he extended his hand towards Nito. Here. Nito slowly grabbed Izuku's hand like a handshake. Immediately after the scan, Nito fell onto his knees, his breath hastened, and he could feel every part of his body shaking from the exhaustion that ran through his entire body. Realizing what happened, Izuku quickly helped Nito into a chair before handing him an energy bar. Nito immediately swallowed the bar. After waiting 5 minutes, Nito could feel the quirk slowly fading away and his strength returning to him. How do you even walk? Nito questioned, shaking off the exhaustion. I've never felt more dead. The exhaustion I felt after the entrance exam is nothing compared to this. You learn to live with it after a while. Izuku shrugged. I'm not going through that again just to get used to it. Nito shivered. The application is simply spectacular, but that feeling. Cellular reconstruction. Izuku explained to Nito. That's my theory, anyways. Every quirk counselor I went to say my quirk works by transferring my energy to others, assisting them in desired task. It sounds simple enough, so that's what I use to explain to other people. Right? Because quirk counselor is so trustworthy. Nito rolled his eyes before he focused on Izuku again. But you know how your quirk actually works. It's not possible to use on objects. Izuku clarified. It only works on anything that is alive. Biologically speaking, that is. I still haven't figured out why it's more difficult to heal old injuries, though. Because the cells of old injuries had already been replaced completely, thus making it harder to revert to its original state. Ooh, that's a good theory. Izuku whistled. Unfortunately, there's no actual way to test it out. Not one I can think of, anyway. A shame. Nito chuckled. The act of reconstructing cells takes a heavy toll on your body. Like I said, you learn to live with it. Izuku chuckled. Besides, I usually talk to people a lot more before I let them look inside of me. I usually try to know more about someone before I let them make me feel weak in the knees, too. Nito grumbled. There's still 2 hours left for my detention. Maybe I should rest up a bit before going home. Oh, really? Izuku hummed. I thought we could do something else. Seeing Nito's intrigued expression, Izuku showed an evil grin. This room is soundproof in and out. There's only 2 of us here for the next few hours. I believe there is something we could do. Nito was suddenly very aware of his heartbeats. I'm home. She greeted loudly. Immediately, a set of fluffy viridian hair popped out from the kitchen with a smile. You're back. He smiled, making her heart skip a beat. How was training with Kan-sensei? That man is a SLV driver, she groaned before throwing herself onto the sofa. Where's Inko-san? She's out with Aunt Mitsuki. He informed. I already cooked dinner. It's on the table. Please eat after you've taken a bath. Is that an invitation? I already showered. Izuku calmly replied, making her pout. I'll eat dinner with you. Just wake me up whenever you're hungry. She watched as Izuku slowly slipped into sleep on the other sofa. She sneakily approached and whispered into his ears. I love you, Izuku-chan. She then stood up and headed for the shower. Before she could leave the room, though, she heard his unconscious reply. I love you, too, Himiko-ne. Himiko giggled as she closed the door quietly. You know what, Setsuna? Chiyo sighed. I want to support everything you do. But if you ask me for tips so you can stuck my assistant dash, don't call it stuck. Setsuna lightly elbowed Chiyo with a red face. It's a clarification of admiration. Chiyo's only response was poking her cane at Setsuna's back. As the pair reached the nurse's office, Chiyo turned to her grandniece while grabbing the door's handle. Your idiots are here. Wait for me to dismiss them. Bet my hoodie they're doing something in there. Don't be ridiculous. Chiyo scoffed as she slid open the door. It's been only 3 hours. What could they be do dash, lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. Chiyo watched Nito standing on a chair and sang with a pen in his hand as a microphone. I feel love, for the first time. And I know that it's true, I can tell by the look in your eyes. She turned to her assistant, who was singing along with a rolled-up notebook in his hand. As the beat continued, the 2 singing gremlins turned towards her. She could see their eyes widened at the sight of her and Setsuna. Before Chiyo could come up with a response, her grandniece pulled a chair in between them, jumped on it and sang. Lady, hear me tonight. 'Cause my feeling is just so right. Like a sign, they sang together perfectly. As we dance, by the moonlight. Can't you see, you're my delight? And the number of singing goblins increased by 1. With a defeated sigh, Chiyo closed the door to her office to prevent the noise from attracting more of their kinds. As Chiyo pulled out her phone to record the scene, she contemplated at the thought of whether she should retire or not. Case file number 9, Flying Goblin Torino Sarahiko. Dear Diary, it seems my past has come to bother me again. He might be shorter than before, like way shorter, but he's still as annoying. I don't care if he's still taller than me. He's a goblin who can fly. I don't want your smartphone. Sensei. Toshinori stuttered as he hit his legs to stop them from shaking. It's me. Toshinori. Toshinori. Who's that? The old voice asked. What happened to Watanabe, the usual sales guy? It's All Might. Nana-sensei's student. Your punching bag. Ah, Toshinori. He could hear the old man grinned. Finally found the ball to contact me. I'm still shaking a lot, does that count? That'll wear off. So, why do you call? I found him, Sarahiko-sensei. Toshinori spoke up seriously. My successor. Took you long enough, eh? Is it the kid Sasaki suggested? No. Toshinori shook his head. His. Different. He's not an official hero student, But I see so much of Nana-sensei in him, sensei. He's the right choice. I'm sure of it. You must have thought about it a lot. So why even call me? Despite your teaching method, Toshinori shivered at the memory. I value your opinion a lot, sensei. Would it be possible for you to come to you and talk to him? What about Shuzenji? What's her take on your choice? She recognized his talent, too. She actually mentors him. Toshinori explained as he scratched his head. But she was not supportive. She wasn't outright against it, but I don't believe she supports it as well. If what you said about him is true, then I don't blame her. She took Nana's death hard. Maybe even harder than us. You know that. Toshinori turned quiet at that. Without a response from his student, Sarahiko coughed loudly to break the tension before saying, I'll come to you, and talk to the kid. Might as well watch the sport festival live and give you a good kick. For old time's sake. Before Toshinori could respond to the sudden threat, the call ended. Great, now his hands were shaking. Mom. Welcome home. Izuku gave his mother a smile. Dinner. Or breakfast is on the table. Instead of answering, Inko used her quirk and pulled the pen away from Izuku's hand. Midoriya Izuku, it's 3 a.m. Why are you still awake? I was waiting for you. At his mother's tone, Izuku looked away from her eyes. I'm not falling for that again, Izuku. Inko sighed. It's not good that this reminds me of my childhood. I didn't know you were such a night owl back then. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I mean, you still are now, but that's because of your job. No. Back then, I had to stay up to make sure your grandma has enough sleep. Inko explained with a nostalgic smile as she threw herself onto the couch. I suppose the workaholic thing is genetic. There are so many cases to solve these days. You don't sound like someone who's tired of their job. Because I'm helping people with my job. Inko grinned. Guess that's genetics, too. Izuku chuckled as he watched Inko slowly fall asleep. He took a piece of blanket and put it over her. Quietly, he turned off the light, grabbed his report and sneaked out of the living room. Before the door was closed, he heard his mother call out to him. We're going out for lunch tomorrow. Himiko's choosing where we're going to eat if you wake up later than her. You wouldn't. Izuku squinted his eyes. Not if you go to sleep now. Inko replied. I'll unlock your door. She'll sneak in again. They're coming to you for frostburn, Midoriya Izuku. Chio poked her cane at Izuku's cheek. Why am I seeing them leaving with red faces? At the start of the first event, a hero course's student threw a glacier at the rest. While the rest of the heroic course wasn't affected, many from the general education, support and business department had to come to Izuku and Chio for their injuries. Because of how their quirks work, Chio and Izuku have separate booths to work in. Chio's quirk healed fast, but they took a lot out of the patients. Anyone who didn't want to rest on the beds at Chio's booth can come to Izuku so he could revitalize enough for them to continue enjoying the festival. But for some reason, anyone who visited Izuku's booth left with a red face. I didn't do anything. Izuku moved the cane away from his cheek. While holding their hands to heal, I complimented them for the good work, and told them that as long as they tried their best, they are already heroes to me. Sometimes I think you're doing it intentionally. I mean, yeah. I complimented them by myself. Maybe it's the heat. It was not the heat. Confirming that her assistant had zero clue about what he just did, Chio gave up and returned to her booth. Izuku only shrugged at his mentor before returning to his booth. And immediately, he found an old man in yellow laying in a pool of red. Izuku blinked at the sight before staring for a few minutes. After a few moments of awkward silence, the supposedly dead old man lifted his face up and looked at him. Izuku smiled and asked the old man, I can walk you to the canteen for a new ketchup bottle. Smart and calm. I like that. Sarahiko grinned. Everyone else squealed like a little girl. It was quite a surprise. Izuku chuckled. But I've seen enough BLD to differentiate real and fake. Seemingly satisfied with Izuku's answer, The old man slowly moved towards the chair in front of the television and sat on it. After Izuku had done a quick job of cleaning up the tomato sauce splatter on the floor, he pulled another chair next to 𝐭𝐼𝐼 and watched the second round of the festival with the old man. As the cavalry battle went on, Izuku found himself growing more and more excited at the sight of new quirks. "Any teams you are cheering for?" Tsuruhiko asked as he bit on a taiyaki. Izuku quickly ran over and get him a cup of tea, at which the old man accepted with a nod. Izuku then looked at the TV showing footage of teams trying to break through walls of glacier, enlarged hands swatting away others, explosions blasting off-screen along with cheers and screams. "It's hard to choose. Everyone's so cool." Izuku smiled. "Fighting with everything they have, trying their best. It would be unfair to pick out a favorite." "Why aren't you out there, then?" Tsuruhiko asked. "Don't you want to try your best like them? Be a hero?" "I am." Izuku smiled wider, his eyes never left the TV. "After they've tried their best out there, I'll try my best in here to heal and patch them up. I mean, I know I'm not out there doing the fight like normal heroes." Izuku continued, not noticing Torino looking at him with nostalgia. "But saving people isn't just winning a fight. It's about if I'm able to put a smile on their faces, making them feel safe. It's my way of being a hero. That's what my mom said when I was 6, anyway. I turned that into my whole belief system." "A smart mother you have." Tsuruhiko chuckled. "She sounds like a good friend of mine. Toshinori could learn a thing or two from her." "Really?" Izuku asked curiously. "What is your friend like?" "A strong, confident, appealing and smart woman. Snarky and mischievous and yet denser than a rock." Tsuruhiko huffed amusingly. "Her husband must have performed a ritual or something. That woman wouldn't get it if you took your shirt off in front of her. Can someone be that oblivious?" Izuku chuckled. "You have no idea, kid." Tsuruhiko laughed out loud. "You should ask." Suddenly, the door to Izuku's booth slid open. Both occupants stopped their conversation, turned towards the door and found a tall, thin figure, and a senior lady with a sessed-off look on her face. "EY, Goblin." Chio raised her voice. "Stop bothering my student. He's got work to do." "Can it, Siren?" Tsuruhiko grunted as he hopped off the chair. "I'm just having a chat with the young lad. Besides, isn't he too nice to be your student, malicious bat?" As the argument devolved further, Izuku waved goodbye to the tall blonde who bowed slightly to apologize before pushing the adults out of the room. "Midoriya-san." Inko turned around and found a familiar set of seafoam green hair that reached just past her shoulders. Inko set down the cup of coffee she was holding and stood up. "Fukukado-chan." Inko smiled as she hugged the younger heroine. "What brings you here?" "Homicide. Grand larceny. Kidnapped. Still as workaholic as ever, I see." Ieimai laughed out loud. "I was just in the area. Mind joining me for lunch?" "Was just in the area." Inko raised her eyebrow. "Your school and agency are like 2-3 prefectures away from here. What were you doing here?" I was." Ieimai stuttered, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet with Inko's green, round eyes. "Gift. That's right. I was here to buy some gifts." "Ah, I see." Inko had a look of realization like she finally understood something. "Well, if you want, I'll help after we've had lunch." "Really?" Ieimai smiled, a little too wide and bright before she regained her cool. "I mean, thank you, Midoriya-san. I appreciate it. Anything for you, cutie." Inko giggled before she grabbed Emi's hand and left. As the scene was happening, from the corner, Sangza and Naomasa watched the interaction. After Inko pulled a red-faced Ieimai out of the room, Sangza leaned over and whispered, "You sure she doesn't know what's going on?" "Positive." Without looking up from his paperwork, Naomasa sipped his coffee. "That's our brightest and densest detective at work right there. This is the third heroines who asked her out for lunch this week." Sangza emphasized. "You're telling me she still has no clue?" "You'll get used to it." Case file number 10, Yozumo, Dear Diary, My student is going to ruin the economy. Or maybe he already has. Your face is looking quite red, 𝐿𝐿𝐿-chan. Tsuyu said, studying a red-faced 𝐿𝐿𝐿 who walked in after visiting the nurse's booth. Were you crying? No. This is something else. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 stuttered as she remembered her hands being held while the pain from her injuries eased out. I really thought you had him with that meteor rain. Toru aggressively flailed her hands around. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 only nodded her head mindlessly as she sat down on a chair next to Tsuyu with a dreamy look on her face. Currently, a set of viridian hair, his emerald, green eyes and his soft-spoken voice was the only thing occupied her thought. She unwarily let out a strange laugh as his compliments came back to her. Someone wakes Uraraka up. Kyuka asked as she poked an unresponsive 𝐿𝐿𝐿. Your Momo's match is starting. Midoriya-san. Izuku looked up from his book and found 1A's vice president in front of him with books in her hands. Yoirozu-san. Izuku smiled. I didn't know you visit the library. I've only seen Yanaja-san and Jirota-san. I've heard good things about this place, so I decided to give it a try. Momo coughed into her fist before gesturing to the chair in front of Izuku. Do you mind if I join you? I very much don't. Izuku smiled brightly. It's always nice to spend time with someone I like. Momo blushed profusely as she pulled out a book and covered her face with it. They then sat in the quiet library, with only the sound of pages flipping echoing through the empty room. Occasionally, Momo took quick peeks at Izuku, and every time she laid eyes on his tired yet undivided attentiveness on the book he was holding, Momo could feel her face getting hotter before she quickly turned back to her book, hiding her blush from Izuku. After an hour had passed, Izuku gently closed his book and stretched along with a yawn. Momo also gently put a bookmark on a page before closing it and asked Izuku. You seem tired, Midoriya-san. Momo asked with worry. Do you perhaps have trouble sleeping recently? I guess. Izuku hummed. Every time I try to sleep, I think about work. I read that readings help you feel sleepy, but I like to read, so I just ended up finishing the whole thing. You must be exhausted. Momo hastily reached her bag and pulled out a thermos. She elegantly poured a cup of tea and gave it to Izuku, who gratefully accepted it. Izuku immediately felt relaxed as he sipped the tea. Amazing as always, Yoirozu-san. Izuku praised, at which Momo showed a relief and giddy smile. It's lavender tea. Momo explained. Mother said it helps whenever she found trouble sleeping. Izuku chuckled at Momo's enthusiasm as she explained the tea's effect. Taking another sip, Izuku could feel himself nodding off as he mumbled with a smile. I wish I could marry someone who makes such a good tea. Momo was very glad that Izuku had fallen asleep, and that no one was around to witness the dolls she created in a panic. I've got to move on and be who I am. Izuku hummed to the song that was randomly stuck in his head with 2 hot dogs in his hands. Chio took over and told him to get something to eat. After running around to talk with a few pro heroes and trying out some activities, Izuku was currently returning to his booth with the lunch he bought. However, he heard a voice call out to him. He who snitched. A robotic tone called him. Be a decent, useful being for one and assist us with this task. With a groan, Izuku walked towards the robots. What's up? One of your kind is currently sweating through their eyes in the tunnel. The robot then pointed at the tunnel that led to the fighting ring. We are not equipped to deal with such a bothersome task. After no calculation, we agreed that a meddlesome being like you would be the right tool to solve this mess. That is, if you are useful at anything other than snitching. Ignoring the backhanded insults from the machine, Izuku nodded, showing that he accepted the task before thanking the robot and moving to where it pointed. Humans and their emotions. The robot scoffed. She lost. In mere minutes. At the reminder of her quick defeat, Momo tried to muffle her sob to no avail. Her motivation and self-confidence shattered the moment Midnight declared her defeat. The murmurs she heard from the stands as she walked back felt like knives stabbing her. The moment she stepped into the dark, lonely tunnel, she broke down in tears. Realizing she was crying made it even worse. Heroes must be strong. They must always stand tall despite their losses. And here she was, weeping at her loss that was all her fault. Maybe she wasn't supposed to be he. The train of thought stopped as Momo heard someone sitting down next to her. Quickly wiping her tears away, Momo looked up from her knees and found a familiar set of green hair sitting next to her chewing on a hot dog. Noticing her stares, the guy greeted her calmly with a smile. "Yorozu-san, right?" He spoke. "We met on your first field trip. Midoriya Izuku." He then handed her a hot dog. "I bought an extra one. Can't finish 2 in a row, anyway." Although feeling uncomfortable, Momo still accepted the hot dog from him and began to eat it in silence. Occasionally, she stole some glances at Izuku, half expecting him to ask her to talk, but instead, she watched him attempting to stay awake from various times, accidentally nodding off. "You should get some sleep, Midoriya-san." She mumbled. "I'm fine. I should go back to my classes stand." "I'm fine. It's just side effect from using my quirk." Izuku waved her concern off with a smile. "While we're on that, I'm on the medic team. I can heal those bruises for you now, if you want me to. Or would it be more comfortable if we're alone in my booth?" "You shouldn't bother with me," Momo whispered, fighting off her shaky voice. "It's better you save your energy for someone who actually put their efforts into their performances." "But I am, though." Izuku tilted his confusingly, his smile never left as he continued. "You fought with all you have out there, did you? I didn't." Momo yelled, cutting Izuku off. "I didn't even move as Dark Shadow attacked me. I just stood there, cowering behind my shield, and got pushed out of the ring like an idiot." Tears were leaking out of her eyes again. "They were all right. The other kids, my parents, my maids and butlers, my teachers. All of them. I'm not suitable to be a hero. I don't belong. Let's say everything you just said is true." Izuku cut her off, gaining her attention. "Let's pretend you're not suitable to be a hero. Let's say whatever crap everyone told you was true." Izuku paused, letting his words sunk into Momo, who became even more crestfallen at his word. "Do you still want to be a hero? Despite everything they said, do you?" "I'm not a." Izuku raised a finger, stopping her. "Do you want to be a hero?" "It's all I ever wanted to be." Momo nodded slowly. "Then that's good enough, isn't it?" Izuku smiled. "You still believe it's the right thing for you despite what everyone else said. You're on recommendation. That means someone thinks you belong here, and I agree with them." "Do you really think so?" Momo asked with a shaky voice. "I do." Izuku confidently nodded. "But you were the one who worked through hell to get here. Do you?" Momo lifted her head up and showed a genuine smile through her teary face. "I do." Momo nodded. "Screw everyone else." They stood there and laughed. Ignoring the deafening cheering that happened outside, they stood there and laughed with each other. Having someone who believes in you is nice. That is one expensive tea set. Cio whistled as she studied the tea set that Izuku was using to brew some teas. "It is, isn't it?" Izuku smiled as he handed a cup of tea to Cio. "Yorozu-san gave this to me as a gift." "A gift? What for?" She said it was for being her friend. Izuku sipped his tea with a happy expression. "This friendship tea set costs more than my yearly salary." Cio sipped her tea with an uncomfortable expression. "How rich is she?" "She said she's the economy." It's scary that she said that so casually. Case file number 11, Midoriya Himiko. Formerly Toga Himiko. Dear Diary, I feel bad for anyone who mess with that family. BLD Himiko crashed into a trash can and tumbled onto the floor along with its content. Not even attempting to stand up, Himiko weakly dug through mess she just made, looking for any edible food. BLD. She needed BLD. Grabbing a dead mouse, Himiko dug her sharp teeth into it, sking out the disgusting taste. Human BLD. She needed human BLD. Her vision became blurry as the voice inside her head kept getting louder and louder, overwhelming her sanity. The flicking streetlights became marks for her to keep moving forward. Soon enough, she saw someone. A human. A boy. Couldn't be older than herself. Despite whatever rational thought left in her, 𝐼𝐼𝐼 aimed straight at him. She tackled him down to the ground and dug her teeth into his neck. Just as she did the rat hours ago. Just as she did every animal, she managed to sneak into her room, away from her parents. Her name was Toga Himiko. And she wasn't normal. Just as her parents have always told her. She was a monster. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Shuzenji-sensei. Izuku bowed goodbye to her with a sleepy expression. You look like you can barely walk. Chiyo sighed. Let me drive you home. A missing student is the last thing I need right now. It's fine. Izuku slowly chuckled. My mom is waiting for me and my sister outside. Do you want to talk to her? It's all right, dearie. Tell her I said hello. Chiyo smiled. You sure you can come to the second year's sport festival tomorrow? I'll be fine after a good sleep. He waved her off as he began to leave. As soon as Izuku came out of view, A's gate, he was immediately tackled by a shorter figure with blonde hair. As the girl hugged her arm around Izuku's neck, he could feel his neck being softly bitten into. Instead of resisting, Izuku gently patted his assaulter's head and continued to move towards his mother, who giggled as she helped him into the car. All right, what do you kids want for dinner? Inko asked as she drove. Sushi. Izuku. Katsudon. We ate katsudon last week, Izuku. Inko said, making Izuku pout. And you're already eating him, Himiko. Himiko just replied with a shameless grin. I'll be home in 30 minutes, Izuku. Inko's voice rang through the phone. Can you go to your friend's house in the meantime? Shiozaki said her family is out for dinner today. I'll just swing by the convenience store. Izuku scratched his head. Sorry for bothering you, Nonsense. Inko told him. Everyone forgets their keys at one point. I'll be home in a jiffy. Seeing his mother had ended the call, Izuku left for the convenience store. The night breeze made him shiver slightly as he hastened his steps, trying to get to the store to stay away from the cold. The street was oddly quiet, despite it being a Thursday's night. Izuku didn't see anyone on his way, and he didn't know if it made him more nervous or relief. A blonde girl with BLD on her face and the flickering streetlights sure didn't help wait. Before Izuku could realize what he was seeing, he was tackled down onto the ground. Exhaustion. Combining with his head being slammed hardly into the ground, Izuku could only groan as he felt teeth bit into his neck, his BLD being scared out. As seconds went on, Izuku could feel the girl dug her teeth deeper into him, overwhelming his exhaustion with pain. And he felt droplets of tears on his cheek. And he was certain it wasn't his. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He heard her whisper. Izuku noticed the girl tightened her hold on him as she sobbed. Izuku then put his hand on her head and whispered with the softest tone he could. You look malnourished and exhausted, Vampire-san. I'll use my quirk to help with the exhaustion, alright. Try not to SCK too much of my BLD. The girl didn't reply, but she held onto Izuku's arm tighter. Taking that as confirmation, Izuku used his quirk on her. My name is Midoriya Izuku, by the way. He smiled. Can I ask for yours? Himiko. She replied. Okay, Himiko-san. Is it okay for me to guess that your quirk is pushing you to do this for BLD? As his guess, he could feel Himiko flinch. It's okay, Himiko-san. He patted her head. It's a normal quirk's requirement. Why you are even in this state is more concern-normal. Himiko's whisper almost became inaudible. Normal. Despite the pain at the back of his neck, Izuku nodded. Just as normal as me having an unhealthy craving for energy drinks. My mom drinks coffee more than she does water. Everyone has different needs. It's normal. Does that mean I'm normal, too? It's normal for you to want BLD, Himiko-san. Izuku chuckled. I still do not recommend attacking passerby. It's dangerous for both you and the party involved. But I suppose I'm your first meal. Himiko shakily nodded as tears continued to flow through her eyes. Then I suppose it's fine. Izuku nodded before pulling out a piece of paper. Here. Himiko took the piece of paper from him and studied it. What is this? Swing by this address later. A detective will help you if you want. You just gonna help me. Himiko's voice became shakier as she screamed. I just attacked you. Because you had to. Izuku shrugged. I want to help. Also, you're going to have to carry me home, 'cause I'm seeing 3 of you upside down and I don't think that's a good sign. Izuku's vision went black and once again, his head hit the cold floor. Himiko! Inko called out. From the couch, Himiko turned her attention away from caressing a sleeping Izuku's fluffy hair. She smiled at Inko and asked, What's up, Inko-san? I kind of have some news for you. Inko anxiously said. I'd rather you hear it from me than the news. Okay, here goes dash. Is it about my parents? Himiko giggled at Inko's dumbfounded expression. I guess it really is. What about them? We finally got the proof to put them behind bars. For good, this time. Inko sighed. Also, they said a lot of things about you, so I may or may not have decked them in their faces. You didn't have to do that. Himiko smiled. It's okay. I'm fine now. I know I didn't have to. Inko shrugged. I wanted to. But because of that, I am on 1-week suspension pay. So, like a vacation. The commissioner wrote it off as raising my hand a little too high. Inko grinned. By the way, we ran out of BLD for your dinner. You want me to swing by the hospital and get some? It's only for a night. I'll be fine. Nah. Inko went over behind the couch to poke Himiko's cheek. You can take BLD directly from me. I don't mind. It may hurt you. It's alright, hey. Inko laughed as she teasingly pinched Himiko's cheeks. You bite Izuku every day. If you don't bite me too, I'm going to feel left out. Himiko laughed together with Inko as she wrapped her behind, over Inko's shoulder to hug her. Her name was Midoriya Himiko. And like her brother and mom said, she is normal. No, she's more than that. She is happy. Case file number 12. Todoroki Ray, Dear Diary, this scandal is so large that it makes the denseness of my student feel bland. I suppose they all resemble one another. It's sweet. Just a tad annoying. Real-time work event. Izuku repeated. Don't say like it's a video game. Chio corrected. It's a work experience. It's not like there's anything else for you to do. School is on break. The hero course is on their internship. Might as well come with me. I guess. Izuku shrugged. Which hospital are we going? Fujitani Hospital. Chio revealed. Even if I don't have a license. Izuku pointed out. The licensing exam isn't until a couple of months, not even counting the residency training. You're my personal student. That means I recognize your skill as a nurse. Chio explained. Besides, you're mostly there to observe and help with small tasks. What's the worst that could happen? You're jinxing it. Izuku chuckled. It's real life. Chio gently whacked Izuku's back with her cane. Jinx isn't real. Detective. Rumi greeted loudly. Didn't expect to find you here. Inko turned around and smiled at the rabbit heroine. You as well, Usajiyama-chan. I'd thought you wouldn't be interested in taking these kinds of babysitting requests. Oh, hell no. This is my first. Rumi cackled. I read through the debrief and was curious of who'd be crazy enough to find her at Tartarus. I guess. Inko shrugged, before she showed a victorious grin. But if they sent someone as important as you, then my hunch is confirmed. Ho! Rumi smirked. This day keeps getting more interesting, I see. First, your brat made the dragon blush like a high school girl Tatsuma-chan. Oh, my. Inko showed a concerned look. I suppose it's good that Izuku was there to check on her fever before it got worse. Now it's you and this secret mission. Rumi ignored her and continued. Anything you can spill for little or me. I'd tell you anything you want, Usajiyama-chan. Inko teased before she walked into the room with a file. But then I wouldn't be able to talk with you over coffee later. Rumi only scoffed with a red face as she watched 𝐿𝐭 disappear behind the enforced door of Tartarus. Give me the sterilizer. 1 second. Give me the bandages. On the way. Give me the operation knife. Coming up. Go to the storage room and get me the amputation kit, Midoriya. Coming up. As Izuku ran around to help Chiyo with her work, a group of doctors and nurses from the side stood in a circle and whispered to one another. Get me the application form. The head doctor whispered. The moment he graduates, we're hiring him. Doesn't he need a license first? To work here? A doctor asked. Good point. The head doctor snapped his finger in realization. We're sponsoring that. What about the residency training? A nurse raised her hand. He got taken in and is studying under 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐥 Chiyo, aka recovery girl at UA. The head doctor clapped his hands together to emphasize his point. If that's not quality residency training, I don't know what is. I just got here, so excuse me for being ignorant. A doctor chimed in. But why are we talking about hiring a student nurse? This is his first day at one of the busiest hospitals in the country. He's only medically trained for slightly over a month, and yet his efficiency is top tier. The head doctor explained with excitement. I thought Shuzenji-san brought him here to show him the cruelty of this industry. I didn't expect her to bring the most potential doctor we've ever had since her. Is he always like that? A nurse whispered to her co-worker as they listened to the head doctor's rant. Only when he recognized real talent. The senior nurse shrugged. By the way, it's lunchtime. Who's in charge of room 159? It's Suzuki, but she called sick for work. Another nurse replied. Should I? I'll do it. Everyone turned to a smiling Izuku. Midoriya-kun. The head doctor said with a smile. How do you feel so far? Tired, but that's just how I am, doctor. Izuku chuckled. I overheard needing some help to get lunch to a patient. Yes, but I don't think you should do it. A nurse scratched her head. It's not like we don't trust you, it's just not the safest option for a student on observation. Seeing Izuku tilted his head in confusion, a nurse came in and explained. She's a patient in the mental ward, Midoriya-kun. Are you sure you still want to do it? Certain. Izuku nodded his head. I'm here to lessen your workload. If it's to help, I'll be glad to do anything you need. Although reluctantly, the head nurse gave her approval. Izuku bowed slightly to thank her before leaving for the ration storage. After he left, one of the nurses mumbled thought out loud. God, I wish I was 10 years younger. Hey, Kohai-kun. Nejiya looked over from behind Izuku. What's he doing there? Just some. Izuku covered his mouth to yawn. Reports and homework. How can I help you today, Hado-senpai? I'm here to watch over you. Nejiya crossed her arm and showed an adorably serious smile. Recovery girl told me to make sure you don't faint on the hallway again. I didn't faint. Izuku pouted. I just fell on the floor and decided it was a good place to sleep. I don't understand why everyone made such a big deal out of it. US floor is comfy. Nejiya nodded in agreement. Once, I got back from a fight and I thought, walking is too tiresome. Let's just sleep on the floor and wake up in the morning. That way, I can get to class faster. Right. Izuku nodded with her. It's just sleeping. Our quirks affect our stamina. We need sleep. Why does everyone always default it as fainting? Ooh, speaking of our quirks. Nejiya showed an excited smile as she jumped up and down on the spot. I tried that thing you mentioned. It worked. It did. Izuku's eyes shone brightly. The direct contact blast thing worked. That just opens so many doors. You can temporarily paralyze your opponent with a precise shot at their nervous system or taking down an entire structure. Not to mention that's what I thought, too. Nejiya excitedly nodded. Yep. Izuku pulled out a notebook and asked. Do you have anything to do tomorrow, Hado-senpai? Nejiya shook her head. Good. Izuku grinned. Because I'm not letting you sleep tonight. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded faster than she shook, hiding away the redness from her underclassmen. Let it go, let it go. 𝐒𝐿 sung as he walked along the hallway with a tray of food in his hands. He then stopped at a room with a sign that said, Room 159, and the name Todoroki Ray under it. 𝐒𝐿 took a deep breath to prepare himself before he gently knocked on the door. Todoroki-san. 𝐒𝐿 asked, announcing his presence. I'm here to bring you your lunch. A few seconds later, a soft, gentle yet cold voice replied. Come in. 𝐒𝐿 opened the door and walked in before closing it. His eyes immediately laid on a white-haired woman sitting on a chair by the window. Her cold facial expression was highlighted by the sun as she looked dreamily outside the window. At the sound of the door closing, she turned around and immediately showed a surprised expression looking at 𝐒𝐿. Aren't you looking a little too young to be a doctor, doctor? Ray asked as she carefully studied 𝐒𝐿. I'm not actually a doctor. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled as he gently set the tray on a table. I'm only here as a temporary assistant. I'm still a student. From 𝐒𝐻𝐻. What a coincidence. Ray's facial expression seemed more relaxed at the revelation. My son goes there as well. Are you a first-year student? Midoriya 𝐒𝐿. He introduced. Nice to meet you, Todoroki-san. Call me Ray, please, Midoriya-kun. I'm more comfortable with it. She smiled as she gestured him to sit on the chair in front of her. Are you a first-year student? I am. 𝐒𝐿 nodded. 1C, General Education Department. Which class is your son in, Todoroki-san? I know he's in the hero course. 1A, if my memory is correct. Ray smiled fondly as she talked, yet 𝐒𝐿 could see a tinge of guilt. You must have been very proud at his performance at the sport festival, then. 𝐒𝐿 continued. His attempt at blowing past his own suspicion turned out to confirm it. Ray's kind expression turned to one of conflict, sadness, and guilt. Tears began to drop as Ray tried to wipe them away while suppressing her sobs. 𝐒𝐿 immediately put a handkerchief in her hand. I'm so sorry, Ray-san. 𝐒𝐿 apologized in a panic. I shouldn't have it's not you, Midoriya-kun. Ray cut him off as she accepted the handkerchief. It's me. I can't, it's all my fault. Tuya. Xiaotou. My family Fuyumi is trying so hard and it's all my fault. Hey. 𝐒𝐿 gently held Ray's hand. It's okay, Ray-san. Just take your time, okay? Do you want me to leave the room? No, please. Ray shook her head. I need to talk with someone. Anyone. Then at your own pace, okay? 𝐒� assured her. I'm right here. She nodded in silence as she held 𝐒�'s hand. After taking some time to calm down, Ray took a deep breath and spoke. Endeavor is hurting Xiaotou. Ray slightly winced as the light brightened up the darkness of the room. As predicted, she heard 3 uncomfortable groans from the couch. With a smile, Ray leaned over the couch from behind and gently spoke. I know it's Friday, but sleeping like that isn't good for you. Ray sighed as she watched her family, lying together in a cuddle pile on the floor, trying to squint their eyes shut to hide from the bright light. Mom. Fuyumi rubbed her eyes tiredly. What time is it? Just slightly past 6. Ray looked over at the clock hanging on the wall. Hard day at school. Yeah, kids get hype on did you say 6? Fuyumi shot herself up from the comfiness she was lying in. Shoot. I haven't cooked dinner, and the laundry, calm down, honey. Ray smiled. Inko invited us out for dinner. She's heading there with Himiko-chan right now. Wash your face and change if you want. That goes for you, too, 𝐒𝐿. With a pillow on his face, 𝐒𝐿 gave her a thumbs up. But you need to take a shower, Xiaotou. Ray giggled as her son groaned louder, refusing to sit up. You reek of sweat. Seeing that her youngest son wasn't responding, Ray moved over and kneeled next to him. She leaned over and whispered at a low volume so that only Xiaotou could hear her. You sure you want to smell badly next to 𝐒�? With a blink of an eye, Xiaotou shot up and bolted to the bathroom. At the sight, Rei giggled and looked over to Izuku. So, did you mind? She asked. Not really. She heard Izuku's reply being muffled under the pillow. It's just sweat. He's a hero student. That's normal. And the fact he ran to the bathroom because he didn't want you to think he smells bad. He probably thinks it's rude. I honestly don't mind. Izuku shrugged. By the way, Fuyumi-san looked kind of red when I gave her the sweater I bought. Do you think she likes it? I suppose I can see why Chiyo-san is having such a hard time at school. Rei sighed as she pinched Izuku's cheek in a kind manner. As he groaned, Rei only giggled fondly. She was home. I guess you heard all that. Izuku looked at his mentor. Instead of replying, Chiyo tilted her head, silently telling him to move to a more private location. They went back to Chiyo's office and sat down after Chiyo handed him a cup of tea. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Chiyo explained. You took quite a while and wasn't replying to my texts, so I got worried. So you do care about me? Izuku grinned. Yeah. Chiyo rolled her eyes. As angry as I am, no, we can't take down the current number 2 hero. Not now, not in this current situation. I figured as much. Izuku nodded, looking perplexed. But we're not letting this slide, are we? No, we're not. Chiyo shook her head. But our priority here is Rei and Todoroki Shao, I mean. We need to get them out of their current living situations without raising too many suspicions. Please tell me you have a plan. For Rei, I might. Chiyo nodded, but she didn't look very happy. But Xiaotou is difficult. Impossible, as of now. Baby steps, I guess. Izuku sipped his tea tiredly. What do you propose? Depends. You said your mother is a detective. Yeah. Can you ask her to come here tomorrow? Case file number 13, Ida Tenya Dear Diary. I think I overheard one as planned to bribe Nezu into transferring Izuku into the hero course. Their class, to be precise. One has to wonder how screwed you would be if 1B and 1C find out. I can still work. Izuku pouted. That's the exact problem, idiot. Chiyo poked her cane at one of Izuku's pouted cheeks. You're here to observe. Not overworking yourself on the second day. It's just a few reports. It's a week worth of work you finished in a night. Chiyo twisted her cane deeper. If you still insist on not taking some rest, take a walk outside. Your mother and I need to talk, anyway. Speaking of, I wonder how it's going inside there. Izuku looked in the direction of where Rei's room was. They've been talking for a while now. They are fine. Chiyo commented. I heard they were giggling in there. As for you, get out of this hospital and don't return for at least another 2 hours. Fine. Izuku rolled his eyes as he took off his white coat and replaced it with an oversized t-shirt that said, uniform. Ugh, that reduced 3 years off my lifespan. Chiyo groaned as she watched Izuku walk out of the room. She suddenly remembered something before she yelled. I missed your mother before she went into Rei's room. What was her name again? It's 𝐿. Izuku answered without looking back. Midoriya 𝐿. Closing the door to Chiyo's office as he leaves, Izuku missed Chiyo's mumbling in denial. 𝐿. 𝐿. She repeated. It can't be, can it? Midoriya-chan. Himiko turned around at the call of her family's name. She laid eyes on Tatami jogging towards her while waving with an excited smile. Tatami-chan. Himiko grinned. She greeted with a stuck voice. My. Someone's excited to see me. Watching Tatami stutter for words with a face redder than Yamai-sensei's, Himiko giggled as she gently patted Tatami's back. You've got to get used to this at one point. What's up? It's about the makeup license exam. Tatami poked her fingers together embarrassingly. I'm still kind of nervous. Do you want to go to the arcade with me and Yo? Before the big day. Here I thought it can be our private date. Himiko whispered into Tatami's ear. But I'll bite. If you promise another day for just the two of us, that is. Watching smoke start to come out of Tatami's ears by her shameless flirtation, Himiko had to wonder how her mother and brother do it without even taking a single hint. Heck, she could tell her whole class was having some sort of crushes on her just by winking at them. At least the lines she learned from the density of their head were extremely useful for her fighting tactics. I just want to feel this moment. Izuku hummed as he held onto the new bag of clothes he bought. Since there was nothing to do around his hospital, Izuku took the train to Hosu to enjoy the department stores the city has to offer. Izuku strolled around and picked up a couple of t-shirts for himself, Inko, Himiko, Rei and Chio. He considered getting t-shirts for Nito, Setsuna, and the people at the church he usually volunteered at, but seeing that it would take a lot more time, he filed the task for another day. Heading towards the station to get back to Fujitani Hospital to resume his shift. Also, to hear more about the current situation with Rei. But before Izuku could step into the station, a loud explosion noise boomed behind him. Whipping his head around, Izuku found a weird yet familiar creature with an exposing brain getting kicked out of a train. "No Mew." Izuku mumbled in disbelief, before another familiar, short old man in yellow dashing after it to chase it down. "Torino-san. What is even dash? Kid." A hero called out to him with a panicked look. "Evacuate down to the platform right now. It's dangerous out here." "What is even going on?" Izuku yelled back. "The Nomus are attacking the city." The hero replied as he looked over to where the white Nomu had run off to. "They're all over the city. It's total chaos out here." "How many?" "It's not your problem to care about it." The hero yelled. "Get down to the station right and dash." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of someone shrieking along with loud engine noise caught both of their attention. Before the hero could snap out of it, a plastic bag was thrown at his face. "Take care of that for me, please." Izuku was immediately gone. "I'm too old to get grounded like this." Izuku pouted with crossed arms. "It's not grounded." Chio casually and elegantly drank her tea. "It's a detention." "It's not better." Izuku commented. "A shame, isn't it?" Chio replied. With a defeated sigh, Izuku went over to his table and sat down. "For you, detention means rest." Chio called out without looking at him. "Do not grab anything that you can use to write. That goes for you and work tools, too, Hatsune." "But I can write my ideas down." Mai looked up from her Lego set. "Yes, but try not to come up with anything that violates the Geneva Convention. Also, help me watch over this workaholic nurse right here." Chio stood up and proceeded to leave the room. "I'll be back in a jiffy, dearies. Try not to do anything while I'm gone." "Like what?" both gremlins asked her. "Don't worry about it." Chio closed the door, leaving the teens alone. Seeing that his teacher was serious with her warning, Izuku walked over and sat down on the floor next to Mai as she continued to assemble the Lego set without looking up. "What are you building there, Hatsune-san?" Izuku asked as he watched Mai. "Why, I'm glad you asked, nurse." Mai smiled, her hands not stopping. "This is how I want my baby to look like after I finished building her. It looks like a laser cannon." Izuku squinted his eyes on the Lego. "Is this perhaps an upgrade from your previous laser handgun?" "It is, indeed." Mai laughed as she continued to assemble her project. Izuku smiled endearingly at Mai's enthusiasm and determination as she put the pieces together. "Give me that 4x4 piece." Mai gave Izuku the brightest as he handed her the piece. "You're the best help with baby making, nurse." "Thank you." Izuku smiled. "Speaking of, do you need any help with your baby? The actual one, I mean." "Not necessary." Mai gave him a thumbs up. "I'm almost finished. You can help with the next one anytime you need." Izuku grinned. "I love making baby with you." Mai smiled wider at those words, quietly reminding herself to ask Recovery Girl why her cheeks always feel hot around the nose. "I'm going to kill you dash. Save him first." Stain calmly cut Tenure off as he pointed at Native. "Think about others before yourself, act for them instead of your own good. That's what being a hero is all about. Not blinded by vengeance, certainly not for self-satisfactory purposes." Tenya could feel himself freezing up as Stain liked his BLD on the blade. You are not a true hero. That is why you are going to die. Right here, right now. Shut up. Ida yelled, eyes not blinking away from the blade that was about to pierce through him. It doesn't matter what you think. You took my brother's future dash. Vengeful until the last minute, here. Stain glared down at him. It seems purging you here. Stain swung the blade, deflecting away a trash can lid that came flying at him. Not waiting a second, he jumped away from Tenya, dodging a wave of rubbish that was thrown at him. Immediately, Stain noticed another child ran in, grabbing Native's uninjured hand while glaring down at him. Would be better for my desired world. 60% of the hero killer's victim, including 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽, the tired-looking teenager glanced over at Tenya, were found in alleys that no one paid any attention to. My mother said serial killers are creatures of habit. Guess those late-night talks education really is useful. This doesn't concern you, Midoriya. Tenya yelled at him. He's mine. Get away from him. Izuku ignored him and whispered to Native. The BLD is clotted. Can you move? I can't. Native groaned as he struggled to stand up. It's some kind of paralysis. It's BLD related. Izuku mumbled. I can feel something weird with the cells. A healer. Stain spoke up, his eyes watched Izuku carefully. Your effort and bravery are respectable, child. Leave now, and you may live. Cool. Without a change in expression, Izuku nodded as he put Native's hand over his shoulder. In a blink, a knife cut through Izuku's cheek and stuck into the wall behind him. They do not have that privilege. False heroes don't deserve to live. People don't need privileges to not get murdered by a serial killer. Izuku glared back as he gently set Native down, seeing that there was no way to get out unharmed. I don't care about this crusade or ideas of yours. Just let me get two very injured people out of here. They are parasites that tainted the very idea of being a hero. Stain raised his voice. A true hero is someone who should risk everything for the sole purpose of saving others. That man over there stalled fights until cameras were on him. He used his fame to partake in sponsorship. It's for donation. Excuses. Stain hissed. And that one he pointed the sword over at Tenya. Abandoned his belief for vengeance. Someone clouded by so much hatred would only do more harm if left alive. He's the brother of someone you crippled. Izuku fought back while sneakily tapped on his phone from behind. And yes, while what he's doing is extremely stupid and reckless. What are you? Tenya tried to refute, but Izuku ignored him and continued. And absolutely suicidal, it makes sense. He's human. They're all human. If you're expecting everyone to be like All Might, that's on you, you delusional, noseless lunatic. And you. Izuku pointed his finger at Tenya, who flinched at being targeted. What the bloody hell were you thinking? You think what? You just going to stroll in here and defeat the hero killer that killed over 6 heroes and crippled your brother, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽? Have you thought what might happen if you die here? I have to be the one who does it. Tenya argued. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 has to be the one who defeats him. The one who kills him. You are too far gone. Stain groaned but was shut up by Izuku. Lips moving, still talking. Izuku pointed his finger at Stain before looking back at Tenya. You do not have to. You just want to, and that's different. You said 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 has to be the one who defeats him. Bullshit. The 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐽 I saw on TV never wore that face. Are you going to live up to that name? Or you're going to change it to something worse? This is none of your business. Tenya snapped at him, his voice became shakier and shakier. Meddling in others' business is what being a hero all about. Izuku snapped back. That's why I'm going to get you and Native out of here. Even if I have to knock your dumbass out and drag you the hell out of this alley on 13th Street next to a DMN taco restaurant. Stain wore a maniacal, satisfied grin as he listened to Izuku's words. So, you are ready to put down your life for these fakes? No. Izuku glared at him. I'm ready to save these two from you. Past. Stain's grin opened wider as he charged towards Izuku with the katana in his hand. And a glacial wall rose from the ground. Meeting number 3. Tenya pressed the button on the presentation slide. Subject, War. Mina raised her hand. Yes, Mina. Next to Tenya, Momo signaled him to voice his inquiry. Exactly with who this time? Mina asked. It said war on the presentation, not competition like last 2 times. Because this isn't like our previous 2 meetings involved Togaika-san and Shiozaki-san. Tenya slapped the board with his hand. It's the entirety of 1B and 1C. Don't tell me. Okiko abruptly stood up from her seats, eyes widening in realization. Yes. Momo lowered her head in shame. They have successfully invited Midoriya-kun over for a sleepover. Sons of beaches. Eijiro hugged his head in desperation. I understand your feelings, Kirishima-kun, but please refrain from using such languages. Tenya reprimanded him. Unlike them, we are here to discuss like civilized human being. F civilization. Katsuki slammed his hands on the table. We are killing those mothafs. Amidst the argument, Xiaoto raised his hands up. I don't mind. And everyone's glare was now on him. Like a SWCH had been turned, Tenya snapped. You have nepotism treatment, Ice Cone. Your family is close with his. Doesn't that apply to Bakugo as well? Xiaoto calmly pointed at Katsuki. He is too much of a Thunder Beach to do any like that. The F did you say, glasses? Katsuki yelled with a red face. Before the situation could get any worse, everyone turned deadly quiet as a familiar voice followed a knock on the dorm door. Is anyone home? Izuku asked from behind the door. I have some spare cookies. As the noise of the door handle being turned, Momo instantly threw a smoke bomb onto the ground while everyone else ran around to hide everything. Izuku coughed a little as he walked into a room full of smoke before setting the basket down and getting to open the windows. Terribly apologize, Midoriya-kun. Momo ran to Izuku and helped him open the windows. I was trying to replicate Midnight Sensei's sleeping gas. It's all good. Izuku chuckled. You must be needing some supplements after training. I have some cookies in that basket. There's just enough for everyone in there, but if you want, I'll bake some Midoriya-kun. From the smoke, Tenya walked out and approached Izuku while ignoring a death glare that Momo was giving him. What a pleasant surprise. To what do we owe this visit? Ida-san. Izuku greeted him with a smile. I'm just here to give out some cookies I baked. There's one for everyone. All of them are in bags with everyone's names. How's Tensai-san? Thank you for your concern. He's recovering well. Tenya nodded with a soft smile. The crutches still needed to go outside, but he doesn't need it to walk around the house anymore. That's great news, Ida-san. Izuku clapped his hands together before he pulled out 2 small see-through bags that were tied by a little red ribbon. Here. For you and him. Tenya accepted the bag with a red face. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. You're welcome. Izuku nodded. Waving 1A goodbye, Izuku put his green scarf back on and left the dorm. Before the door was closed, Izuku turned towards Tenya and winked. I put a little bit more effort and love into those, by the way. After Izuku had closed the door and oblivious to the carnage behind it, he pulled up the recipe and read it again. Lastly, remember to put effort and love into these gifts. They will 100% enjoy it when you give it to them. Izuku mumbled to himself with a smile. I hope they like it. Case file number 14. Todoroki Xiaoto. Dear Diary, my Pokemon knowledge has betrayed me. I have been lied to my entire life. Grass type is super effective against ice type. What do you think about a bracelet that also acts as a GPS, Izuku? I think you should keep that away from me, Mom. Izuku replied to Inko's suggestion as he put a slice of apple into his mouth. Inko only hummed at the rejection as she continued to cut a few more slices. Then you better do something about that trouble magnet thing you have going on. Inko put a slice of apple into her mouth. Just you wait until Ibara-chan hears about this. I don't have to wait for anything if no one tells her. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 stuck out his tongue. I mean, legally, we aren't allowed to say anything after that whole GG order. Better innocent victim than punished hero sometimes. 𝐿𝐭 shrugged. I'm just says that it's Endeavor who is getting the credit. Like Demon, what about 𝐿𝐵 who actually arrived on time and knocked out the hero killer? I don't think 𝐵-san would like the attention seeing how he's somewhat retired. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 pointed out. Speaking of, how's the case with Ray-san? It's going. 𝐿𝐭 sighed. Intentionally or not, Ray was the one who injured Xiaotou-kun. Our only option here is for her to get her out the proper way. Which means a very intensive psych evaluation, a place of residence and someone who deems fit to look over her for a while after she gets out. Don't we need family's approval, too? Like, Endeavor's approval. That's easy. I won't bore you with the details. 𝐿𝐭 waved 𝐒𝐬𝐿's concern off. I'm more worried about the toll the whole process would take on Ray. As they were talking, 𝐿𝐭's phone rang. She took a quick look at it, sighed and stood up. I need to take this call. 𝐿𝐭 walked towards the door. Be back in a sec, sweetie. You grounded me. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 complained. Exactly. 𝐒𝐬𝐿 once again stuck out his tongue at his mother, who giggled before she closed the door. Flopping himself onto the bed, 𝐒𝐬𝐿 checked his phone and found messages from his friends. All of them shared the same concern as they heard of his involvement in Stain's case. As 𝐒𝐿 read through and replied to the messages, he heard knocks on his door. Come in. 𝐒𝐿 called out loudly. The door slid open, revealing a dual-colored hair teen with a cold expression walked in. Todoroki-san. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. What a surprise. I wasn't expecting you. Ida is talking to his family. Xiaotou replied blankly. I did not want to intrude on him. I also owe you a thank you for assisting me in taking down Stain. I should be the one who thanked you. 𝐒𝐿 smiled as he gestured Xiaotou to sit down on the chair by his bed. Things would have turned bad hadn't you arrived. Xiaotou only replied with a nod. The two sat in silence, both not knowing what to say to the other. After a moment of awkward silence, 𝐒𝐿 finally broke it. Todoroki-san, is it okay if I ask about your quirk? Xiaotou nodded. It's half cold half hot, right? 𝐒𝐿 smiled. Can you control the temperature, density of your ice? I can control how fragile the ice is, the force, the amount and how big the area it affects. That's so cool. 𝐒𝐿 nodded his head. But if I remember correctly, half of you was covered in ice if you overused it, correct? 𝐒𝐿 then looked straight into Xiaotou's heterochromia eyes and with his soft tone and sincerity, 𝐒𝐿 asked. Why don't you use your fire? Detective Midoriya. 𝐿𝐭 turned towards the voice that called out to her. A woman in white hair elegantly walked towards her direction with a kind smile on her face that contrasted to her sharp eyes. Ray-chan. 𝐿𝐭 smiled. What brings you out of the castle? I heard about what happened with Midoriya-kun, so I wanted to check up on him. Ray explained. He also said that I should exercise more often, so. I'm going back to his room now. 𝐿𝐭 pointed towards the direction of 𝐒𝐿's room and took the spot by Ray's side. Busy day at work? Ray asked. Just updating some information for the heroes' agencies. 𝐿𝐭 sighed. The Hosu attack left a lot of things to clean up after. Not counting the cult of followers who heard Stain's word on that viral clip. The speech he made after he rescued Midoriya-kun from that thing, correct? Ray wondered as she recalled the footage of Stain saving 𝐒𝐿 from a Nomu with wings. The one about true hero and whatnot. The reason it got viral was because of the amount of people who agrees with it. 𝐿𝐭 commented. The commission put a lot of pressure on the police department to take it down. Permanently. How's it going, then? Honestly, best we could do is slow down the pace of it being spread. 𝐿𝐭 admitted. Thankfully, the HPSC has no control over how the police work, so I can just direct them to our voicemail. I do hope you've been having a better day than mine. Fuyumi told me Xiaotou was mostly unharmed aside from a few scratches he received. Ray nodded. I wanted to go and talk to him, but... Hey, it's okay, honey. 𝐭𝐸𝐽 gently patted Rei's back as the woman wore a crestfallen expression. Just take it easy, alright? I'm sure it's hard for both of you to tar. Izuku's voice came from the hospital room's door. Why don't you use your fire? The adult froze up. The four students blinked at the sight of Chiyo, who wore a deadpanned expression that turned more and more tired as the seconds dragged on. The eerie silence went on for another 5 minutes before Chiyo finally let out the most tiring sigh Izuku ever heard from her. Just for the sake of my curiosity, what are you guys doing here at this hour? After hours club activity. Izuku offered. At midnight. Ahir, ahir. Chiyo hummed. And is that a pentacle drawn on my office's floor? I'll clean it up when we're finished. Izuku shrugged. Finished doing what, exactly? We are attempting to summon a demonic being that shall serve as a way for us to covertly communicate with one another, be it directly or indirectly. 𝐒𝐿 explained. The dark stars align, converging at the center, creating a round table for the dark nights that serves it. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 whispered mysteriously. What a mad banquet of darkness this evening turned out to be. 𝐒𝐻𝑖 grinned. Chiyo looked through the three other students before looking back at her assistant, silently begging for a proper explanation. Yanagisan found a forum with a ritual on how to communicate telepathically. Izuku explained. She said it is for Emily to communicate more easily with us. My inner sibling wishes to converse more freely with my classmates and your assistant, recovery girl. 𝐒𝐿 added in. She is under the impression that her thoughts are not well transferred over by me. Chiyo nodded and looked back over at Izuku. Shouldn't you ask your girlfriend from the support department about that first before starting a cult meeting in my office? His what? 𝐒𝐿 shot up from her seating position, as did 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺, who did it in a quieter manner but no less shocked. As that happened, 𝐻𝐼 was silently brainstorming possible pranks he could pull on the support course. I did text Hatsume-san about that. Izuku replied, not noticing three heads snapping at his answer. She said she's currently focusing on another project, so that would take quite a while. We're not dating, by the way. I'm sure she has better options than a sleepless nurse. Try Dents, but that girl isn't any wiser, anyway. Chiyo shrugged before she grinned at the other three. Doors wide open for you kids, it seems. As 𝐻𝐼 and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 were busy hiding in the darkest corner of the room at that comment, 𝐒𝐿 was very not subtly breathed out a sigh of relief. The ashen-haired girl turned towards Izuku and with her indifferent expression, announced. It appears fate agrees with us, and so does your mentor, my beloved. Would you now agree to take our hands in marriage? As in walk you down the aisle when you get married? Gladly. Izuku showed a beaming smile. Though I really think your father should do it. This is the 5th time you've asked me. 𝐒𝐿 nodded before turning towards Chiyo while pointing at Izuku. You are certain this is incurable? If it is, I would have done it long ago. Chiyo sighed. Even with 𝐻𝐼 glaring at him with utmost fury, Izuku's smile did not drop slightly. Your fire is a natural solution to your ice, and that goes in the opposite way as well. The drawback your right side has can be easily fixed with your fire dash. I know what I am capable of. 𝐻𝐼 hissed, cutting Izuku off. It's none of your business. Of course. It's your quirk. Izuku continued. But clearly, by using only your right side, you are operating at half of your power. That affects your performance and proves to be dangerous for yourself, is it not? I don't care. 𝐻𝐼's glare hardened. I will become a hero using only my mother's ice. Not his fire. Whose ice and fire? What? Caught off guard, 𝐻𝐼 blinked. What are your parents' quirks, Todoroki-san? Frost and Hellflame. And what is your quirk? Half cold, half hot. That means the fire and ice that come out of you are yours, then. You don't understand. 𝐻𝐼's glare hardened once again. My father dash, and exactly how many people you are going to put in danger because you are half-butting out there, Todoroki-san. This time, Izuku matched his own glare with 𝐻𝐼. You expect to go out there and fight with half of what you have because of your father. Is that why you want to be a hero? Out of spite. Before 𝐻𝐻𝐿 could find an answer to that question, the door to Izuku's room was pushed open. The teenagers turned and found Rei standing at the door. Despite tears rolling down her eyes, Rei did not show any other expression other than attentiveness. Her serious eyes were locked with 𝐻𝐻𝐿's shock. "I'll drop this right now if you say so, but I'm willing to bet that's not who you are." Izuku turned back and continued to push on. "So, I'm going to ask again, why do you want to be a hero?" "Because 𝐻𝐻𝐿 mumbled, not looking away from his mother. "Because rough day?" Rei asked, poking 𝐻𝐻𝐿, who laid his face on the dining table. "Work study. More like child LBR. Not even the fun ones. Just dangerous and tiring." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 groaned. "What type of child LBS do you categorize at fun?" Fuyumi's sweat dropped as she set the table. "Why did you even pick him for your work study?" Natsuo asked incredulously. "You of all people should know how that man is." "I've ignored half of myself for a long time, Natsuo." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 looked up. "I'm just doing all I can to catch up. Enji's work attitude is admirable." Rei nodded as she pat 𝐻𝐻𝐿's head. "Despite his dog SHT personality and obsession, that is." "Language, Mom." Fuyumi begged, much to Rei's amusement. "How about a lighter topic, then?" Natsuo grinned. "How's that crush on that Midoriya kid going?" Contrary to Natsuo's expectation, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 once again slammed his face onto the table as Rei giggled even louder. "That bad, keh?" Natsuo chuckled as he drank the water. He couldn't even form a proper sentence when Izuku cupped his cheeks to check for injuries. Fuyumi smugly grinned as she recalled the memory from their last interaction. "That's rich, coming from you." Natsuo gave his sister a side eye. "Didn't you almost faint when the kid put his forehead on yours?" Immediately after the sass, Natsuo jumped out of his chair and ran with Fuyumi hot in pursuit with a fork. Rei only shouted, "Be careful," before she returned to stroking 𝐻𝐻𝐿's head. They stayed in the comfortable silence for a few minutes before 𝐻𝐻𝐿 turned towards her. "Mom, do you still remember what I said? That day in the hospital?" Rei nodded with a soft smile in response. "Am I still doing it right?" 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked with worry. "Are you happy now? We are so getting chased out of here." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed as she covered her ears from the loud fire alarm's noise. Izuku only giggled as he sat by his mother outside of the room. "Quirk accident, Mom." Izuku grinned. "You taught me to use that excuse. I'm regretting it now." 𝐒𝐽 groaned. "I'm the one who has to write this report later." 𝐒𝐽 peeked into the room to Rei and 𝐻𝐻𝐿 crying as they hugged each other. With a smile, she gently closed the door. "You did good, honey." 𝐒𝐽 pinched Izuku's cheek. "I'm proud of you. Proud enough for you to forgive me for this." "Oh, hell no." 𝐒𝐽 grinned. "No katsuden this weekend. Doctor's advice." Izuku's facial expression turned into one of despair while 𝐒𝐽 laughed out loud. "I've got you, Natsuo and Fuyumi right here with me." Rei hugged 𝐻𝐻𝐿. "I'm not just happy. I'm full." 𝐻𝐻𝐿 hugged her back. A rare smile appeared on his face. "Dear diary, it's finally happening. What I fear has come to be. My sister's family found out about Setsuna's crush, aka my assistant, aka the rock that is Midoriya Izuku. Lord helps me." Izuku curiously turned towards Chiyo, who was letting out an uncharacteristic groan as she tossed her phone on the table. "Bad news?" Izuku asked as he stood up and headed towards the teapot. "That depends." Chiyo groaned. "Got any plans tonight?" "Apart from feeding my axolotl and reading some books, no." Izuku tilted his head thinking. "I see." Chiyo dryly confirmed. "My sister, I don't know if I should still call her that after this, found out that I have an assistant. She wants me to invite him to our weekly family's dinner." "Who is 𝐻𝐻𝐿? That's me." "Yeah, that makes sense." Izuku hit his fist into his palm in realization after handing Chiyo the cup of tea. "This is the last day of your internship." Chiyo shrugged. "I suppose this could be a celebratory dinner. Crazy week you've had." "I need to check with my mom first, but I think it should be okay. Izuku smiled as he pulled out his phone. Do I need to go home and change before coming? That's too much traveling for you. I'll drive you there. Ch-0 told him. We're leaving after go rest up. You used too much of your quirk on Ida. How's that going, anyway? The fracture parts of the spine have been healed up. Izuku reported. The nerves still aren't responding as well as before, though. That's something he has to work on in physical therapy. That's all I can do, unfortunately. Dear, you did all that for him. Ch-0 softly assured him. Tensai would have spent his life in a wheelchair if it weren't for you. But he still wouldn't be able to return as Ingenium. Izuku muttered. We can't save everyone, Midoriya. Ch-0 poked her cane at the dejected Izuku. But we're trying our best for those within arm's reach, and that's important. Ch-0 returned to her paperwork after she acknowledged the nod came from Izuku. I could still save more dash, a woman in a dark costume shakily stood up. Skyward dash I could still go in, Ch-0. She limped towards the burning building in front of her. There are still people in there. I need to go in dash Nana. Ch-0 shouted, making Nana flinch. Look at yourself. You can't even walk right. Stay here and let Torino and Yagi handle the rest. Nana's gaze followed the figure of Torino flying around the building before dashing in through a window, and the silhouette of her student running through the burning flame with civilians on his back finally made Nana fall to the ground. Immediately, Ch-0 ran over and put her lips on Nana's burnt hand. Ch-0 let go early to carefully not draining off her friend's energy. As Ch-0 carefully wrapped Nana's burns, the heroine watched the fire of the burning building being slowly put out. The screaming slowly drained out as more and more people were taken out of the building. When was the last time you slept? Scratch that, when was the last time you even came home? Ch-0 followed Nana's gaze as she spoke. You look like you're about to crumble. That's rich coming from you, Ch-0. Nana chuckled, though Ch-0 couldn't find any humor in that. I work duo jobs that are understaffed while having no one waiting at my apartment. Ch-0 shot back. Have kids and a husband at home. I've been hearing rumors. Nana answered. People lost control of their quirk. Or quirks. I've seen some cases like that at the hospital. Ch-0 nodded as she tried to fight back her hastened heartbeats. Kids came in, apparently losing their newfound quirks after some counseling. Ch-0, if that's true, it means if that's true, it means you need to go home and have a proper rest with your family. Ch-0 immediately cut Nana off. You can't win any battle looking like you're about to faint from a push. Nana only stayed quiet as she snuggled into Ch-0's embrace. Although surprised by the sudden action, Ch-0 wrapped her hands around Nana, bringing her into a hug. Nana held tight onto Ch-0, trying to think of anything but the horrible premonition that she felt was coming. Ch-0 held tight onto Nana, hanging onto something that wasn't hers. Neither said anything through the whole ordeal. That's probably your great-aunt. Hanbun turned at the sound of the doorbell. Setsuna, honey, could you please go and get the door? Alright, Mom. Setsuna put down her phone before letting out a long stretch. The internship with Majestic, as entertaining and helpful as it was tiring. Despite his zero knowledge on romance, the man was as good a teacher as he is a hero. Though that also meant he worked her to the bones to improve her quirk. With a yawn, Setsuna skipped towards the door to open it. Granny Kai Setsuna greeted her great-aunt with a smile. Setsuna. Ch-0 smiled at the sight of her excited grandniece. Mind if we come in? We. Setsuna repeated confusingly. Shuzenji-sensei, are you sure this is good enough? Setsuna looked behind Ch-0 and found a familiar set of verdant hair approaching with a big basket in his hand. I still think it isn't good enough. We invited you over for dinner. Ch-0 emphasized. I already said you don't have to buy anything. I'm interrupting your family's dinner. Izuku pouted. Buying a gift is the least I can, Tokuji-san. Setsuna snapped out of her shock as she felt her face getting hotter. Setsuna quickly coughed into her hand before putting on a wide smile. Midoriya. I didn't know you were coming. It's great to see you, Tokuji-san. Izuku smiled as he gave Setsuna the basket. Here. For your parents. Oh, you didn't have tea dinosaur crackers. Setsuna cheerfully exclaimed before she detached her hands and floated them along with the basket inside. Come on in. When did you even have the time to buy those? Chiyo turned to Izuku as they walked inside. When you were putting gas in your car. That was 5 minutes. I ran really fast. Izuku shrugged as he took off his shoes and his coat. Chiyo did not give any more comments as she walked towards the living room with Izuku behind her. Upon entering the living room, they found Setsuna enjoying the gift as she put some crackers into her mouth and happily chewed on them. Sitting on the love seat, an elderly woman with long, green hair that was turning silver waving at them. Chiyo. The lady greeted Chiyo with a smile before turning to Izuku. This must be your lovely assistant. I'm Tokuge Nonkina. Nice to meet you, young man. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Izuku bowed. What a humble young man. Nonkina giggled. I hope my sister isn't being too HD on you. Nice to see you too, sister dear. Chiyo rolled her eyes. Where's Isha and Hanbun? They're setting up the table. Chiyo followed her sister's eyes towards the kitchen. With a nod, Chiyo slowly walked towards the kitchen while Izuku took a seat next to Setsuna, who was not so subtly scooching closer to him. How was your internship, Tokuge-san? Izuku asked. Shuzenji-san told me you went with Majestic. I did. Setsuna proudly confirmed. He taught me some very useful tricks with my quirk. Really? Can I see? Izuku excitedly vibrated in his seat from anticipation. Setsuna grinned. Immediately, Izuku could feel his waist being grabbed by Setsuna. He giggled from the sudden contact. When did you get your hands there? Some cool distraction tactics I learned. It's really Yusef. Setsuna stopped as she felt her hands on Izuku's hard abs. Tokuge-san. Izuku tilted his head. Why yeah. It's just a useful sneak attack Majestic taught me. How was your week? Setsuna laughed a little too loudly as she retracted her hands and looked away. A little busier than usual. But it was really mind-opening. Izuku didn't pay any attention to Setsuna's weird reaction as he reached his bag. I actually got a gift for you. Izuku then pulled out a yellow t-shirt with a picture of a triceratops with a sunglasses and police hat. The word Triceratops was written under the dinosaur. Setsuna grabbed the shirt with the brightest look in her eyes as she studied it. I love it. Setsuna exclaimed, looking at Izuku. This is going to be my third favorite shirt. I'm glad you like it, then. Izuku smiled before standing up. I'm going to see if Shuzenji-sensei needs any help. After Izuku left the living room, Nonkina, who had been staying quiet throughout the whole conversation, turned towards her granddaughter with a mischievous grin on her face. That was cute. I don't know what you're talking about. Setsuna looked away. Of course, of course. Nonkina nodded. I guess I was just mistaking that cute moment with you caressing his abs while drooling like a hungry T-Rex. Setsuna immediately buried her face into a pillow, not looking at her grandma. Stupid hot, seki, buff nurse. She pouted angrily with a blush on her face as she remembered the sensation. Hey, it's my favorite honey badger. Nana strode in with 2 bags of snacks and a cheerful smile. How are you, Nezu? Skyward. Nezu replied without a change in expression nor looking up from his book. As energetic as ever, I see. Nana chuckled as she set a bag next to Nezu before sitting down opposite him. What's that book you've got there? Instead of replying, Nezu slightly tilted the book over so Nana could read the title. The heroine took a quick glance and visibly gagged as she read the title. I thought you said you only read books that are worth your time. Only way to discern a bad book is to read some. Nezu replied unamusingly. You human has an interesting way of disagreeing with everything that had or will happen. Every single conversation, action could very well turn into an all-out war. You aren't wrong there. Nana nodded. Chiyo and Sora had a fight just now over who's picking up my kids for the day. I assume Recovery Girl has come out victorious. Nezu wondered, uninterested. Her rock-paper-scissors rule is always a sure win for her. Nana shrugged. Maybe next time you should pick the kids up. My daughter would love to meet you again. That's a kind offer, Skyward. For the first time since Nana came in, Nezu showed a small smile. But I don't believe my presence would be helpful for a child's development. Unless you want them to turn out ruthless and heartless like I am, that is. You sit on the idea, okay. Nana stood up and headed for the door. Before Nezu could return to reading in peace, Nana's voice once again made him look up from his book. That heartless thing is bullshit, by the way. Ruthless, maybe, but not heartless. And what makes you come to that conclusion? I have a good feeling when I first met you. Nana grinned. I'm sure you're going to be a great teacher one day. Nezu silently sipped on his tea with a smile on his lips after Nana closed the door. You want something? 𝐒𝐲 blankly stated. What makes you think so? Nonkina cluelessly asked. I practically raised you. Nonkina. 𝐒𝐲 rolled her eyes. What do you want? Don't be such a killjoy. Nonkina giggled as her eyes darted towards the living room. I'm just feeling nostalgic. 𝐒𝐲 silently followed her sister's eyes toward the living room. There they saw Setsuna and Izuku sitting together on the love seat, squeezing against each other as they giggled at something on Setsuna's phone, completely unaware of Setsuna's parents recording the scene as they themselves hugged each other. They remind me of you from back then, you know. Nonkina's observation pierced 𝐒𝐲's ears like a sharp, rusty knife. You, and Shimura-san. It wasn't like that. 𝐒𝐲 mumbled. Almost half a century passed, and I still don't believe that. Nonkina stuck out her tongue before she finally turned to face her sister with a serious look. 𝐒𝐲, I know you still don't. 𝐒𝐲 cut her off. Just don't. Not today. Okay, sorry. Nonkina sighed. I just hope Setsuna won't become like you. Not once since the conversation started until it ended did 𝐒𝐲 look away from her grandniece. A smile slowly crept onto her lips as she watched Izuku tied Setsuna's hair into braids. I do hope so, too. She mumbled. Case file number 15, Kodai Dear Diary. It is hard to understand Kodai due to her being a person few or any words. But holy hell, the look she gave that dense being. I didn't believe the phrase seeing one's emotion through their eyes, but I also don't understand what is going on inside his head that makes him not realizing what is going on. Joy, happiness, ecstatic, excited, relief, enjoyment were the direct opposites of what Yui was feeling as she held onto her side while limping towards the nurse's office. She silently cursed at Kamakiri for the sharp edges he put on one of the pipes that ran through her. It didn't help that her perpetually neutral expression threw a lot of people off from talking to her, aside from Shoda and Kendo. But even they have their own friend groups. Groups that she couldn't or rarely join because the canteen was too noisy for her sensitive ears. It also wasn't easy to make friends, being socially awkward and selectively mute. Yui winced as she felt another sharp pain. The nurse's office was at the end of this hallway, but every step she took just made the room feel further and further away. It only took a few more steps until Yui realized she couldn't stand straight anymore as her feet entangled with each other, causing her to lose balance. Yui let out a strained yelp as her face came closer to the floor. What intonation dash? 𝐒𝐲 let out a scream as she walked into her office and laid her eyes on the horrid sight in front of her. At her scream, her assistant turned around. 𝐒𝐲-sensei. Good afternoon. He smiled. How's the meeting? Not as scary as whatever is going on here. She yelled. Why are you covered in mushrooms? I fell asleep on a bench. Izuku shrugged. That explains so much yet so little. 𝐒𝐲 finally relaxed a little as she cautiously made her way to her table. I assume that's why Kinoko is on the bed. Just exhaustion from overused. Izuku explained as he plucked off a mushroom from his thumb. I would have used my quirk on her, but I think it's best that she rests naturally instead. I see. 𝐒𝐲 nodded. How long until the whole, goes away? She said it only lasts for a couple of hours. I should be fine before school closes. Izuku stood up and headed towards the door. Might as well get some uses out of the time remaining. You're going to prank the people at the staff room, aren't you? Chio squinted her eyes suspiciously. Izuku put a finger on his grinning lips before closing the door. The fall Yui was expecting never came as she felt an arm holding her by her waist before slowly positioning her into a seating position against the wall. Yui finally laid eyes on a set of green hair as he carefully studied her injuries. Can you hear me talking? He asked. Yui nodded. That's good. He smiled warmly. Can you feel any pain at your wound? Yui nodded, wincing a little as the pain kicked in again. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I can use my quirk and ease the pain. It requires direct contact, so I do need to hold your hand. I can go and get Shuzenji-sensei if you're uncomfortable with the idea. Yui raised her eyebrows. I breached that rule so much Recovery Girl already gave me permission to use my quirk on school ground. Izuku explained. So no problem on my part. Although uncomfortable with direct contact from another person, Yui decided to trust the nurse in front of her. With a confirmation nod from her, Izuku gently grabbed Yui's hand and focused his quirk on fixing up her wound. Slowly, the uncomfortableness Yui felt dissipated as the pain was replaced with the feeling of energization. Suddenly, the nurse released her hand and threw his back onto the wall next to her. Yui asked in concern at the sight of the nurse breathing. I'm fine. Izuku chuckled tiredly. It's just a drawback. Speaking of, can I ask about your quirk? Yui nodded as she showed her palm. Hey, touch-based quirk gang. Izuku grinned as he mimicked the action. Are yours contact activated like mine? Yui shook her head as she wiggled her fingers. 5 fingers. Izuku nodded in understanding. What does it do? Yui took out her phone and expanded it to the size of a laptop. Yui felt a sense of smug as she put her fingers on both hands together and shrunk the phone back to its original size as Izuku watched in amazement with admiration in his eyes. With his eyes still closing, Izuku let out a long stretch while yawning. Tiredly rubbing his eyes, Izuku sat up from the hospital bed. At the familiar voice, Izuku turned his eyes to his left and found Yui sitting there with her ever-expressive face and a pack of tomatoes. Kodai-san. Izuku smiled. Is the canteen loud today? To his surprise, Yui shook her head and instead, she just pointed at Izuku before pointing back at the bed behind her. Stay guard. Izuku tilted his head. On what? At that question, the drape was pulled open, revealing an ashen-haired girl with a tiredness that could match Izuku. Yui is here on a mission to prevent myself from being closer to you, my beloved. 𝐒𝐿 explained. Despite my insistence on just wanting to sleep on the same bed with you, Yui came with me to make sure I did not perform any unsafe for work actions. Unsafe for work. Izuku repeated. What do you mean? It means a tomato was shoved into 𝐒𝐿's mouth before she could say anything further. 𝐒𝐿 only shrugged in response before excusing herself to go to the bathroom. Yui asked. Just some late-night talk with a friend from overseas. Izuku explained before letting out another yawn. I was sleeping. I woke up because Izuku defended himself before realizing. I actually woke up because I heard your voice. Did you say something when I was asleep? Yeah, that was a dumb question. Izuku scratched his head. Want to have lunch together? Here's the doctor's note. Izuku handed Yui a piece of paper. Please come here immediately if you feel anything weird. Yui nodded as she accepted the piece of paper. She then slightly bowed before leaving the office, heading back to the practice site. On the way back, Yui blushed at the memory of her hand being held gently by Izuku. It did not help that the nurse's plain yet kind face was exactly her type. Even better since he was a respectful and gentle person. He didn't write off her silent demeanor as cold or rude. Instead, he communicated with her normally. She didn't say a word and he talked with her just as normally as anyone else. The realization hit Yui hard as she tried to hasten her steps, hoping no one would see her face being as red as a tomato. Ensuring that Leiko was now asleep, Yui closed the drape to her bed and returned to just watching Izuku sleep. She slowly leaned down, next to his ears. "I love you," she whispered at the smallest, softest tone. She quickly sat straight back up as she noticed Izuku slightly twitched. She quietly swore to herself that the next time she says those 3 words, he would be awake and listen. Preferably without Emily listening in on them. "As much as I want to say no." Chiyo sighed tiredly. At the end of the day, it's his decision. "I understand." Toshinori nodded. "Then I shall do it." Chiyo gripped her cane tightly. "I will tell young Midoriya about One for All. Case file number 16. Nezu, dear diary, there's a phrase that I really like. You can't make the same mistake twice. The second time you make it, it's not a mistake. It's a choice. 10 years ago, the head of Hero Public Safety Commission made a mistake, threatening the wrong person, which he paid dearly for it. If they're really making the same choice again, I'm afraid they deserve it this time. I understand you wish to talk to Midoriya-kun about One for All, Yagi-kun." With his usual indifferent smile, Nezu looked down at the number 1 hero, who was kneeling on the floor. "But I do not believe stalking the young man is the right way to go. Even Kiyomi-kun was weirded out by your actions." Behind him, Chiyo and Sarahiko rubbing their own faces tiredly as they watched their old student being chewed out. The Heroic Foundation teacher only managed to nod as Nezu continued to speak. "Now, instead of stalking him before classes start, ongoing, and end, have you tried approaching him during his working hours with Shuzenji-san?" Nezu asked. "I believe she is more than understanding to give you both some privacy." "I did try that," Toshinori dejectedly answered. "But young Midoriya's friends are always with him. It's a different student every day." "This I can confirm." Chiyo nodded, before she drove the sharp point of her cane onto Toshinori's back. "But have some decorum, would you? That's my student you're stalking there. Please stop calling it stalking." Toshinori pleaded. "It's just difficult to ask the young man to speak privately with someone he doesn't know. You're the number 1 hero, you blonde oaf." Sarahiko kicked him on his back. "Your face is everywhere. It's infuriating. Now, Shuzenji-san, Torino-san. I believe Yagi-kun has learned his lesson." Nezu cackled as he was satisfied with the lecture. "Let me have a talk with the young man. It's a good opportunity to get to know the possible holder of One for All, after all." "Nezu-sensei, I will not reveal One for All." Nezu addressed the issue before it was even brought up. "I believe that's fit for the current holder. I'll just have a quick chat with the young man before setting up a meeting for you, Yagi-kun. Does that sound good? Better than this one following him around." Sarahiko grunted. "I agree with the goblin." Chiyo sighed. Toshinori nodded. "Excellent." Nezu clapped his paws together. "I believe that concludes our meeting here. Good job, everyone. He will make us millions. I don't give a SHT about money. This thing will put our names in history books. Quirk animal, man. One with intelligence quirk and an extended lifespan." Nezu shook the memories away from his head as he once again gulped down the cup of coffee. The scar on his left eye itched. It always does whenever he has one of these awful nightmares. Awful memories. Setting down the cup of coffee with a growl, Nezu peeked out of the curtain. The sunlight immediately attacked his eyes. The realization that he had slept through the entire morning hit him as hard as the strength he used to pull the curtain closed. With yet another groan, Nezu slowly made his way towards his laptop. However, before he could comfortably settle on it, he could hear his doorbell ring. Ding! Probably just some deliveries. Nezu opened his laptop and started typing. Ding! Ding! Maybe it's the HPSC with yet another proposal. That just makes it easier to ignore. Ding! 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 Those kids down the hallway are persistent today. Nezu thought he scared them off quite surely last week. Bang! 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 Those CRC members are going aggressive today, here. Maybe it's best to get some blackmails. Materials on them after all, 𝐻𝐻𝐻. If you don't open this door right now, I'm going to kick it down. Dagnabit, it was someone worse. Closing his laptop, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 made his way towards the door and opened it calmly. Shimura-san. He slightly bowed. What brings you to my humble abode? So you like Ultraman too? No, let me guess. Ultra 7. Izuku thought for a moment. I knew it. Izuku snapped his finger. That season was peak Ultraman. Yui poked her index fingers together. Of course I'll watch it with you, Kodai-san. Izuku showed her a beaming smile. When is good for you? If it's Friday, I can probably ask for a projector to use in here. Otherwise, we'll have to watch it on the computer, which we might have to sit quite close together to whatifdeku. Any day except for Friday. Got it. Izuku nodded. Chio watched the conversation go on with absolute confusion. She shook herself off the shock and turned to her assistant. Are you telepathic? Chio asked. Nope. Izuku held his head for a few seconds before answering. Then how the hell did? She didn't even. What? She talks fine. Izuku tilted his head confusingly, an action Yui mimicked. What are you talking about? I'm too sober for this. Chio groaned. Go home, Kodai. It's getting late. Yui crossed her arms. No, you are not using that tack. Oh hey, I can understand you, after all. Chio blinked in amazement. Anyway, go home. It's an order. She's right, Kodai-san. Izuku turned to Yui, who was tilting her head yet again. I think I'll leave in 15 minutes. Are you sure you want to wait? We'll meet at the front gate, then. I need to talk to Shuzenji-sensei a bit and then I'll pack up. Yui gave him a thumbs up before exiting the room. That girl's a real mystery, here. Chio whistled. I don't see it, though. Izuku scratched his head thinking. She doesn't talk, but her body language conveys all her thoughts. She's very expressive. Maybe we should just agree that you operate on a level that mere mortals like me couldn't comprehend. Chio declared. We still need to address the notebook thing. What notebook thing? Later. Chio interrupted. You have a guest. Before Izuku could voice his question, something. Or rather, someone dropped from the ceiling. The creature in the suit stood proud on the chair with a cheerful smile as he introduced himself. Am I a dog, a mouse, a bear, or human? It's me, Yui. S1 and only Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐻. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cheered. Good afternoon, Principal 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Izuku slight bowed. Shuzenji-sensei said you want to speak with me. That is correct, Midoriya-kun. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 cackled. May I ask what it is about? Worry not, student of mine. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 assured as he sat down on the chair and gestured Izuku to sit down on the one in front of him. At that cue, Chio quietly left the room. I thought it is already past time I have a conversation with the school's first nurse. How are you today, Midoriya-kun? There's the exam incoming, so just dandy, I suppose. Izuku shrugged as he brewed the tea. But Shuzenji-sensei said I can help her with the hero course's treatment, so there's that to look forward to. It's good that you are passionate about this job, Midoriya-kun. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 nodded. Would you prefer to continue this after you have transferred to the hero course? Izuku froze in the middle of handing the cup of tea to 𝐻𝐻𝐻. The Chimera took it himself from Izuku's hand. You are here for a chance to transfer, after all. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 continued. And I believe you are more than qualified for that transfer. This is a bit sudden, Izuku admitted. I agree. But the end of the day, it's your choice. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 pointed out. Let's play out a scenario, then. Say I am giving you the transfer right now, yes or no, Midoriya-kun. If so, why? I don't know. Izuku muttered. I thought being a hero was the fastest way to do it. But now, doing this, it's different. I don't have to hurt anyone while still helping others. I've only ever wanted to help people. Doctor or hero. It just doesn't matter anymore. What about Shuzenji-san? She's both. Nezu studied Izuku's expression. There's that route for you to pursue. But Shuzenji-sensei can fight. With or without her quirk. Izuku argued. I would just be a liability. What good can healing one person bring when another one collapse? I understand. Then please, take all the time you need to consider your options. Nezu conceded, reminding himself to have a talk with Nemurai and Chiyo. I must apologize for dawning this on you so suddenly. No, please, it's not. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. You just gave me a lot to think is all. That's great to know, then. Nezu clapped his paws together before jumping down from the chair. I'm afraid I have taken enough out of your time today. I have someone who wishes to talk to you, and I believe he might be able to help you with your choices, if you would like. That's fantastic, Nezu-sensei. Thank you. Great. Shuzenji-san will inform you about the details tomorrow. I believe Kodai-kun is waiting for you. Ah, right. Izuku quickly grabbed his bag and headed out of the room. Before he closed the door, he turned to Nezu. As for your first question, I might be wrong, but you always give that honey badger vibe. Nezu showed a swift shocked expression before it turned into a nostalgic smile. You're still alive. Good. Nana firmly nodded as she welcomed herself inside. Then I can personally kill you myself. You miss your first day at UA. I start next week, Shimura. Nezu sighed as he closed the door. Teacher needs orientation too, Nezu. Nana scoffed as she sat down on a chair. I would have thought you're doing this to get fired if I didn't know you any better. Nana then proceeded to slam a letter with the word resignation on Nezu's table. The Chimera took a look at it and just sighed. Which I think did. Nana glared at him. Do I need to ask you to explain to me why? It doesn't concern why. Don't Fing use that on me. Nana rolled her eyes. Why? Because as I've told you multiple times before, I am not suitable to be a teacher. Nezu snapped back at Nana. In fact, I am the last thing on this planet suitable for that job. What good can intelligence do when the person giving it is so unhinged, Nana? I don't eat, I barely sleep. Every time I do, I was back at that place. The children aren't safe around me, Nana. No one does. Nana stayed quiet throughout Nezu's outburst. Even when he was done and gasping for breath, Nana stayed quiet as she gently guided him into a chair. She still stayed quiet as she held his palms in her hands, guiding his breath with her own. After Nezu had calmed down, Nana handed him a cup of water which the rat gratefully accepted. As Nezu slowly drank from the cup, Nana spoke in a soft, gentle tone. You remember Kotaro's birthday? The first time I took you to see my kids. Nezu nodded. Then you must remember how happy my daughter was when he played with you. Hell, you took over as her favorite uncle. Sarahiko was flabbergasted. Nana chuckled as Nezu also smiled slightly. That's when I realized you should be a teacher. It's just right. Nana, you know what happened to me. Nezu mumbled. How can I be sure they'll be safe around me? Because I saw it when you were playing with them. Your smile. Nana grinned. A kind, soft and genuine one. She then grabbed Nezu's resignation letter and handed it to him. I know you will be a great teacher, Nezu. Please, just give it a chance. Nana pleaded. The children need someone who's been through darkness to guide them to the light. Nezu shakily took the letter from Nana's hand. He stared at it for a few minutes in silence. With a tired sigh, he rubbed his eyes blackened from losing sleep. And he tore the letter to pieces. Case file number 17, Yagi Toshinori K.A. All Might, dear diary, I think we've both knew that Yagi is an idiot. But at least he wasn't dense. That blonde oaf at least knows when someone makes a move on him. This green goofball didn't even know someone was proposing to him. Whoops. Inko winced as her eyes laid on Izuku sitting on a ladder with Izuku sitting on it with Himiko sitting on his shoulder. Judging from their constant blinking, 𝐭 confirmed that she didn't tell them she was coming home early. Tell us you're home because you forgot your key. With a welcome banner in her hands, 𝐭 pleaded. Please. I don't think lying straight to your face would set a good example, 𝐭. 𝐭 admitted. Hold up, 𝐭. Let's look at this positively. Izuku smugly smiled. Mom is alone. We still have time. Detective Midoriya. A familiar voice cut Izuku off as he stood up in a panic, forgetting where he was. With a surprise yelp, 𝐭 grabbed onto the wall as Izuku hugged her around her waist before the ladder collapsed. 𝐭 watched attentively as her children hung onto each other from the ceiling. Is this normal in your house? 𝐭 turned around and found Ray looking at the scene in shock. They're usually more gremlin than this. 𝐭 shrugged. Shouldn't we help them down? Ray asked in concern. 𝐭 only showed Ray a grin before turning back to her children. Ray watched in bewilderment as Izuku effortlessly dropped down on the ground and held his hands out, catching 𝐭 in a princess carry. Good catch, Aizu-chan. 𝐭 giggled. Onwards to helping race and packs. I'm setting you down. Izuku smiled sweetly. And Todoroki just blasted us straight to the Shadow Realm with his fire. Mina groaned as Izuku light-heartedly giggled at her complaints. Did you at least win the fight? Izuku asked as he continued to write down answers to his homework. It was a tie. Time out, you know. Mina whistled with a pen in her mouth. What's your answer for this question, Midori? I went through that with you earlier, Ashido-san. Izuku casually replied. 3 times. Studying is hard. Mina threw herself onto the pink beanbag behind her. She then watched Izuku's focused expression for a while. Suddenly, an idea popped into Mina's head as she sat up and crawled over to Izuku with a smirk. I. Mina seductively called, making Izuku turn towards her. What's with that tone, Ashido-san? Izuku innocently asked. You know, I just put on a request to soundproof this room last week. That reminds me. I should put in a similar request for Hatsume-san's room. Izuku wondered. A lot of 1H have been asking for my help to rein her in on the weekends. A man and a woman, alone in a room. Mina whispered into his ears. Who knows what's going to happen in a closed room? Oh. Izuku quirked an eyebrow. Got you. Mina grinned. See, no one can resist the good old Mina's childish. You make a great point, Ashido-san. Izuku cut Mina's off. We're alone, in a soundproof room, with no one to interrupt us. Me Midori? Mina nervously asked. I suppose now would be a better time than ever. Especially with 2 of us here. Izuku grinned as he leaned over Mina, whose face was turning from pink to scarlet red. Izuku then leaned in, his lips next to Mina's ears. Mina suppressed a as Izuku's soft breath attacked her ears. Midori, if we're going to do it, at least let me get out your math homework, Ashido-san. We've got work to do. Immediately, Mina went straight for the door, attempting an escape. Has Ray settled into your house? Chio asked before she took a sip from the cup of tea in her hand. Yep. But to be fair, she doesn't have that much stuff to pack. Izuku answered. Mom had to drag her shopping yesterday. I surely hope her clothing choices aren't as terrible as her son. I'll have you know I have an amazing sense of fashion. You guys are just too behind time to understand them. Only Tokuji-san gets me. Izuku stuck out his tongue before he shrugged. But then I would argue that this fashion sense is a Midoriya kind of thing. Mom said my dad was the one who bought all my shirts when I was young. Personally, I would file that as child abuse, but let's not get carried away. Chio deadpanned. I believe I've never heard you mention your dad before. He and Mom divorced when I was 6 or something. Can't remember. Izuku shrugged. It was a mutual decision since they both work too much. We still talk from time to time. He's in America now, actually. Your mom didn't change back to her maiden name after the divorce. She said it was not worth the paperwork. Izuku chuckled. Akatani isn't that good of a name, anyway. Your grandparents aren't going to be happy hearing that. 𝐒𝐲 quirked an eyebrow. They'll forgive me. I'm their first grandchild. Izuku grinned. You tell me you don't have a soft spot for Tokage-san. Well played, child. 𝐒𝐲 raised her hands in defeat. Now go back to your afternoon classes and ready for that appointment you have. After Izuku had waved her goodbye and disappeared behind the closed door, 𝐒𝐲's expression changed to one of disappointment as she let out a tired sigh while rubbing her tired eyes. She opened the drawer under her table and picked up a picture frame from it. Holding it up high, 𝐒𝐲 again looked at the photo she took with her best friend's family and friends. Despite it being slowly more and more withered with time, 𝐒𝐲 could still see a grumpy Sarahiko putting a teenage Toshinori in a headlock. On their left was her younger self kneeling to hug an emerald-haired girl, while next to them was the girl's older brother hiding behind his parents. Akatani and Midoriya, not Shimura. 𝐒𝐲 whispered to herself with her gaze fixed to the picture. I knew that. I read the file. Her wrinkled fingers touched the frame tenderly. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Maybe it's better this way. Her fingers stopped as they traced to Nana's face. 𝐒𝐲 bit her lips, preventing them from shaking. She took a deep breath before putting the picture back into the drawer. With a heavy heart, she closed the drawer and turned back to her computer. Maybe it's better that the boy and his mother weren't a Shimura. She didn't think she could afford to get attached again. Have you ever thought about how small we are in this vast universe? Laying on the bed, Izuku wondered. No matter how impactful our actions are today or in the future, it will all but a blink in the near future. It's still lunch, Izuku. With the sandwich in her hand, 𝐒𝐲 blinked. Have you been drinking coffee again? Well, yes, but that's not important now. Izuku abruptly replied. I have opened my third eye, my sixth sense, 𝐒𝐲-sensei. This realm, among many others, is destined for invasion. Only combat shall dash. All right, let's get you to bed, dear. 𝐒𝐲 closed the drapes. I'll inform Nemurai that you won't be attending afternoon classes. I am fine, 𝐒𝐲-sensei. Izuku insisted. But I must inform this realm's protector of the upcoming invasion. They must be prepared for combat. I know. 𝐒𝐲 half-heartedly agreed with him as she typed on her phone. We played that game yesterday, remember? At your house. With your mother and sister. You must be one of Earthrealm's champion, then. Izuku gasped. Yes, I am. And the Netherrealm might have me when it earns me. Now go back to bed. I swear I'm banning anything caffeine in this DMN building. This is a lot of firepower in one room for career counseling. Izuku nervously commented as he took a quick look around the room. Two couches sitting directly opposite each other, surrounding a coffee table. On one of the couches, a blonde, dangerously malnutritioned man was sitting between Sarahiko and Nezu. On the opposite couch, 𝐒𝐲 signaled him to take a seat next to her. It is career counseling, Midoriya-kun. Nezu clarified as Izuku took a seat next to 𝐒𝐲. This is just at a different scale, I suppose. I'll leave it to Yagi-kun to give you the details. Okay. Then why are you, Torino-san and Shuzenji-sensei here? Because this is probably going to be the most outrageous story you've ever heard. Nezu explained. And it is going to be unbelievable. That's why we are here to clarify any doubts or concerns you may have during and after. Izuku hesitantly nodded in understanding. Seeing that, Toshinori took that as his sign to introduce himself. I believe this is our second meetings, young Midoriya. Toshinori spoke up. My name is Yagi Toshinori. On paper, I am merely All Might's private assistant. This is not our second meetings, though. Izuku cut him off. Excuse me. 𝐒𝐲 glared at Toshinori. Is it not? My apologies, young Midoriya, but I only remember our first interaction, which was during the sport festival. No. I'm pretty sure we've talked plenty of times before. Izuku showed a confused expression. The USJ, that backyard incident with Togaika-san, occasional encounters in US hallway, at the staff room sometimes. Actually, what did you meant by All Might's private assistant? I don't believe I'm following, young Midoriya. Toshinori looked over at Tsurahiko and Chiyo, who were showing a similarly confused expression. Meanwhile, Nezu's curious smile remained on his face. I mean, All Might is All Might's private assistant. How does that even work? I mean, it could work if you do everything by yourself, which you absolutely could since you're All Might. But why call yourself your own assistant? That's just weird, isn't it? Izuku tilted his head. Also, I just learned All Might's real name. Isn't it supposed to be a huge secret? I've followed your entire career since debut, and this is the first time I've heard of it. Also, why do you look like you haven't eaten anything since you've escaped being buried alive for a month? Izuku's rant was met with absolute bewilderment from the three adults in the room. Nezu's curious smile turned into one of mischievous grin as he listened to Izuku's discovery. Shuzenji-sensei. Toshinori looked at Chiyo. I assure you, Toshinori, that I did not say a single word about this to him. Chiyo replied, still trying to make sense of the situation. Why is everyone looking so surprised? Izuku asked Nezu. They didn't know. They do, Midoriya-kun. How you do is why they are in such state. Nezu cackled as he offered Izuku a cup of tea. Mind if I ask how you came to such a baffling conclusion? Did someone tell you? It's very obvious, isn't it? Izuku accepted the cup of tea. Let's put the similar eyes, hair color, and hairstyle aside. Anytime I meet him it's always the same clothing. The way he speaks, and his voice is almost the same. Whenever I walk into the staff room, he's in All Might's seat. And even though his name is not on the staff roster, he seems to be very familiar with the rest of the staff. I just put 2 and 2 together. And I believe you haven't told anyone about your discovery. I thought everybody knew. Izuku mumbled. It's like telling them the sky is blue. Like, what even is the point? It took several minutes for the other three to recover from their shock and for Nezu to calm down from laughing his throat off. After a frantic process of ensuring Izuku wouldn't tell anyone about this, Toshinori finally sat straight up and looked into Izuku's eyes. Young Midoriya, I heard you've been having troubles deciding which path you want to move forward in the future. Izuku nodded. Toshinori asked again. Why do you want to be a hero or a doctor, then? I want to help. Izuku looked at him with determination. I understand that there are a lot of messed up things out there, and not everyone is willing to put themselves out there to solve it. Even if I'm the only one, even if the changes I could do is minuscule, I want to extend my hand, so that someone would have a chance to grab it. Toshinori studied Izuku's eyes for a few seconds before he himself broke into a smile. He saw Tsurahiko showed an amused scoff while Chiyo just nodded proudly. Young Midoriya, what do you know about my quirk? The media always theorized it as some types of strength enhancement. Izuku squinted his eyes. But you always deflected the question whenever it was brought up. My quirk's name is One for All. Toshinori announced. And I am its 8-holder. 8-holder. Izuku repeated. You mean there are 7 other people with a similar quirk? Not similar. Toshinori corrected. Just 1. There were 7 people who held onto this quirk before me. And I want you, Midoriya Izuku, to be the 9th holder. Taking in Izuku's silence, Toshinori continued. Allow me to paint you a clear story, one of 2 brothers, from the dawn of quirks. Rei-san. Himiko lazily looked up from the couch. Is Aizu-chan and Inko-san home yet? He said he has some career counseling to go to. Rei thought before answering. You want to wait for him or have dinner now? I'll wait for him. Himiko replied. What about you? Eating now or wait for them? Waiting. Rei kindly giggled. It's been a while since I've had a proper family's dinner. Oh, I was going to hug you, but the couch already got me. Himiko giggled. Rain check. Of course, Himiko-chan. Rei softly smiled before she once again relaxed herself on the comfort of the chair. So this all for one terrible name, by the way, had a quirkless brother who resented him for his reign of terror. Yes. Yagi nodded to Izuku's recap. Due to his crazy obsession, All for One forced a stockpiling quirk into his brother. But as it turns out, this quirkless brother has a quirk. One that allows him to transfer it to another person. The combination of the stockpiling and the transferable quirk has created One for All, a quirk dedicated to taking down all for one. It has been passed down for 7 generations before you, the 8th. Yes. And you want me to be the 9th? Yes. Yagi nodded once more. What do you say, young Midoriya? Izuku took a few more minutes to blink the request into his head. He turned to Chiyo. Yes, it's real. All of this is real. Chiyo sighed. He turned to Sarahiko. No trick here, kid. Sarahiko calmly assured him before taking another bite out of the taiyaki. The rat, the harpy, and I have been with 2 generations of One for All. Izuku raised an eyebrow. You know the previous holder. Who are they? The adults in the room looked at one another. Putting on a smile, Nezu answered. Shimura Nana was a fellow hero, friend. Nezu took a deep breath. She was like family to us. She was my mentor for quite some time before she passed on One for All to me and... Toshinori coughed into his hand. Felled by All for One. I'm sorry to hear that. Izuku muttered regretfully for bringing up a sour topic. Her name sounds familiar. Was she a popular hero? I wouldn't say popular, like that harpy or the blonde oaf. Sarahiko pointed his cane at Toshinori and Chiyo, who stuttered and scoffed in response. But she did make the headline a few times. The Marvel heroine, Skyward was her name. I definitely know her. Izuku grabbed his head, trying his best to remember. I just couldn't remember from where. As interesting as that is, I believe we're straying further from our original purpose here. Nezu clapped his paws together to gain the attention of everyone else. Right, right. Izuku coughed into his fist before looking back at Toshinori. Just, why me? I'm sure there are better candidates out there. There might be. Toshinori agreed. But I saw this boy who stared straight back at death for someone he just met. This boy who stood up for the others, believing in what is right. This hero who risked his own safety for others. That is the type of person who I believe deserves to inherit One for All. The adults watched in bated breath as Izuku sat in silence. The white noise of the clock ticking along with students shouting occasionally through the window became the only noise occupying the room. Nezu only smiled cryptically as Chiyo and Sarahiko impatiently tapped on their canes while Toshinori nervously gauged the reaction of Izuku. After less than 10 minutes later, Izuku finally spoke up. What does it stockpile? Excuse me? Toshinori asked. One for All. You said it is a stockpiling quirk. Izuku repeated clearer. What does it stockpile? Is there a reason for this sudden inquiry, Midoriya-kun? Nezu asked. On paper, my quirk is called Healing Contact. Izuku explained. But its real name is Cellular Reconstruction. I can rewrite a living cell structure, making it healthier or in some cases, preventing it from dying out. But my own cells are constantly in this state of change, putting me in a low-energy operation. Chiyo's eyes widened at Izuku's explanation. I see. That's an amazing quirk, young Midoriya. Toshinori confusingly scratched his head. But what has that got to do with One for All's stockpile? Because if One for All stockpiles on energy, Chiyo mumbled terrifyingly. If could potentially zapped Midoriya off all of his already scarce energy, putting him in a coma at the very least. Or death. Nezu concluded. Realizing the possible outcome, a look of horror dawned on Toshinori's face. Aren't we getting too ahead of ourselves here? Sarahiko chimed in. Maybe One for All might be the solution to the kid's energy problem. We're talking about unlimited and unconditional healing here. Yes, but the risks outweigh the benefits here. Nezu countered. We have no sure way of knowing what One for All will do to Midoriya-kun. I'm not risking my student's safety on a what if, Torino-san. Sarahiko grumpily grunted as he acknowledged the logic. Maybe we could look into its previous holders. Izuku suggested. They might have had the same issue. We could also learn more about One for All. About what it stockpiles on. Does this mean you accept? Toshinori quirked an eyebrow. I'm still on the fence. Izuku lowered his head. It's a huge responsibility, Yagi-san. Even without the current predicament, I wouldn't know if I am up for the task. I need some time to consider my option, like Nezu-sensei had suggested. A reasonable reason. Nezu nodded with a smile. We will look into one for all, Midoriya-kun. Take all the time you need to make your choice. Remember, you can always talk to any one of us here if you want. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. Izuku bowed. This is one interesting career counseling. Indeed, it has been. Nezu cackled maniacally. Now that we've reached a conclusion, I believe you should go home, Midoriya-kun. We've kept you here long enough. Oh, one thing before I go. Izuku remembered. Yagi-san, could I have a look at your injury? You can heal it. Sarahiko whistled out and impressed. I can try. Izuku shrugged. Usually, such an old injury would be impossible to heal. But since Yagi-san's cell might be affected by one for all, maybe I can use that to heal as much as I can. I see no harm in trying. Yagi nodded as he pulled up his shirt, revealing a gnarly injury. Taking that as permission, Izuku gently put his hand on Toshinori's injury. As soon as Izuku activated his quirk, blackness engulfed his vision. That's a reasonable course of action to take. A man with white hair went over his eyes, put a piece of popcorn into his mouth. They'd better do one hell of extended research, then. A man wearing headband scoffed, turning to one with 2 scar lines ran across his left eyes. I'd rather not have another die of overclocking. Especially one so young. I concur. With how much energy one for all had stockpiled and will continue to do so, I'm not sure the boy will last longer than a year. What a missed opportunity, though. A bald man yelled out in frustration. He's such a good candidate. Now we may or may not back at square one. Seventh, you've been oddly quiet. A man with short, black hair commented. Is there something on your mind? Or is this a start of a phase like second? Fu, sixth. A man with scar in the middle of his face cursed. It can't be. Right. A woman with black hair mumbled under her breath, watching the green hair boy collapsed on the floor while Chio checked up on him. He is. A yellow silhouette watched his mentor in silence. Detective Midoriya. Inko turned around at her name being called. The withered figure of the retired number 1 hero was approaching her with a surprised look on his face. Yagi-san. Inko greeted. I didn't expect to find you here. Neither did I, detective. Toshinori coughed into his hand. But to be fair, this is the last place I would expect any acquaintance of mine. Just acquaintance. I'm hurt. Inko faked a crestfallen expression. No, I didn't. What I meant was, of course, you're not just an acquaintance. Toshinori stuttered panicky. Aren't you a little too gullible to be the number 1 hero? Inko laughed as she slapped him on the back. So, what brings you to Tartarus, Yagi-san? I'm just here to give some insights about the security on. You know. Toshinori explained. What brings you here, detective? An overdue conversation with an old friend, I suppose. Inko mumbled before she put back her confident expression. Anyways, are you coming for dinner tonight? Of course, detective. Toshinori smiled. I do need to discuss with young Midoriya about a certain matter. Oh, right. About that. Inko awkwardly scratched her head with a sheepish smile. Izuku and Himiko won't be at home tonight. Himiko has girls' night, and Izuku told me his friend's family invited him over for dinner. So it'll be just us. Toshinori looked away. Yeah, just us. Inko smiled. Still want to come? Of course. Toshinori quickly answered. I must go home now. I am underprepared. Inko showed a beaming smile at that answer. She then wiggled her finger, signaling Toshinori to lean down. The man followed and found his ear being whispered at with a soft, teasing tone. I do hope you won't just refer to me as detective for dinner later, Toshinori. Toshinori's heart beat so fast that Rumi had to tell him to stop breathing. The Tartarus visit that was mentioned in Chapter 13, Chapter Text Case File Number 18, Shiozaki Ibara, Dear Diary. Holy SHT, she has the childhood friend subplot and she might actually win this war. I'm heading out now. Izuku announced with a low voice. Be back before dinner. Are you sure going out now is a good idea, Izuku-kun? Rei concernedly asked. It's only been 2 days. Izuku quickly shushed her in. A panic. Mom and sis are still sleeping. This is my only chance to sneak out. Right, sorry. Rei whispered at the same volume as Izuku. But shouldn't you still be resting? Just 2 days ago, you were bleeding from. Well, everywhere. I was knocked out before the bleeding, so it wasn't like I remembered anything. Izuku shrugged. What about those voices you said you heard before you were knocked out? Rei wondered. 7 different voices, wasn't it? I was a patient at a psychiatric hospital, Izuku-kun. I know what is concerning and what's not. That's definitely in the concerning category. It's probably the teacher's voices. Izuku waved it off. I was pretty much a bleeding mess at that point. So you admit you were made a mess, thus admitting that you should rest. Izuku gulped. You are surprisingly scary, Rei-san. I am a mother of 4, Izuku-kun. Rei grinned. I know how to deal with kids. Now, either rest or help me with breakfast. Or lunch, for the 2 sleeping ogresses in there. Rei-san. Izuku pouted. It's the weekend. I promise I'll be back before dinner. I'll even get some groceries on the way back. Rei was locked in a staring competition with Izuku's puppy eyes for a rough 5 minutes for her. Then, with a defeated sigh, Rei conceded. I'll call you to check up. If you don't pick up, I'm bringing Inko. With a beaming smile, Izuku nodded and left the house. Rei had to wonder how Fuyumi was able to deal with her students. Speaking of, she should tell Izuku about her children coming to visit next weekend. Moving. Why all of a sudden? Izuku sat up from his bed, tiredly answering his mother. Even though it's been almost a year since Izuku became like this, the pain and guilt that Inko felt just kept getting worse and worse. It's complicated, honey. Inko steeled her heart and answered. But to put it simply, I have a bad feeling about this area. Besides, the area we're moving to is pretty quiet and calm. The neighbors seem really nice, too. It'll be good for you. It's also closer to my job. So I have to say goodbye to the Bakugus. To Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru. To Kaken. To Kaine. Izuku asked with a shaky voice. For now, yes. Inko nodded, not daring to meet his eyes. But you can still see them from time to time. I promise. I'm sure little Katsuki would be thrilled to come over and visit us. Instead of responding, Izuku only nodded sadly. Holding his hands up, Inko noticed Izuku's sadness turned into one of conflict. Ever since this quirk came in, Izuku's life has completely changed. Izuku was only allowed to even go to school all thanks to his extreme stubbornness. Even then, he could only watch as his friends went out and played among themselves while he couldn't even run. He had to endure people giving him a look of annoyance or pity. Inko had to watch her son who was so full of energy, happiness and innocence being slowly taken away by his quirk. Izuku. Ibara looked up from her book and smiled upon seeing a familiar tired face. I did not expect to see you today. I had to sneak out. Izuku explained with a smile as he put on the apron. Mom was very adamant about me resting up for the rest of this weekend. Considering the event that transpired from what I heard, I must agree with her, Izuku. Ibara clasped her hands together. Though I am grateful that you are here to help us, I am inclined to wrap you up and tie you into a bed. What happened to no quirk use in public? That does not seem to deter you throughout our whole childhood, does it? Ibara smiled. What happened to the rule-abiding Ibara that I know and love? Izuku dramatically gasped. What have you done to her? Where is she, you harlot? Clearly, she is incapable of making you understand the importance of remaining healthy. Ibara flicked Izuku's forehead. Boo! Izuku booed. I liked her more. Ibara giggled. Fine, you can help me with distributing the food. The children like you more than me, anyway. I'll take care of the rest. You sure? Izuku raised an eyebrow. That's a lot of work for one person to handle. My vines can help me. I'm allowed to use my quirk within the church's premises. Ibara explained. It's good practice for the upcoming exam. There's my rule-abiding friend. Izuku giggled, before a vine softly smacked him on the head. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-san. Ibara smiled as she greeted the new addition to her class. I'm Shiozaki Ibara, but you can call me Ibara. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. With a tired smile, Izuku greeted his seatmate back before slamming his head onto the table. Undeterred by the weird action, Ibara continued. May I ask why are you joining us so late, Midoriya-san? School has already been going on for a week. We just moved here. Izuku tiredly replied without even looking up. We had to move all our stuff first. So you are new to this area? What a wonderful opportunity the Lord has bestowed upon us. Ibara cheered. I can walk you around town, introduce you to a few popular places if you wish, Midoriya-san. I can't. Izuku dejectedly declined. Oh my, what a shame. Do your parents not allow you to venture after school? It's more of I can't. Izuku turned towards Ibara with a sad smile. My quirk makes me tired all the time. It's difficult for me to do any strenuous activity. Or any activity. What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? Ibara asked. Mine is vine, as you can see. Here I thought that was just a cool hairstyle. Izuku chuckled. Mine is. Let's just call it healing contact, and it uses my own energy to heal others. That's a wonderful quirk you have been blessed with, Midoriya-san. Ibara replied honestly. I know. Izuku grimly chuckled. I just wish it didn't make me feel so tired. Midoriya-san. Class is still going. Ibara whispered to her new friend, who had his head on the table. 5 more minutes, please. Izuku groaned through his breath. School ends in 5 minutes, Midoriya-san. Ibara pouted at Izuku's unresponsiveness. Fine, then. I'll just leave without you. But you said that every day, Shiozaki. Izuku finally turned towards her with a pout. You always end up walking home with me. Maybe I won't today. Ibara looked away. The two got so engrossed in their argument that they didn't notice the whole class was looking at them. Shouldn't you stop them? One of the students pointed at the scene while looking at the teacher in charge. They can flirt all they want as long as they understand the lesson. The teacher casually replied as he continued to write on the board. Which they do. They're my top students. Aren't you supposed to not play favoritism? Another student asked. It's more of a suggestion. The teacher shrugged. It definitely isn't, though. The student mumbled under his breath. Too bad, then. The teacher whistled. All right, class is over. Everybody go home. Remember to hand up your homework on Friday. Good morning, Shiozaki-san. Izuku bowed and greeted. And you, Midoriya-kun? Kiba greeted back. Ibara is still preparing. Do you want to come in? Thank you for the offer, Shiozaki-san, but I'll just wait out here. Izuku respectfully declined. How's the garden? The tomatoes are growing quite well, I believe. Kiba took a quick look at his garden. Too well, in fact. I might have to give some away. I'll tell my daughter to bring you here whenever it's time to harvest. Can't wait. Izuku chuckled. Sorry for the wait, Midoriya-kun. Izuku glanced over to his friend jogging towards him in her new middle school uniform. I hope this won't be an everyday thing from now on, daughter. Kiba chuckled. You're going to be late if you take this long to prepare every day. I just had a rough hair day, father. Ibara calmly replied while twirling her hair. It takes a moment to comb them. You look great. Izuku complimented her. Kiba had to suppress a laugh as his daughter looked away with a red face. Shiozaki God forbids me from saying this, but what in the hell of earth are you wearing, Midoriya Izuku? Ibara glared at Izuku's t-shirt. It said, breathes. I think it's funny. Izuku pouted. I am not letting you wear that to your own celebratory dinner, Midoriya-kun. Ibara grabbed his hand and dragged him to the direction opposite from their destination. Why would you even wear that outside baffles me. Now you just sound like my mom. Inko-san is a wise person. You are blessed to have her fashion opinion. Ibara continued to drag him towards a clothing shop. Listen to her next time, I beg of you. It's not even that big of a celebration. Izuku rolled his eyes. Maybe not to you, Midoriya-kun. Ibara countered. But as your friend, it sparks me joy to see you are no longer burdened by the downside of your quirk. It's still not that big of a deal. Izuku nervously looked around the shop. It is to me. Now, Ibara raised the t-shirt to Izuku's chest to measure. Try this on. 4th place. Izuku whistled. I might have thought twice before making fun of your hair now. These vines have been carrying you ever since we were children, Izuku. Ibara replied with closing eyes while relaxing her body. You should be thankful for them instead of fearing them. I remembered them wrapping me up like a mummy. Izuku twirled his finger on one of Ibara's vines. You've only yourself to blame for that event, I'm afraid. Ibara giggled. Which class are you in? 1C. Izuku replied as he continued to style Ibara's hair. I didn't know you is opening another hero class. They aren't, though. Izuku tilted his head. I'm in general education. Ay. Ibara turned around. Ay. Izuku leaned back, keeping distance from Ibara's approaching face. Oh hey, Ibara. Izuku turned towards the sound of his hospital room's door being violently opened. How school Todd Izuku was cut off as Ibara jumped towards him and tackled him into a hug. Thanks heavens. He heard Ibara's sob. I thought the worst when I heard about what happened at the USJ. You of all people should have known, shouldn't you? Izuku sheepishly chuckled as he embraced Ibara. I told you I'm like a cockroach. Once I got into your life, you're not getting rid of me that easily. I've told you plenty of times that is a terrible comparison. Ibara chuckled. At least compare yourself to a leech. Isn't that just Himikone? I'm inclined to think she's more of a vampire. She always hides behind you whenever I come by. Ibara turned to her right at the sound and found Izuku leaning his head against the bench while snoring softly. With a smile, Ibara gently set Izuku's head on her thighs, patting his head slightly. Despite all the years they've been together, Ibara never got sick of the sight of her friend nodding off. She quietly guided her vines to a playing speaker nearby and lowered its volume. After all those years, I will admit it feels strange to not have you in the same class as I do anymore, Izuku. Ibara chuckled. If I say that to you while you are awake, I'm afraid you will tease me for a long time. I can't imagine how different I would be if I had not grown up with you. Maybe I would be a lot colder and reserved. Maybe I would be very narrow-minded, susceptible to placing judgment on everyone else. Ibara whispered. But I do know one thing, I will never let go of this special position, being by your side. With her finger, Ibara poked Izuku's cheek. Unsurprisingly, you are quite a popular individual. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give this up to anyone else. May we continue to be together from here on out, just as we have been for the last decade, Izuku. She closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep with her most important person by her side. Case file number 19. Hatsu, my dear diary, I genuinely thought she would be the one who finally breaks his defenses. I was wrong. Now, Power Loader may retire and I might follow. P.S. Remind all staff personnel to never let those two interact without supervision. No other side effects. No vomiting, coughing, sneezing, bleeding. Chio tapped the pen on her checklist. I'm fine. 100% operation. A little hungry, actually. Izuku yawned. That was probably just one for all's defense mechanism. Defense mechanism or not, I'm not comfortable with the idea of looking past my student vomiting BLD while bleeding from every place one could imagine. Ch-0 scolded him before reaching into her pocket and pulled out some money. Here. Go buy some food before going to class. Is this my allowance? Izuku gasped as he accepted the money. Am I finally recognized as your grandson? That would just make it more complicated for Setsuna, so no. Ch-0 straightforwardly answered. But I will say you're my most tolerable student till date. That's probably the best compliment I'll ever fish out of you, so I'll take it. Izuku giggled mischievously. Also, what did you mean when you said it'll make it more complicated for Tokuji-san? Because she likes you, Midoriya. Ch-0 told him. Isn't it obvious? Izuku scoffed. I don't think she would hang out or even talk with someone she dislikes. Tokuji-san strikes me as someone who is very clear about who she likes and hates. No, I mean it as you know what, I am not having this conversation again. Ch-0 raised her hands in defeat. All you one for all S users are the same. Thick-headed idiots. I am not yet a one for all S user nor am I thick-headed. Izuku pouted. But were Yagi-san and his mentor oblivious? Yagi, I understand. His status as the #1 hero comes with many advancements from women. It makes it hard for him to recognize who was being genuine and who wasn't. Ch-0 sighed. As for Nana, that woman is hopeless. No human expression would be able to describe how dense she was. Sounds like you had a hard time. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I always do. Ch-0 scoffed as she pushed Izuku outside of the office with her cane. But that is a story for another time. Now get going, you young gremlin. After Izuku was pushed out and the door had been closed, Ch-0 sat back down on her chair, yet her mind lingered on the conversation. It lingered on how broken she became after the only person she ever loved died. It lingered on Nana's aloof, yet caring nature. She was prone to anger, yet always found it in her to forgive. A cheery, energetic person underneath that ice-cold glare she gave. How different, yet similar she was to Izuku. It kept lingering on how much she wished things were different, despite it being a long-gone dream. Ch-0 let out a sigh as she tiredly rubbed her eyes with her fingers, before putting her full attention towards the computer screen. Man, not again. Setsuna groaned before she threw the paper away, letting it float aimlessly before landing on the ground. From her seat, Ibara commanded one of her vines to pick up the paper and bring it back to her. She took a quick second of skimming through the paper before turning to Setsuna. How many times has it been? Ibara asked. 3. Setsuna dejectedly replied. Principal Nezu is surprisingly strict when it comes to this. Having a pet, especially a reptile, is a long-term and serious commitment, Tokuji-san. Ibara set the paper on the table. Principal Nezu has to do all he needs to ensure you are not getting this. Aki monitor on a whim. I'm not. Setsuna pouted. I've been researching and buying enclosure, accessories, supplements. Every single thing needed. Now, I have an entire terrarium in my room without the animal. Why are you even considering a pet here? Togaru questioned. Just have the DMN lizard at your house. You think I haven't tried that? Setsuna glared at him. My parents don't allow pets at home. It's either now, or after graduation when I've found my own place. I believe it would be easier if someone with a pet vouches for you. Nito suggested. Like Khan-sensei. He wouldn't agree. Yui offered. I barely know Kuda. He's probably too shy to do it, anyway. Setsuna planted her face into the pillow. Ugh, is there really no way? Ibara watched Setsuna with a conflicted expression, before letting out a tired sigh. Izuku might be able to help. Ibara clasped her hands together. He has a pet, and I believe Principal Nezu favors him above the rest of us. Yui looked at Ibara in shock. Midoriya has a pet. Setsuna gasped. He's never mentioned it before. Or is it a recent thing? He has had Axel, that's its name, before we started middle school. Ibara hummed. It was kind of an impulse purchase, but Izuku is responsible enough to keep it happy and healthy ever since. Wait, ever since before you started middle school? Pony sat up in excitement. That's quite a long time. What is it? An axolotl. Ibara smiled. A pink GFP axolotl, to be precise. I shan't bore you with the details, but he decided to bring it home with him after seeing the condition it was in and took care of it ever since. An axolotl, here. Nito chuckled. That fits him. Extreme healing capability, kind and reserved nature, cute, dorky face that makes you want to hug him all day. Ibara swiftly whacked Nito's head with one of her vines before turning to Setsuna. I can ask him to vouch for you, if you wish to. But you might have to convince him yourself. He is very strict about responsibility for a pet. Thank you, Shiozaki. Setsuna smiled brightly at Ibara, who returned with an appreciative smile. Convincing Midoriya, here. Maybe I should wear my hoodie. A resounding was yelled among everyone, and Yui who raised a comically large board with a red X. He who snitched. DMN it. Izuku clicked his tongue as he whispered a curse under his breath. He turned behind to find a group of robots approaching him. Am I finally getting jumped? Izuku tilted his head. Also, why are you guys in such terrible shape? Remember that time you snitched on us? The seemingly leader of the group spoke up. Vividly. Izuku nodded. We might be able to forgive you for that sin. The robot offered. If you agree to help us, that is. Okay. Izuku hesitantly nodded. I do owe you guys for that. What do you need? Are you aware of an individual called Hatsumai? I don't remember anyone with that name coming to the nurse's office. Oh, I remember some people from the support course who visited mention that name. Is that them? Most likely. The robot confirmed. And recently, she has noticed our existence. Izuku swore he saw the robot shudder. She has been kidnapping some of our members for her own experiments. The teacher doesn't stop her. We consulted with Power Loader on the matter. The robot hung its head from disappointment. All he said was, better you guys than my workshop, before popping another bottle of vodka. Izuku only stifled a laugh before asking. So, what do you want me to do? Tell her to stop. If you are able to. The robot confirmed before he reached his hand behind. If not, we have this very poisonous syringe that you could, I'll talk to her. Izuku cut it off. Put it away. Or better, give it to me so I could throw it away. Is Midoriya here? Higari bursted into the staff room, looking around frantically. I need to talk to Hidesh. Quickly reacting to the loud shouting from her co-worker, Nemurai grabbed a plastic water bottle and threw it at his face. Barge in quieter, Majima. Nemurai hissed quietly. He's sleeping. Higari squinted his eyes open as he rubbed the spot that the water bottle landed on his face and found a softly snoring Izuku sleeping on a couch, with Nemurai sitting on another chair next to him with a pile of papers on her thighs. Oh, sorry. Higari apologized. Why is he sleeping here, though? He's been helping Inui with some students' counselings. Nemurai explained. Some students find it easier if the one they talk to isn't growling all the time. I see. Higari nodded. How long until he wakes up? It's been 15 minutes, Nemurai looked at her phone. So I'd say 15 more. I don't think I can wait that long. Higari sighed. Rather, I don't think she can wait that long. Are we talking about your prodigy? Nemurai raised an eyebrow. We're talking about my absolute worst nightmare ever since I accepted this job. Higari clarified. But yes, Hatsum is cooking again. It's Friday, Majima. Nemurai groaned. Why'd you let her cook? What convention is she trying to violate this time? I don't know, all of them. Higari cried out. Point is, I need Midoriya to stop her. Can you wake him up? Higari stopped and gulped as Nemurai shot him the deadliest, most threatening glare he's ever seen. With a tired sigh, he left the staff room leaving a message. Please tell him to head straight for the support course after he wakes up. I'll try to slow her down. Izuku-kun. Okiko ran towards him. Midoriya-kun. Although appearingly calmer, Tenya walked towards Izuku with a fluttering heart and a cheerful expression. Behind them, Tsuyu and Xiaoto followed with a smile. Good afternoon, Uraraka-san, Ida-san, Todoroki-san and Asue-san. Izuku greeted them. Are you guys here for support items upgrade? Yep. Okiko nodded. The exam is coming soon, and we're doing some quick final upgrades to make sure there won't be any issue. I told you to call me Zu, Midoriya-chan. Tsuyu put a finger on her lips. It's a little unexpected, seeing you here. Do you need something from the support course? It's more like someone. Izuku chuckled. Oh, I almost forgot. Todoroki-san, Rei-san told me to tell you about family dinner this Friday. Your sister and brother are coming, too. I see. Xiaoto nodded. I'll see you Friday, Midoriya. What flower do you like? Red rose. Peony. I don't know much about flowers. Izuku hummed in thought, not paying attention to Tsuyu elbowing Xiaoto. I do like some daisies, but I guess I like whichever one is given to me. If you don't mind me asking, Midoriya-kun. Tenya cut in. But who exactly are you? Tenya's question was never finished as the door next to the group blasted open. Before Izuku's brain could register what was going on, he felt a heavy weight crash into him, knocking them both down to the ground. Hatsume. A gruff, annoyed voice was heard shouting. Stop blowing up the workshop. We went through more fire extinguishers than we've had in 3 years. Now, power loader sensei. A cheeky feminine voice chuckled. Failure is the mother of all successes. If this many explosions set us back, okay. Are you perhaps a customer? As the smoke settled, Izuku's eyes met with her appealing pair of yellow, crosshair-shaped eyes studying him. Her pink dreadlocks entwined with his green, curly hair as she leaned in closer to Izuku. That depends. Izuku smiled, comfortable just laying on the floor. Are you Hatsume Mai? One and only. Mai's smile turned wider. Hatsume Mai, genius inventor, CEO of the future Hatsume Industries, at your service. Nice to meet you. Izuku chuckled at her enthusiasm. Midoriya Izuku, apprentice nurse, unknown of the future, at your beck and call. Now this is a sight to behold. Chio whistled. Izuku looked up from his book and smiled at the sight of his mentor. You don't look as zest as you were when you left. Is it safe to assume that nothing terrible happened? Yeah, those dumb kids were just fooling around and ended up triggering the alarm. Chio retold as she sat down on her chair. I'm more invested in what I'm looking at right now. Oh, this. Izuku showed her his book cover. Jiru-san gave me a ticket to her parents' concert later this evening, so I'm using this free time to read up some information about them. It's really interesting. Not what I'm referring to, but she invited you, as in go together with her. Like a date. She said it was an extra ticket. Izuku shrugged. I shouldn't read between the lines. She dug her own grave, then. Chio shrugged. But I'm actually talking about Hatsume sleeping on you right now. At the mention of her own name, Mai groaned uncomfortably and snuggled closer into Izuku's stomach. With a gentle smile, Izuku patted her head softly. Majima-sensei sent her here on a timeout. Izuku explained. She looked like she hadn't slept for a few days, so I told her to, and she said she would only do it if I let her sleep on me, so I let her. She really took my advice to heart, here. Chio mumbled and impressed. What advice? Not important. Anyway, how does this make you feel? Flattered, I guess. Izuku hummed. She feels safe enough around me to let herself fall asleep. There's no better compliment than that. Good God. Chio exasperatedly sighed. This genetic is driving me insane. So, you here for a baby? Mai grinned. Based on your look, I'd say a sleeping assist baby, but I don't have those on hands or prototypes, so that might take a while. Better get back to work, then. She immediately turned to her workbench, ignoring Izuku and Higari. While Higari just let out yet again a defeated sigh, Izuku just chuckled in amusement as he watched my work. Sorry about her. Higari finally spoke up. She's been pretty excited over this new project we're having for the Hero Courses exam. Nothing to apologize for, Majima-sensei. Izuku waved it off. It's always nice to see someone being enthusiastic over something they like. But I do need to talk to her about something. I can pass on the message for you, if you want. Higari offered. The robots are having complaints about Hatsume-san. Dissecting them for educational purposes. Izuku relayed the information. I was sent to stop her before the situation developed into a more confrontational manner. Yeah, I'm aware. Higari sighed. I'm afraid there's nothing I can say that'll make her stop, Midoriya. I see. Izuku nodded in understanding. Do you mind if I try? Have at it. Higari gestured a hand at a maniacally laughing Mai. If you can do it, I'll throw in a free support item. Anything you want. In the meantime, I'll try and get ahead of this damages she caused. Higari then left, with a bottle of whiskey in hand. Izuku only gave a sheepish chuckle before turning to Mai. Hatsume-san. Izuku called out to no result as Mai didn't even twitch at the mention of her name. Mai-san. Izuku tried again, only to be met with a similar outcome. He then pulled a chair and sat at a safe distance away from Mai's work, but still close enough to observe what she was doing. To describe Mai's work with a simple amazing is comparable to calling All Might's legacy as cool. The way she quickly yet precisely assembled her inventions made Izuku glued his eyes to her. He watched in admiration as Mai held her newly assembled bracelet up and studied it, before letting out a sigh and a proud smile before setting it to the side. What's that? Mai turned towards Izuku. You're still here, nurse? Mai tilted her head. Yep. Izuku smiled. That bracelet you just made. May I ask what it's for? This baby. Mai showed him a wide, genuine smile as her eyes glinted with excitement. This is a prototype baby for my exam. I call her suppressant bracelet. What does it do? Izuku came closer to study it. Power Loader-sensei asked everyone to make something that will limit the heroes to a certain degree. I'm making this baby to weigh them down, making it more difficult for them to perform. So this is basically Rock Lee's limit weight. Izuku held the bracelet and raised his hands up and down to measure its weight. I don't know what or who's that. Mai cackled. But she is a limit weight. A prototype, that is. Power Loader needs to approve the prototype before I can start making a more complete baby. This is an amazing idea, Hatsume-san. Izuku complimented, making Mai cackled louder. But will it work on everyone? What do you mean, nurse? Mai raised an eyebrow. This will certainly work on All Might or anyone who engages in close combat. Izuku explained as he tried to throw a punch with the bracelet in hand to demonstrate. But what about emitter quirks users like Cemento-sensei and Midnight-sensei? This only slows their movement, not their quirk output. It won't make much of a difference. So, what do you suggest? Mai pulled a chair and sat down. Have you heard of the quirk suppressant cuff? Izuku asked, which Mai nodded attentively. Instead of taking away one's quirk, you can tune it down to make it harder for them to use their quirk. For example, using their quirk will make them tired, or just simply limiting their output. I've considered the limit output. Mai hummed in thought. But if the teachers are using it for whatever they are doing, we have to manually adjust precisely how low the output is. The stamina thing sounds like a great idea, but I need to know how it feels and works for it to work. I think I can help with that. Izuku looked at Mai's eye bag. When was the last time you slept? Last Friday night. Mai rubbed her chin in thought. Today is Monday. Though, I'm the last person who can lecture you on that. Izuku chuckled as he showed his hands. Your hands, please. Mai showed her hands as Izuku gently held it and used his quirk. Mai could feel the tiredness in her slowly fade away, replacing by energy that she could only achieve after 5 cups of coffee, 4 cans of energy drink and a bottle of water. How do you feel? Izuku asked with hasting breath. Amazing. Mai grinned as she tried to move her shoulders. The shoulders and back pain are gone. That's your quirk. Izuku nodded. I can heal others at the cost of my own stamina. I can give you a sample of my BLD to see how my cells changed after using my quirk. You can use it to see how you can apply that to your project. That's an amazing quirk. Mai smiled, making Izuku chuckled with slight embarrassment. How are you feeling now? Well enough to answer any questions you may have. Izuku nodded in understanding. Good. Mai grinned. You're helping me make a new baby. Our baby. Shinsu. Hitoshi turned to the table at the corner to find a familiar blonde hair called out to him. Over here. Minoma. Hitoshi greeted as he set his tray on the table and sat down. Eye bags. Mai greeted him. You sure you don't want the eye mask, baby? Absolutely not. Hitoshi immediately replied. Give it to the sleepy man over there. Instead. He pointed at Izuku, who jolted at his name being called. Tiredly rubbing his eyes, Izuku asked. Sorry. How long was I? Half an hour. Nito answered. We didn't want to wake you. No one from the hero course went to the nurse's office today. Hitoshi put a spoon in his mouth. Why are you more tired than usual? Eri had nightmares last night. Izuku yawned. We ended up playing games till morning last night. Mai pinched his elbow. Don't turn the little pipsqueak into a second you, nurse. Why not? Izuku pouted. I turned out great, didn't I? How long do we have before class starts? Hitoshi turned to Nito. Around another half an hour. Nito replied. Good. Hitoshi activated his quirk, making Izuku go blank. Sleep and wake up when Hatsune wakes you up. Izuku fell asleep at the command. Mai gently set his head on her shoulder before returning to typing on her tablet. Shuzenji-san. Nezu greeted her. Welcome. Nezu. Chio greeted back. Kuroz said you called for me about an old friend. Indeed. Please, have a seat. Nezu smiled before reaching inside his table. Chio set her cane to the side and settled herself on a chair across Nezu. The Chimera pulled out a file with a red confidential mark on the front and slid it towards Chio. The doctor opened the file, pulled out the paper and read through them. Nezu watched as Chio's expression turned from one of uninterested and annoyed into one of surprised, shock. And then a gasp escaped her mouth. Nezu - it's true, Shuzenji-san. Nezu grimly nodded. Kutaro and his family have all been confirmed dead. Only dust and ashes were found at the crime scene. Nezu waited for Chio to calm her breathing before she finally spoke up. And Inko. Let us wait for Toshinori-kun and Torino-san first. Case file number 20, Shimura Akatani Midoriya Inko de %. She's appealing. Just like you. But did you really have to pass on that part of the genetics to both of them? Izuku kept nervously suching glances between his book and his mentor. Chio didn't bat her eyes away from Izuku while sipping her tea, despite noticing his awkwardness of being studied like a hawk. Okay, yep. That's it. Izuku slammed his book shut, making Chio jolted from the sudden noise, almost spitting out her tea. Shuzenji-sensei, what's going on? What? What do you mean? Chio coughed out her question as she wiped the tea stain on her shirt. It's been going on for a week now. Izuku rubbed his eyes tiredly. You've been avoiding me since Tuesday. Every time I strike up a conversation, you just answer non-committedly to end it. It still would have been normal if I don't find you glaring at me when you think I'm not looking. And it's not just you. Yaga-san, Torino-san, hell on earth, even Principal Nezu keeps inviting me to his office for tea. What is this, some kind of weird way you guys came up to ease me into being expelled? What heavens, no. Chio shouted out to clarify. Did someone threaten to expel you? Is it Aizawa? I always know that Hoba-looking man will finally cross a line. Hold up, I'm going to call Nezu - no, he didn't. No one did. That's why this whole thing is getting confusing. Izuku assured her. Is this something you can tell me? Might as well rip this band-aid off. Chiyo sighed. She then pulled her chair closer to Izuku. Sitting face to face with him, Chiyo looked into Izuku's eyes. The viridian was a mismatch to Nana's purple. But the way they shone. Those, she could never forget. Maido Izuku. Chiyo corrected. Your mother's old last name, was it Shimura? No. It's Akatani. Izuku gave a confusing answer. Shuzenji-sensei, where are you going with dash? Let me phrase it better. Chiyo didn't let Izuku continue. Before it was Akatani. I'm home dash happy birthday. Himiko's greeting was cut off by two loud shouts. As the light was turned on, she saw Izuku, Ibara, and Inko, with scone hats and a cheeky, satisfied grin as they witnessed her shell-shocked reaction. Ooh, she's lost for words. Inko giggled. It'd say it's a resounding success. Indeed, Midoriya-san. Ibara nodded in agreement. I'll head inside first and prepare the table. Let me help. With that, Ibara and Inko went together into the kitchen, leaving Izuku and Himiko alone in the hallway. Himiko watched in silence as Izuku walked closer to close the door behind her before picking the bag that she dropped on the floor. He showed her a smile as he grabbed onto her hand. So, do you like it? That's not the point. Himiko shook herself off the surprise. You didn't say anything about this. That's the point of a surprise, Himiko-san. Izuku grinned. It's your fault for letting your birthday slip in front of Mom. She's a detective. Himiko argued. She took my statement when I dragged you home. That's an fortunate coincidence, I suppose. Izuku shrugged. But if you're not comfortable with this, I'll tell Mom to stew. Izuku didn't get a chance to finish as Himiko tackled him onto the ground and hugged him tight. I guess this means you like it. Izuku patted her head. Himiko nodded. Then we're going to light a firework next year to celebrate. Izuku declared. That's against the law. What are you, the second detective of this house? Was it Shimura? Izuku blinked a few times as if that would somehow explain the question. Shimura, as in Shimura Inko, daughter of Shimura Nana, All Might's mentor. Chiyo confirmed. The seventh holder of One for All. Chiyo took a deep breath. The grandmother that you never met. Inko-san. Himiko called. Inko turned around from the sink, setting the plates back into it before turning off the tap. What's up, Himiko-chan? Inko smiled. I don't know what to say. Himiko avoided Inko's gentle eyes, instead looking at the table. All this second chance you gave me. Despite me being a monster, Miko didn't get a chance to finish as two pieces of meatball flew into her mouth. She looked up at Inko in surprise. Izuku hasn't brainwashed you enough, I see. Inko joked. With a soft, gentle smile. Your quirk doesn't define who you are, Himiko. What you do, does. But Himiko swallowed the meatballs. I attacked Izuku. Your only son. And yet, you still took me in and cared so much for me. Izuku, too. Oh, believe me when I said I was about to pull your eyes out of their sockets when I saw you holding my bleeding son in front of my doorstep. Inko giggled, making Himiko shivered in a type of fear she didn't know was possible. But Izuku was snoring, so. Snoring. Himiko stuttered. Right, you've never been with him long enough. Inko chuckled. Izuku sleeps a lot. Like, a lot. But he will wake up at the absolute smallest sound that is made around him. His only sleep snoring when he's near someone he can trust. He trusted you then, so did I. Himiko turned her head towards Izuku's room where she heard excited, although a little salty, screaming noises from Izuku and Ibara. They must be playing Mario Kart again. Inko mumbled under her breath before an imaginary light bulb popped up in her head. Himiko-chan, is there anything you want for your birthday? I focused so much on the party I actually forgot about the gift. So, tomorrow, you and me, mall all day. Anything you want. It's all right, 𝐿𝐼nko-san. Himiko waved at her in a panic. You've already done so much. I can't ask for more. I've waited so long for someone else with a normal fashion sense to go shopping with me, Himiko-chan. 𝐿𝐼nko went over to bring Himiko into a hug. Please. Himiko giggled in delight as 𝐿𝐼nko gently swayed her in the bear hug. You're saying my mother knows you? Izuku pointed at Chiyo. When she was a child, yes. Chiyo nodded. And Torino-san? Unfortunately. And Principal Nezu? He's her favorite uncle. Then again, he has the physical appearance of a plushie. And her build-a-mother grandmother is actually Shimura Nana. Chiyo nodded. The seventh holder of One for All, the quirk that I am a candidate for inheritance. After this revelation, I'm pretty sure it's already yours. Izuku only nodded in response. He then slowly walked over and grabbed a water bottle, looked at it for a while before looking out of the window. And then he looked back at the water bottle. And then he looked out of the window. Chiyo watched as Izuku repeated the actions for another 10 minutes before he finally opened the water bottle cap. So he turned around with the opened water bottle. Did you know when you took me in under you? No, I didn't. Chiyo assured him. Nezu and I didn't believe such coincidences were real enough to have happened. Hell, I didn't even believe it when I saw your mother at the hospital. Did she know? I haven't talked to her. Chiyo sighed sadly. But she knew I was taking you in. If she didn't talk to me then, I doubt that she would want to talk to me now. Or any of us, as a matter of fact. Ahe. Izuku put the cap into his mouth and chewed on the plastic before spitting it out immediately when he realized what it was. Then how did you find out? Nezu was looking into the past users of One for All when he found out something terrible. Izuku could notice Chiyo slightly choking on her words before she regained her composure. Kutaro's 𝐼nko's brother, your uncle family was found dead 17 years ago. Immediately, he went straight to looking for 𝐼nko's whereabout and found out that 𝐼nko was actually my mother, Midoriya 𝐼nko. Izuku finished her sentence tiredly after gulping down the entire bottle. Holy coincidences, Batman. Listen, I know this must be on you, Midori Izuku. Chiyo put a hand on his shoulder. Take all the time you need, all right. But just know that I took you in because I recognized your talent and potential, not because of who your mother and grandmother were to me. Thank you, Shuzenji-sensei. Izuku mumbled. I suppose I need to have a talk with my mother. May I go home early today? Of course, dearie. Chiyo nodded. Izuku gave her an appreciative bow before grabbing his bag and heading straight for the door. Before he left, Chiyo called out to him. One more thing. Izuku turned around. Call me Chiyo if you want to. She smiled. I think we are way past last name now. Of course, Chiyo-sensei. Izuku smiled. Mom. The boy with dark, short hair asked, confused by his mother's sudden urgency when she pulled him and his sister towards a strange woman. Nana remained quiet, taking in another deep breath. How many times has she done that already? As she continued to walk towards the social worker. Emma. The girl asked, wincing slightly as she felt the pain of her mother's grip on her wrist. Nana bit on her lips so hard that it started to bleed. She focused on the pain instead, ignoring the screaming behind her head telling her to turn around with her children, returning to the happy, almost fairy-tale-like life that she loved. The life that slipped through her fingers when she found her husband laid lifeless in an abandoned warehouse. Shimura-san. A lady in black suit next to a black limousine called out to her, snapping her out of her hesitance. It's now or never. Nana let her lifeless nod answer instead of words. Letting go of her children's hands, Nana turned around and kneeled in front of them. Their tearful, shaking, scared, confused eyes broke her more than anything or anyone ever could. She shakily reached into her pockets and pulled out 2 letters, giving each to her children. She then spreaded her arms and pulled them into a goodbye hug. The last one she would be able to give them. I'm sorry, was all Nana could mutter as she tried to reel in her sobs. She kept her arms around them for another few minutes before letting go, fearing that any seconds longer would just make it harder. The social worker then led her children into the car with a kind and gentle tone before closing the door shut. Nana had to look away from the sight of them slamming on the glasses, calling for her. "Will they?" was all she could get out of her throat. "I'm sorry, Shimura-san." The social worker understood what Nana was fearing and apologized. "But if what you said is true, then keeping them together will just make it more dangerous for them. We'll split them up into different families." She could only nod at that as the worker apologized once more before getting into the car. Nana's quiet sobs turned into desperate wailings as she watched the car slowly disappear from her sight. Collapsing on her knees once more, Nana continued to scream into the thin air. She screamed for her daughter, her son, and her husband. "Please come back." She begged them. "I'm so sorry. Mama is sorry. Please come back to me." But her wailing were not answered. "Please don't leave me alone." The silence mocked her suffering. "Mom." Izuku violently swung open the door. Jolted awake by the sudden noise, 𝐿𝐼nko fell off the couch from her nap. With a tired groan, she looked up in annoyance and found her son frantically went over to her. "You're home early today." 𝐿𝐼nko cheered grumpily as she sleepily scratched her neck. "Sorry. You, too." Izuku apologized as he helped 𝐿𝐼nko to sit back up on the couch. "You usually come back right before dinner. I finished my cases early, and the captain didn't let me take on anymore." 𝐿𝐼nko yawned. "Why are you coming home all panicky, by the way?" "Oh, right." Like a bulb being lit up, Izuku stood up and looked around the living room. "Himiko and Ray aren't home, right?" "Yeah, they're out for groceries." 𝐿𝐼nko confirmed. "Izuku, you're scaring me. What's going on?" "I need to ask you this, and I need you to be completely honest with me, Mom." Izuku looked into 𝐿𝐼nko's eyes. Despite being weirded out by the sudden seriousness, 𝐿𝐼nko firmly nodded. Izuku took a deep breath. "Do you know anyone named Shimura Nana?" Case file number 21, Komori Kinoko. Dear Diary, all those years of preparation turns out haven't been for naught. A zombie apocalypse might come, and I'll be DM'd if I'm not one of the last of us that survives. "So, I guess you talked with 𝐿𝐼nko?" Chiyo asked, looking at Izuku, who looked more exhausted than she's ever seen, and that's something. "Yeah." Izuku nodded tiredly before gulping down another can of energy drink. "Can't believe I'm saying this, but this is too much drama. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Mom." Izuku cried, tears turning into streams as he hugged 𝐿𝐼nko tightly. "I'm so sorry I kept this a secret from you for so long, Izuku." 𝐿𝐼nko cried, flooding the entire apartment. "I'm sorry I lied to you." Sitting on top of the table, Himiko casually sipped from the pack of tomato juice she bought from the store. Next to her, Ray kept glancing back and forth at the mother and son and Himiko, seemingly worried about the situation. "Shouldn't we stop them?" Ray created an ice barrier to block the water away from her and Himiko. "It might affect the neighbors downstairs. If you want to get flooded out, be my guest." Himiko casually replied as she continued to tap on her phone. "But the flood damage dash will be covered under insurance." Himiko cut her off. "This isn't my first rodeo, Ray-san. And it won't be your last. As much as I want to sympathize with you," Chiyo put another can of energy drink on Izuku's table. "I sincerely hope this wouldn't affect your work performance, especially since we have a lot to do this week." "Oh, right. The hero course's practical exam." Izuku remembered. "Just out of curiosity, it's not robots, is it?" Very astute observation. Chiyo nodded proudly. "Keep quiet about it, though. It's supposed to be a surprise for them." "Messed up surprise you guys got going on." Izuku chuckled. "What am I expected to do? Assist me with the injuries they definitely will have after their fights?" Chiyo explained. "Observe, analyze, and then go through with them what they could improve on or what they could have done better. Moral support, too, while you're at it. Some are definitely going to need it." Aye, Captain." Izuku enthusiastically saluted. "I'm going back to class now. Also, I might come a little later this afternoon, Cio-sensei. It's fine. We have a staff meeting as well. Cio waved his concern off. But how come? I figure if I help clean up that corner of the forest that nobody ever goes to, the robots will be appeased for a while before they plot my assassination. Izuku explained. Turns out befriending Hatsune-san is not what they ask of me, so. Again, how come? I think the leader of the pack said something along the lines of by being my friend, harming Hatsune-san means making me sad, which it does, which means Nezu-sensei will step in. But isn't plotting your demise also placed in the same category? At least they're able to enact vengeance on me before going down is what I heard. Izuku shrugged. I mean that robot is why All for One hasn't stormed this building yet. Cio sighed. You be safe out there. What the hell happened here? Was all that could come out of Khan's mouth as he looked around this almost destroyed, mushroom-covered living room. Pieces of glass, tables and chairs were scattered all over the floor along with some of his unconscious students. He could also see some more of them being put into the wall with their heads, their bodies sticking out. Khan-sensei. One of his most level-headed students, Shiozaki Ibara, approached him calmly. Were we being too noisy? I was passing through so I decided to check in on you guys. Khan answered, still in awe of the chaos that was transpiring. Do you know what happened here, Shiozaki? Izuku came over to visit us. That explains so much yet nothing at the same time. Khan nodded. If you need to know, I shall explain the situation. Ibara stopped in the middle of her sentence as she felt her shirt sleeves were being pulled. Khan watched Ibara unhesitantly send her vines into the kitchen and did something. Seconds later, the vines retracted and she continued as if nothing happened. Izuku came over to visit us for a promised movie night. After a full dinner, all 20 of us and him settled ourselves around the television before putting on a movie. But apparently, Kendo and Izuku were exhausted beforehand, so they fell asleep halfway through. Khan followed Ibara's glance towards the beanbag chair in front of the muted TV, where Itsuka and Izuku were cuddling into each other while snoring softly. Their foreheads touched as they leaned in closer, grumbling from the not-so-much commotion. And Khan nodded in realization, but he gave in to his curiosity and asked, while the sight was endearing, it was also compromising and opportunistic for the other heathens around. Ibara tried to come up with the proper words. Yanagi and Tokage tried to join the snuggle, but Togaru and Kodai swiftly put a stop to their scheme. However, that caused a chain reaction as more attempted to do it while the others did all they could to stop them. And it led to this. Only half of it, I'm afraid. Ibara tiredly sighed. After the commotion settled down somewhat, Minoma thought it would be entertaining to open Pandora box. Which is? He asked, since we couldn't wake them up nor leave them in the living room, whose room shall bear the responsibility of harboring them for the night. Oh, Khan said. I'm sure you can imagine what happened after. Ibara nodded. If that's all, would you kindly help me separate and carry them to my room? Before Khan could respond, screaming of objections were heard from the kitchen. Ibara immediately made her way towards the kitchen and closed the door. He swore he heard Ibara clicking her tongue very aggressively as she moved towards the kitchen with her vines rose up, readying for battle. Khan had to wonder if the exact same thing happened at One as Dawn 2 weeks ago. Kinoko timidly looked around the empty, tree-filled forest one more time before she took in one final deep breath. She raised her hand in front of her and imagined filling a cup of water with spores, falling from the inside of her palm. Within a blink of an eye, mushrooms took over the place. The sole bench back that was facing her, the trees, stems, leaves, the ground, even on other mushrooms. Kinoko gripped her skirt with her other arm to prevent herself from shaking and instead focused on the sensation of controlling her mushrooms in a specific area. I can do this. I can do this. I can control it. Kinoko muttered encouragement to herself. The mushroom's spreading speed slowed down slightly. Her cross-shaped pupils glinted in excitement at the progress. Kinoko held her breath to focus more on controlling her mushroom outbreak. She hated that name, by the way. Why couldn't it be something like Puffball's attack? As Kinoko got distracted slightly, the spreading speed increased. Kinoko shook her head in a panic before regaining the control back, slowing it down. Before Kinoko could let out a sigh of relief, her whole body stopped at one single sound. Hachoo! From the bench, someone sneezed. A set of green, messy green hair slowly rose up from the couch, scratching his mushroom-covered head while yawning tiredly. Kinoko's heart almost dropped as she saw the guy's eyes widened at the sight of mushrooms on his body. She just used her quirk on an innocent person. Another student. Without permission. The realization hit her hard as she stood there, shaking like a leaf. Every time he moved his hands around to check for mushrooms that grew on his body, Kinoko's breathing turned more raspy and panicked. When he turned around and saw her, her eyes that were hidden behind her bang were filled with tears threatening to flow at any moment. Probably when he screamed and yelled at her for, "Good afternoon." A soft, kind, gentle voice spoke up, completely different from what she was expecting. "Did I interrupt your training with my Godzilla-level sneeze?" Catching a frog in her throat at the unexpected and never-happened-before response, Kinoko stayed quiet. "It's the season change. Not a disease, so you have nothing to worry about." He chuckled. "Then again, it's my fault for falling asleep outside. Thanks for watching over my sleeping human flesh, by the way." Kinoko nodded blankly as she took in the nonchalant attitude of the guy whose entire body was covered by her mushrooms. Though, I must say, being covered in mushrooms is definitely not on my bucket list. He giggled as he played with the mushroom that grew on his nose. An elm oyster growing near summer. What a marvel to behold. They are called Hypsizygus ulmarius. Kinoko immediately corrected him before she realized it and attempted to cover up her mouth. "They are." He smiled. "I need to find more books on mushrooms, then. They sound cool." "They are cool." Kinoko yelled out before making a dash towards Izuku. "And cute, too." Japan herself has around 5,000 varieties of mushrooms, yet only 100 of them are somewhat edible. Did you know that there are around 400 known species of mushrooms that live underwater? 400. Also, did you know that as Kinoko went on a rant about mushrooms, Izuku sat there while listening with a smile and a quiet sigh of relief. When he turned and saw Kinoko shaking like a leaf, he himself almost shut down until he remembered hound dogs training. Always approach with the calmest, softest tone while remaining safe distance, giving the other party some personal space to feel safe. Thank God for the training he took after he met Kuda and Setsuna. Izuku took another look at Kinoko. She wasn't shaking anymore. Her breathing was normal, maybe a little fast due to the lecture she was giving. From his position on the bench, Izuku could see Kinoko's eyes under her bang. "Your eyes?" Izuku mumbled, not noticing Kinoko flinching. "Is that cross-shaped?" "Why, yeah, I know." Kinoko chuckled sheepishly, her voice shaking as she tried to play off her insecurity. I think they're not cute, too. Hiding them under the bangum makes me feel better." "Really?" Izuku tilted his head while raising an eyebrow. "That's a shame. I think you should show them. They look cute." "www. Kinoko stuttered, her face turning redder and redder at the implication. "I think they look cute. They're like cross-sliced of a cap of a shiitake mushroom," Izuku pointed out. "They're really unique. But I guess it couldn't be helped if you don't like them." Izuku stood up, took a quick stretch. He then leaned by Kinoko's ear. "I still like you whether you show them or not." He whispered. "You're cute." Kinoko managed to blink 3 times to register the compliment before she collapsed on the mushroom-filled ground. "Midoriya." Izuku's eyes fluttered open at his name being called. Turning to his right, he saw Kinoko's face was inches away from his. Lifting his head up from the table, Izuku let out a yawn before looking back at Kinoko. "Komori-san, good morning." He smiled. "Do you need something at the nurse's office?" "It's already lunch, Midoriya." Kinoko blinked. "Did you sleep through morning classes?" "Is it?" Izuku glanced at the time. "My bad, then. Thank you for waking me up. Are you here for lunch?" "No problem. What are friends for?" Kinoko giggled as she set 2 lunchboxes on the table. It's my turn. I think the canteen is a little too crowded today, so I might as well come here and eat with you. Here's a box of katsudon with some shiitakes for some extra flavors. Shiitake happens, I guess. Izuku chuckled. Thank you for the lunchbox. Let me go to the washroom first. Be back in a minute. As Kinoko looked dreamily at the door where Izuku left, from her table, Chio quietly sipped on her tea before finally spoke up from the first time. You kids really need to stop using my office as a dating spot. Chio commented. It's annoying. You let Setsuna come here all the time. Kinoko pouted. I'm on her side of this war. Chio rolled her eyes. Of course I'm going to let her come here whenever she wants. Favorites Ru M. Yes, well, Chio shrugged. Every staff member has a side they are playing for. I need to even the odds for my grandniece. Yagi entered the nurse's office and looked around before turning to Chio. Young Midoriya isn't here. He asked. You just missed him. Chio told him as she changed the towel on Kinoko's forehead. He's on his way to the staff room. What for? You'll see. Chio hummed. What do you need from him? I figure after what we learned, I should at least have a talk with him. Yagi scratched his head. About everything. You, me, Torino-sensei, Nezu-sensei. And Nana-sensei. I suppose. Chio sighed. But hold that off until after the exam. He's already got enough going on as is. I understand that, but no. Seventh yelled out, trying to escape the black tendrils that were tying her down. Find him. Now. I need to talk to my grandson. I need some help here. Fifth called for help. Why are you even holding her back? Second asked. It's not like she can escape this realm and find the kid. He took a glance at First, who didn't comment as he put another licorice into his mouth. Can't she? That should be for the best. Yagi nodded in agreement before turning back out. Have a good day, Shuzenji-sensei. You, too. Chio waved him off. Make sure not to send any more students my way. Case file number 22, Shinsu Hitoshi. Dear Diary, I can't, even with all my years in the medical field, figure out why my assistant's condition isn't considered insomnia. Yes, I know he wakes up and sleeps anytime he wants. But how do you explain him sleeping at every encounter with others before he seduces them? Unknowingly seducing them. Sloppy. Shouter commented, looking at a hanging upside-down Hitoshi. Hitoshi only groaned in response as he struggled to escape from the binding. Shouter only stood there and watched for a while before he finally released his grip on his binding scarf, dropping Hitoshi onto the floor. The practical exam starts in 3 days. Shouter emotionlessly commented. At this rate, your chances of failing are higher than everyone else. Hitoshi scowled as he pulled himself up, getting into his fighting stance. We're done for today. Shouter looked away and headed towards the gym's exit. I can still fight. Hitoshi called out. I know. Shouter didn't slow down. And if you keep going like that, we'll just be wasting both of our time. Before turning the corner at the door, Shouter looked back at Hitoshi once more. Come up with something different, Shinsu. Something better than just insults to get me to reply to you. Hitoshi flinched. Your seat in the hero course depends on it. Midoriya. Hitoshi called. Izuku, with his head on the table, turned to Hitoshi with a relaxed smile. Why haven't you transferred to the hero course? No one's stopping you now, right? Hitoshi watched carefully as Izuku hummed in thought for a few seconds before the nurse just shrugged. It just doesn't feel right just yet. Izuku nonchalantly answered, rolling his head side to side on the table. Besides, I prefer this current job, anyway. I'll leave the difficult and important stuff to you guys for now. Your job is important, too. Hitoshi mumbled, not being able to look at the cuteness next to him. I know that. Izuku chuckled. But you guys are the ones risking yourself out there. Best I can do now is make sure your injuries are well taken care of. As Hitoshi and Izuku exchanged compliments, They didn't notice the table they were seating at. The whole canteen they were at turned deadly quiet. Next to them, Chikuchi's mouth hung open with a bewildered expression while the table behind them, containing Pony, Nito, Setsuna and Togaru, dropped their silverwares at the newfound information. Mimi Midoriya dash. Shaking off her shock, Chikuchi turned to Izuku. What did Shinsu mean by no one stopping you now? He meant dash. Aizawa-sensei refused to take him in because of his reluctance to throw hands. Hitoshi cut him off. It sounds bad when you put it like that. Izuku gently elbowed Hitoshi. I just didn't score enough in the entrance exam. But that's when Recovery Girl took me in under apprenticeship to have a chance at transferring. I have that chance now, I'm just still unsure whether I should take it or not. But if you were to transfer, Hitoshi scratched his chin. Would it be 1A or 1B? At a table nearby, Tenya's glasses crack, Tsuyu's ever-bland expression turned into one of shock, while Okiko and Shoto leaned closer towards Izuku's table to hear better. That's an interesting question. Izuku hummed. I think originally, if I was able to get in the hero course, I'd have been in 1A. From a table far away, with her sound amplifier, Momo quietly cheered. But realistically, I think 1B would be a better and more suitable choice. Izuku smiled. Kan-sensei specialized in quirk training and controlling. I think he would be a better teacher for me. Aside from Chiyo-sensei, that is. From another table far away, Itsuka shot her fist in the air in vindication. I see. Hitoshi nodded. So which class do you like better? Chikuchi shivered from the sheer tension she felt in the air. In terms of? Just in general. Hitoshi shrugged. As in which class would you like to be in? Izuku absorbed the question for a few seconds before he finally spoke up. I think 1-Hey little listeners. Present MIC barged in the canteen with a loud greeting. Why is the canteen so quiet? Shut up, MIC-sensei. Kyuka yelled. Quiet down, Yamada-sensei. Juzo chimed in. You do know the only reason you aren't on suspension or expelled right now is because of Nezu and I, right? Chiyo sighed tiredly. It's just a prank. Izuku pouted. You made MIC cry and Cementos recited the Bible out of fear. Chiyo hit Izuku with her cane. Even Aizawa flinched when he saw you, and that man had seen some messed up stuff. People take mushroom zombies too seriously. Izuku stuck out his tongue. Kuro-sensei likes it. The mushroom zombie wasn't what she took her likings to. Chiyo mumbled. But I'm tired of explaining stuff to you at this point. How's your family? Just as usual. Izuku shrugged. Mom did say she would love to speak to you again sometimes. When she is done with her workload, that is. Is the police department that busy? She's just a workaholic. Izuku scratched his neck. Guess that runs in the BLD. Chiyo smiled. Tell her I'll be waiting. Will do. Izuku nodded. I'm going to head home now. Do you still need me for anything? Not here. Chiyo shook her head. Swing by the gym and send any students who are still there home. Last thing I need is some blockheads get injured when no one's around. Sorry for the delay. Izuku apologized as he sat down on the arcade machine. There were some complications at the apartment. Whatever. The rough, scratchy voice came from under the black hoodie. Just pick a fighter and lose. That's big talk from someone who's never won before. Izuku chuckled tauntingly as he gently tapped on the buttons of the arcade machine. Isn't it already like 28-0 now? Shut up. The man groaned impatiently. Your win streak ends today, you hear? I'm going to dust that shitty combo of yours today. If you insist. Izuku whistled. As the fight was signaled by the announcer, repeated tapping became the only noises between the two. While Izuku was playing the machine elegantly, with every move he made was with precision and careful, his opponent roughly and harshly slammed on the button repeatedly, as if he was gaining extra damages if the button was pressed harder. After 3 minutes or so, the winner was decided. SHT. The man slammed on the arcade machine with his fist. Vandalism. Izuku calmly said. I guess that's 29-0. Yeah, and that thing ends today. He groaned. I'll dust you next week. So, what do YA want? My microscope is broken for some reasons, so a new one would be I meant food, noob. He jokingly slapped Izuku on the head. I lost so it's on me, remember? But last time was on me. Do you want the food or not? Katsuden, if you kindly would. Izuku bowed. The man in the hoodie let out a tired sigh before he pulled out his phone and typed something on it as they both walked to an alleyway. Within seconds, a black portal opened up. There's a really good place, but it's in Osaka. He pointed at the portal. It should take 5 minutes of walking or something. There's a really cheap restaurant down the block. I'm not eating at that place. He cut Izuku off. Also, the police and heroes frequent that place a lot. I see. Izuku nodded as he gestured at the portal. After you, older cousin. Tomura scoffed before he walked through, not forgetting to leave Izuku another slap on the head. With another painful yell, Hitoshi threw a punch at the sandbag. The impact from his hook sent the bag swinging a little before Hitoshi held and hung onto it, trying to regain his breathing. I do hope you have a teacher's permission to use this gym. Hitoshi turned towards the door to find a familiar face and set of green hair stood there and waved at him with a soft, gentle smile. I do. Aizawa-sensei's. Hitoshi shortly replied. Where is he, then? Izuku peeked his head in and looked around. This gym is only allowed to be used under the supervision of a staff member. He left 5 minutes ago. Hitoshi answered, throwing another punch. Figure I should stay and practice for a little longer. How long have you guys been practicing before he left? An hour, maybe 2. Hitoshi said between his breaths. Couldn't tell. Suddenly, his punch was stopped as the punching bag was held firmly on the spot. Hitoshi glared over at Izuku, who did not drop his smile. Then I guess you should continue this tomorrow. Izuku told him. You shouldn't be overworking yourself. Especially when the exam is coming up. That's why I'm still training. Hitoshi groaned. I'm fine. Move. I believe you. Izuku did not budge. That's why to continue being fine, you should stop, change, go home and rest. Maybe have a big meal and 8 hours of sleep. Maybe you should care more about yourself before poking your nose into others' business. Hitoshi said pointedly. Your eye bags look worse than mine. This, unfortunately, is a condition I'm living with. Izuku only chuckled soft-heartedly. Or at least, too busy to fix. Yours, on the other hand, seem like a self-inflicted condition. Please go home and rest up, Shinsu-san. Hitoshi remained his glare on Izuku for a few minutes before he finally relented and let out a defeated sigh. Izuku let out a brighter smile at the sight of Hitoshi unwrapping his gloves. Izuku took a quick look around the gym for any anomalies before making it back to Hitoshi. A one-on-one session with Aizawa-sensei, here. Izuku sat down on a gym bench and asked. That's new. From what I heard from Chiyo-sensei, he never gives students private lessons. Maybe I'm his first pity case. Hitoshi grumpy scoffed. Not every day you see someone with a villain quirk playing hero. A terrible hero, at that. Villain quirk. Izuku tilted his head confusingly. What do you mean? You know what my quirk is. Hitoshi looked away. Figure it out. Your quirk is called brainwashing. You can take away the control of a person's body if they reply to you verbally. Izuku read out Hitoshi's quirk. Pretty useful in hostage or negotiation situations, in my opinion. Hell, it's especially effective against people who love to monologue. Brainwashing. Hitoshi emphasized. Even the name sounds villainous. Once again, Hitoshi watched as Izuku's head remained tilted as his expression became more and more confused. I still don't get it. Izuku scrunched his face in thought. Villain quirk. Hitoshi scowled in annoyance. If you're here to mess with me, are you a villain? What? Are you a villain? Izuku repeated. No. Have you ever used your quirk for anything villain-like? No. Have you hurt anyone with your quirk, deliberately, before? No. Then I still don't get it. Izuku continued as he scratched his chin in thought. How is brainwashing a villain quirk? Hitoshi remained still, even when Izuku had waved him goodbye as he left the gym. Please keep your phone on, Mr. Tomura. Kurogiri requested. It is crucial for me to immediately reach out if anything happens. Yeah. Tomura waved him off. I'm just out for some video games. Stop being such a tutorial NPC. With that, Tomura slammed the door shut. On his way to the department store, Tomura's mind wandered off, and it only singled out one conclusion. Everything became boring after the USJ. He came to USJ with full hatred and determination to kill All Might. He failed on that, even with Nomu's help. He used Stain for publicity. He somewhat succeeded and failed on that. His name got out there, but everyone's focus was on the SHT Stain himself. Even Sensei grew dissatisfied with him as days went on. The man's focus seemed to be entirely on something else. Or someone else, if he had to wager a guess. But none of that matters now. Not when he'd found a player too. Tomura grinned at the image of the fearless kid glaring at him. His refusal to dodge decay to complete an SCRT mission. His counter to decay itself. That strange, familiar feeling he had when he saw the boy for the first time. Tomura whistled happily, creeping out a few people nearby. Case file number 23, Ashido Mina. Dear Diary, maybe it's the fluffy hair. But that doesn't make any sense, though, since his mother and grandmother's hairs aren't fluffy. This is the pairings. Izuku looked up from the report at Chiyo. If it isn't, tomorrow is going to be awkward. Chiyo answered nonchalantly as she continued to type on her computer. I mean, this is the correct pairings. Izuku asked once more. If it isn't, then the entirety of last week spent researching, reviewing and notarizing the papers was a huge waste of my time. Chiyo answered once more. Something wrong with it? Well, not wrong, but... Izuku studied the paper again. Unfair and cruel are the words I would use. For 1A, especially. This is a designed to fail them kind of exam. Even by this year's standard. It is because of this year's standard that it is so difficult. Chiyo explained. With the constant rise of villains' attacks, the existence of the League of Villain and more importantly, the confirmed presence of you-know-who, Nezu and I agreed that we should prepare the students for more of what might come. In one as case, they survived the League's attack on their first encounter. 2 students there faced down the hero killer and came out alive, so we put them on a higher standard. I guess I see your point. Izuku scratched his head. I'm guessing you guys are already expecting some failures on their parts. We would like to be pleasantly surprised once in a while. Chiyo chuckled. Just out of curiosity, who did you put on the high chances of failing spot? Based on what I've read. Izuku hummed in thought for a while. Kirishima Aijuru-san and Soto Rikido-san will be overwhelmed by Cemento-sensei if they don't come up with a plan other than smashing their way through. Hanta Siro-san and Mineta Minoru-san are a little hard to say. It really depends on Hanta-san's decision-making ability and Mineta-san's ability to fight against his urge. Please at least tell me he is on thin ice with how he acts towards some of the girls. This exam is to see if he truly wants to be a hero, or if he truly is here just for fame and lust. Chiyo groaned in distaste. That's all of your assessment. Just 2 more which, I believe, are just outright diabolical. Izuku continued. Bakugo Katsuki-san and Todoroki Shoto-san against All Might Sensei. I understand this is a learning opportunity for me as well, but even I don't believe I can do anything about full-body paralysis or the vegetative state of a human being. He knows better than that. Chiyo shrugged. And for the last one. Even if I agree with the reason here, it's just too much. Izuku sat down on his chair with a complicated expression. Yes, Kaminari Denki-san and Ashido Mina-san need to learn to strategize and improvise, but putting them against Principal Nezu. That's just plain cruel. I agree. So does Nezu. That's why we said we would like to be pleasantly surprised. I don't want to sound too negative, but that just sounds like you guys are looking for a miracle. We would be pleasantly surprised if a miracle appears. Chiyo sipped her tea. What's wrong with her? Togaru leaned over and whispered to Nito. Beats me. Nito shrugged before turning over to Pony, who just shook her head as confusing as her friends. Witnesses said she's been like that ever since she got to class. Witnesses. Honinuki, Shishida, and Shiozaki, being the early birds they are, came to class early and Tokuge was already here, looking like that. There have been theories, as per usual. Nito rubbed his chin in thought. Maybe she's high on some drags recovery girl prescribed to her. Juzo offered. That's a very real possibility. Nito agreed. But she is too unresponsive. Yui offered. Kodai-san. Shouda blushed. That's not something you should say out loud. What did she say? Itsuka raised a curious eyebrow. Nothing. One BS vice president quickly answered. You came to class earlier than all of us, Shiozaki. Has Tokuge been like that ever since? I'm afraid so. Ibara clasped her hands together. After Izuku and I bid farewell earlier this morning, I came here and found Tokuge-san already sitting there with her blissful look. Suddenly, the center of attention snapped out of her dream world and yelled to Ibara. You saw Midoriya this morning? Setsuna asked with a bright, curious expression. How is he? Well. Slightly taken aback by the sudden question, Ibara hesitantly replied. He yawns 3 times more than usual, but it is still in acceptable range. I mean, how do I put this? Setsuna crossed her arms in thought for a few seconds. Does he look different? So we're just going to look past the fact that Shiozaki counts every yawn her friend makes. Fukidashi pointed at Ibara while looking at Leiko, who just shrugged. All right. Ibara stopped herself and thought for a few seconds before she answered again. I believe he wore a necklace underneath his uniform. It is hard with his lab coat. So he wears it here. Setsuna sat down with a bigger, goofier smile on her face and once again wandered off to her own dreamland. Ibara, and the rest of 1B who were listening in on the conversation, turned deadly quiet. It took a few minutes before Tsuburaba finally let all hell loose. Oh, they a thing. Tsuburaba dono. Shishida yelled. Please do not use such languages. I mean. Yosetsu came to Tsuburaba's defend as he quietly spoke up while looking over at Setsuna. He has a point. I assure you, Izuku did no such thing. Ibara yelled out with a blush. I was with him the entire day yesterday. So you and him food. Tsuburaba was swiftly wrapped up like a mummy by Ibara's vines. We are going to fight you. Mina and the rest of 1A screamed. Standing in front of them, the pro-heroes of U.A. replied with a devious grin on each of their faces. Sitting on Aizawa's shoulder, Principal Nezu cheerfully explained. Due to the increase in villains' attacks recently, we've decided that we would want you to focus on fighting against others. More specifically, people who overwhelm you with both skills and experiences, so that you could get used to real combat. Nezu cackled. And we aim to implement that today and now. He then jumped off of Aizawa and put on a serious look. We aim to fight you to the utmost of our abilities, doing all we can to defeat you. Just like the villains out there. Nezu looked over 1A. While some wore nervous, fearful expressions, others put on a brave, understanding and confident facade. But we will have some limitations put on ourselves. To be fair. Power Loader then handed each teacher a dark metal bracelet. This is a limit device that we will put on ourselves. Nezu raised the bracelet up high before putting it on his wrist. Hatsume-san and Midoriya-san has come together. They what? Momo yelled. To come up with this device. Nezu elaborated. The explanation seemed satisfactory enough for Momo to calm down. While this is a limited weight, it also puts us in a state of exhaustion, making it harder for us to perform. All of us will be wearing this, even teachers with emitter quirks like present MIC and number 13 here. We also encourage you to work in a team. Aizawa picked up from where Nezu stopped. But unlike the indoor battle training, this time, we will pick the team for you based on our observation of your abilities, scores, fighting styles, and compatibility. 1A looked around one another, curious about who would be their teammate. To start off with the pairings. Aizawa landed his tired gaze on his students. He then broke into a devilish grin. Meanwhile, in the medical tent, through the viewing monitors, Chiyo sat there with a defeated smile while Izuku was attentively writing in his notebook. I give up. Chiyo smiled defeatedly. Those notebooks must be coming from a pocket dimension or something. What do you mean? Izuku asked without looking up from his writing. Don't worry about it. Chiyo blew past the topic. Ready for your busiest day yet? Shouldn't we hope for less injuries on the students? Izuku tilted his head. I've known these idiots ever since they took up a job here. Chiyo put a gummy bear in her mouth. This is going to be your busiest day. Izuku only replied with a soft chuckle before he closed his notebook and focused on the monitors, paying close attention before signaling the matches starting. Was there like a gas leak or something? Aizawa mumbled, looking at the scene in front of him. It fell more in line with food poisoning than anything. Chiyo tiredly mumbled as she put towels on her grandniece and her classmate's forehead. I assume your side is done. I have some help from the robots. Aizawa nodded. They're asking if this is finally their chance to go after Midoriya without repercussions. Could you tell them he's not involved? Are you asking me to lie? So it is his fault. Aizawa sighed defeatedly. Just for the sake of my sanity, do you mind explaining the whole situation? It's Valentine, Aizawa. Chiyo rolled her eyes. What did you expect? For Nezu to finally put the ban on this godforsaken day. I'm guessing they fought each other to see who gets to give Midoriya their chocolate. Worse. Chiyo showed a deadly serious expression. He's the one who's giving everyone his chocolate. How is that worse? These hormonal goblins spend every neuron of their brains to figure out if the chocolate is just friendship or a love confession. Chiyo pointed at a dazed-looking Xiaotou, who looked up to the ceiling while lying on the bed with a small packet of chocolate still in his hand. Before Aizawa was able to say anything, Majima's voice echoed from the corner of the hallway. Shuzenji! He screamed in panic. Put your student on a leash or something. He's giving my class chocolates. Towels are in the box labeled 1H over there. Chiyo simply pointed at a box in the corner. Only take the fainted cases to me. Should I dash? Izuku pointed at the monitor. Don't bother. Chiyo calmly sipped her tea. That's how Nezu has fun. Yeah, well, that's also how Joker has fun before Batman swooped in. Izuku sassed. If you want to be Batman, be my guess. Chiyo gestured at the door. But I think we both know Nezu knows what he's doing and no danger will befall those two. Izuku didn't say anything as he watched Mina and Denki frantically run away from the collapsing structure of the arena. Fine. Izuku reluctantly conceded. I'll Essarozu-san, Shinsu-san, Todoroki-san and Bakugu-san back to the main office. Do you want me to bring anything over? Before Chiyo said anything, hers and Izuku's attention was drawn to the screen showing Kirishima and Seitu punching through another cement wall, only to be immediately surrounded yet again. Their exhaustion and frustration were clearly visible on their faces. Maybe some energy bar and food that is high in sugar. Chiyo finally spoke up. Right away. Izuku bowed and left. Me do I. Mina said with a musical, cheerful tone. At the mention of his name, Izuku pulled up the eye mask and smiled. Ashido-san. Izuku greeted before letting out a yawn. What's got you chipper so early in the morning? Sun's about to set, Midori. Mina sweat dropped. Really? Izuku glanced over at the clock on the wall. Guess I've been here since yesterday. That's actually why I'm here. Mina jumped on a chair and slid it across the room towards Izuku. I came to the nurse's office and recovery girl said you haven't been there. She said, maybe he's finally taken my advice and got some rest for that thick head of his. Izuku giggled at Mina's imitation of his teacher. No one knows where you were, So I figured you must have been here. Mina grinned. At our secret place. I wouldn't say it's a secret. Izuku chuckled as he walked towards the fridge. I did ask for Principal Nezu's permission to use this dash up. Bap. Mina shushed him. It's our secret place. I guess it is. Izuku accepted as he handed Mina a can of soda. Why were you looking for me? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Mina snapped her finger in realization. Midnight Sensei gave us some homeworks and let me tell why, they are a head-scratcher. Mina pulled out her books and threw them on the table. Izuku picked them up and quickly skimmed through them. She really went all out on these, here. Izuku whistled. Right. Mina nodded in agreement. So can I copy yours? I'm afraid not. Izuku's smile remained on his face as he answered. But I can help you out with these. Ugh, responsibility. Mina pouted as Izuku gently hit her head with the textbook. Okay, fine. Educate me, please, Midoriya-sensei. With her eyes closed, Mina laid her head on the table. She blew raspberries in boredom, thinking of the upcoming tuition hours with Izuku. At least she got to spend time with Izuku in their secret room only they know about except Nezu. Before Mina could lift her face up, a teasing, gentle voice whispered into her ears. No one's going to find us in our secret room, Ashido-san. Mina froze up as Izuku whispered softly into her ear. So you better stay awake and pay attention to me, okay? Because I'm about to rock your world. Mina shot her bright pink face up and turned to Izuku, who stood there and grinned with a textbook in his hand. Got your attention. Good. Because this particular era of art history is going to change the way you look at the current world. So, in between the 15th and 16th century thinking back about it, maybe Mina really should inform someone about this room. In case she ever died of embarrassment. You are the dancing queen, young and sweet. Izuku hummed the lyrics as he skipped happily back to Chio with a bag of sweets from Lunch Rush. Only 17. Suddenly, another voice chimed in and sang with him. Izuku turned to his right in surprise and found a pink-skinned girl in a camouflage-patterned skin-tight suit, with a coat that had white fur along its collar. Pink, fluffy and messy hair that is comparable to Izuku danced with Mina as she matched Izuku's skipping rhythm as they headed to the medical tent. You like ABBA too, Mr. Doctor? Mina excitedly asked. Who doesn't? Izuku answered with a smile. How are you feeling, Ashido-san? Tired? Hungry? Depressed? Mina slumped over. I failed my practical exam. I'm sorry to hear that. Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a bar of chocolate. Here. For hunger. Mina accepted the sweet with a short nod and held it in her right hand as she ate it bite by bite. As for the tiredness. Izuku showed his right hand. Knowing what the nurse's quirk was, Mina got the idea and decided to grab Izuku's hand. They held onto each other's hands in silence, with the only sound occupying the atmosphere were the wind softly breezing through them while their footsteps hit the soft dirt. Being the hyperactive and social butterfly, Mina decided she wanted to break the quietness. So, I don't think I caught your name, dude. Mina laughed. Maybe I should have asked that before we held hands like this. Midoriya Izuku, at your service. Nice to meet you, Ashido-san. Izuku smiled. Do you still feel tired? It's a ton better now. Thanks a lot, man. Mina grinned. Principal Nezu really drove us to near death right there. Speaking of, how is Kaminari-san doing? He's disappointed, for sure. But he got Jiru to take care of all that, so I bet he'll be up and running soon enough. Kaminari-san and Jiru-san. I didn't know they were a thing. Izuku whistled impressively. Well, not yet. Mina emphasized. But a romance expert like myself definitely sees something between them. What about you? Izuku asked. Anyone to vent to, Miss Romance Expert? Again, not yet. Mina pouted. It's 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, man. Stuck here for remedial lessons instead of having fun at the summer camp with everyone else. My life officially 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲. I guess you'll be seeing me a lot during summer, then. Izuku chuckled. Oh, my, what is this, Midoriya-sensei? Mina showed a teasing grin as she leaned in closer, holding Izuku's hand tighter. Are you perhaps trying to graduate with me? Mina expected Izuku to at least blush and turn away. She couldn't be more wrong. At the sudden flirting, Izuku only raised his eyebrows in surprise for a quick second. He instead leaned over closer to Mina. Hasn't that always been the plan, Ashido-san? Izuku whispered teasingly. Midori. Mina stuttered. I was just kidding dash. As a matter of fact, you are the person I want to graduate with the most. Izuku ignored her and continued. At his word, Mina's blush became redder and redder. Suddenly, Izuku turned his face away and let go of Mina's hand in her shock. We're here. Izuku pointed at the medical tent. I'll have to return back to work. Make sure you do well for your remedial lessons, okay, Ashido-san? It'd be a shame if you couldn't graduate with everyone at the end of your 3rd year. See you. As Izuku disappeared behind the tent, Mina flopped down to the floor with her heart thumping in her chest. Maybe staying back wouldn't be so terrible, after all. Himiko-ne. Himiko looked up from her phone at her brother's call. What's up, Izuku? What does it mean when you say you want to graduate with someone? Himiko immediately spat out the water she was drinking. From behind the kitchen, Rei dropped the plates she was washing onto the floor. Inko continued to type on her laptop without any reaction. Just to be clear. Himiko coughed. What do you think it means? I assume it means you want to graduate school with someone important. Izuku tilted his head. But whenever I said that to someone, they just ended up with a nosebleed or something, so I'm just wondering if it means anything else. Himiko hesitated for a moment before she turned to Inko, who continued to type on her laptop with her utmost concentration. Seeing that their mother was no help, Himiko called out. Rei-san, you want to take this one? Oh my, look at all these dishes that I dropped. They heard Rei's voice from the kitchen. I better clean these up before someone gets hurt. Himiko realized that she couldn't trust anyone anymore. She let out a defeated sigh and was about to explain to Izuku what it really means, but her brother's bright, tired, innocent eyes stumped her. Words choked in Himiko's throat before she yelled. I can't do this. Not to you. And ran away. Izuku showed a confused expression and turned to Inko. Do you know what else it means? I don't know. Inko shrugged. It's always just graduating to me. Side chapter number 2, The Doctor and the Hero. Dear Diary, at this point, Setsuna is becoming more and more like I was. Aileen, that dumb assistant of mine had better married her now. Otherwise she might stay single. DMNU, Nana. Of all the things you could pass on to your BLD. Congratulations on passing your practical exam, Tokuji-san. Izuku congratulated her as he passed her a can of cold energy drink. You did amazing against Nezu-sensei. Thanks, Midoriya. Setsuna tiredly mumbled as she accepted the drink. You did amazing, Setsuna. I'm proud of you. Chio chimed in. We'll go to any restaurant you want later. Anywhere you want. Even if they only sell those dino nuggets you like so much. Especially then. Setsuna chuckled with her face covered with a towel, trying to hide her embarrassment. Thank you, Granny Kai, I love you. Love you too, dearie. Chio showed a rare smile. You want to come with us, Izuku? Thanks for the offer, Chio-sensei, but I shouldn't intrude on your family time. Izuku smiled softly. Besides, I've got all these reports you guys are making me write. You used your quirk the whole day, didn't you? Chio reprimanded. Those reports are due next week. Rest up for today, at least. Do those on the weekend. I have plans for the weekend. Izuku pouted. It's better to complete all the work in one go and have free time without worries, right? Speaking my language right there, man. Setsuna cheered. I'm really worried about you too. Chio sighed. What are you planning for the weekend? Tomorrow is Friday, so probably trying not to get murdered by a certain psychopath I know. Izuku hummed in thought for a few seconds. Sunday I'm hanging out with Ibara after church. As for Saturday, it's not confirmed yet. Actually, I'll check right now. Izuku then turned to Setsuna. Are you free this Saturday, Tokuji-san? The energy can in Setsuna's hand was caught by Izuku as the girl let it slip in shock. Chiyo. Nana spun the chair. Please. Just one more time. Despite being spun around in her chair, Chiyo, with a book in her hand, replied firmly. No. It's the last time. Nana begged. I promise. You said that before our 22nd visit. Chiyo countered. In a week. I just want to see if I really want that dress. Nana pouted. Come on, just one last time. Why don't you just go alone? Chiyo scrunched her eyebrows in annoyance. I can't make these types of decisions on my own. I need someone else's input. Nana hugged Chiyo from behind. I also want to spend more time with my best friend. Please. Chiyo was thankful that Nana was too busy coming up with excuses that she didn't see her blushing up a storm. Quickly. Regaining her focus, Chiyo quacked Nana's head with her book, making the hero release her. Tomorrow. 10 a.m. In front of my apartment. Chiyo sighed. You're driving. Yippee. Nana cheered. I know you love me enough. Yeah. Chiyo scoffed. Keep flattering yourself. Okay, breathe, Setsuna. Breathe. Setsuna muttered to herself with her hand on her chest. You can do this. You've been preparing for this all day yesterday. Just be calm, confident and cool. He'll like it. He'll like you. Listen, it's already 20 minutes before your meeting time. Chiyo glanced at her watch and sighed. Are you sure you want to keep repeating that mantra? I can see his nodding off on the bench over there. Setsuna followed her great-aunt's eyes towards the bench in the park. Despite the slight crowd of people during the weekend's morning, in the midst of people walking by, through the car's windows, they could see Izuku laying his head on his fist, nodding off. We came 20 minutes earlier than the agreed time. Setsuna held her head in despair. He shouldn't have been here already. Now I'm the one who comes late and makes him wait, and Chiyo shoved a mint into Setsuna's mouth. Then you better get out there and start your date already, stupid grandniece. Chiyo scolded her. You go out there and make that rockhead think he's the luckiest man alive. I'd better not see you come home without at least doing something worth mentioning, young lady. Setsuna let her great-aunt's words sink in for a few seconds before her worried look turned into one of determination. With a firm and confident nod, she bid farewell to Chiyo. I'm going now. Setsuna declared. Love you, Auntie Kai, see you later. Love you too, Setsuna. Chiyo smiled back. With the door slammed closed, Setsuna walked towards Izuku, filled with determination. She took in a deep breath with every step she took closer to Izuku. Midoriya. Setsuna called out cheerfully. Rough morning. At his name being called, Izuku's eyes fluttered open in surprise. He rubbed his eyes tiredly before looking up and found Setsuna standing there, grinning. Tokuji-san. Izuku greeted her with a smile. You look amazing. Good morning to you, too. Thanks. Setsuna turned her red face away, thankful that Izuku was still too busy yawning to notice. You look great too, dude. Really? Thank you. Izuku scratched his head with a smile. This wasn't the outfit I picked out, actually. My aunt and sister saw what I was wearing and they pulled me back in and forced me to change before I could leave. Hey, me too. Setsuna gasped. My mom literally dragged me back inside and she said she would only let me out if I changed out of my hoodie. Can you believe that? I mean, this green dress looks great but it's not hoodie great. What a missed opportunity for both of us, then. Izuku chuckled as he stood up. We'd better get today started if we don't want to be late for dinner. Here. Izuku showed Setsuna, who turned into a worse blushing mess, his hand. You don't know where we're going and it can get a little crowded on the weekend. Izuku explained. We wouldn't want to get lost, would we? Setsuna hesitantly grabbed Izuku's hand. With a smile, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gently pulled her and the couple started making their way through the wave of people. In the car, 𝐬𝐽 just sat there and sighed. Youth. Listen, I can explain. Nana raised her hand nervously. Explain away. 𝐬𝐽 said, emotionlessly. Explain why you left me waiting for almost 3 hours on a trip that you pressured me into going. There was a villain attack nearby. Nana mumbled. I passed by it when the guy went on a rampage, so I thought. Might as well, you know. And that took you almost 3 hours. 𝐬𝐽 raised an eyebrow. And then I saw a note in his pocket that turned out lead to a huge drag ring dash. Surely you handed it to the police. 𝐬𝐽 asked a question she already knew the answer to. And something big was happening soon. So I thought, you know, might as well have a quick look at it. And a fight broke out. Listen, 𝐬𝐽, I'm so sorry. Nana got down on her knees and hugged 𝐬𝐽's leg. I'll buy anything you want later, okay? Just don't make me go there alone. The saleswomen there are scary. Communicating is scary. You have a husband. And kids. That's different. They're special. Nana pleaded. Like you. Nana watched anxiously as 𝐬𝐽 turned her head away for some reason before the doctor turned back around with her ever-unchanging expression. Fine. 𝐬𝐽 sighed. You're buying me coffee. The expensive one. Isn't it already past noon? Are you complaining? Not at all, Doc. It's okay if we eat katsudon, though. Setsuna pouted as she followed 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I'm glad that someone finally agrees with my preference in food. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 chuckled. But I'm meeting with Ibara tomorrow and she won't be happy to know that I ate katsudon again. How would she find out? Setsuna showed an extremely confused expression. Also, how much katsudon do you eat per week? Unhealthy amount. But I do need to eat something else every now and then. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 waved off her question. The clothing shops are upstairs. We should take the escalator. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stopped as he turned around and noticed Setsuna still, eyes stuck to something behind the glass panel. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 quietly got closer and checked out what Setsuna was looking at. Behind the glasses, on display, a pair of pink chrysanthemum flower earrings laid elegantly behind a price sign. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 glanced back and forth at the earrings and Setsuna's desireful yet innocent expression. See something you like? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 whispered. Seemingly snapped out of her trance, Setsuna quickly explained. Yeah. She chuckled grimly. I've always wanted to have earrings. But my healing factor immediately heals any ear holes I make, so. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hummed in understanding. Afraid that she might have brought the mood down, Setsuna put a huge grin before slapping 𝐒𝐽's back. Don't feel too sorry for me, though. She laughed. I still can wear other accessories. And other badass shirts. Let us make haste upstairs and don't you dare disappoint me, Doctor. Wouldn't dare to, ma'am, 𝐒𝐽 smiled. Here. 𝐬𝐽 put a shirt inside the basket. This is the 5th plain pink t-shirt you've picked out. Nana groaned. I can help you, 𝐬𝐽. With what? 𝐬𝐽 tilted her head as she stuffed her hands inside her coat's pockets. A better fashion sense. Why would anyone care about whatever I wear under this coat? 𝐬𝐽 rolled her eyes. It's cheap, efficient and logical. But the fashion dash. Whatever. 𝐬𝐽 flicked Nana's forehead. To the cashier, you go. After Nana begrudgingly checked out their stuff, the pair found themselves casually strolling around the mall. They walked side by side as Nana went on and on about topics and topics while 𝐬𝐽 silently listened and tiredly chimed in whenever she felt necessary. As the pair was heading to a coffee stall, 𝐬𝐽 found herself stopping in front of a jewelry store. Nana! 𝐬𝐽 called. Hearing her name, Nana turned around and leaned over to see what 𝐬𝐽 was looking at. Behind the glass panel, on display, was a necklace with violet flower-shaped gem at the end of it. I didn't know you like accessories like this. I don't. Usually. 𝐬𝐽 curtly replied. I just thought they would look good on you. My, paying attention now, aren't we? Nana giggled teasingly. You have a point, though. They look quite nice. Thinking of buying. I might lose them, flying around and all. Nana shrugged. Ring or necklace is better, but I lose them all the time. You still have your wedding ring, right? Well, duh. Nana grinned. Remember what happened last time someone tried to steal it? I remember you putting me through an extended session of healing a criminal and writing reports about the countless injuries that happened to him. It wasn't that bad. Nana looked away. Was it? 𝐿 and I had to talk you down from dropping him off the building. 𝐒𝐲 glared at her. From the 30th floor. Hey, coffee. 𝐒𝐲 showed a flabbergasted expression as she watched her friend shamelessly run away. Hey! Setsuna waved at Izuku, who saw and jogged towards her. What took you so long? It got a little bit crowded. Izuku scratched his right cheek. Afternoon, 𝐒𝐲-sensei. Afternoon, dearie. 𝐒𝐲 nodded. Ready to go. Actually, is it okay if I meet you guys there later? Izuku asked. I need to run home and do something real quick. Is everything okay? 𝐒𝐲 asked. Everything's fine. It's just something I should do before dinner. Izuku waved off her concern. It won't take long. I promise. It's no problem. Setsuna gave him a thumbs up. You're lucky I'm kind and understanding. Other girls won't be as nice. I asked because I know you're not like other girls. Izuku smirked. See you later, Tokuji-san, 𝐒𝐲-sensei. As Izuku ran off and disappeared into the crowd, 𝐒𝐲 turned back to her car. Blush profusely inside the car, Setsuna. She called out loudly. It's embarrassing. Nana-sensei. Toshinori asked through his hastened breath as he noticed something different. Is that a new necklace? Nana took a few seconds to register Toshinori's question and looked down at her brand new necklace. A soft smile crept onto Nana's lips as her finger softly went through the violet gem. Quite a keen eye you have, Toshinori. Nana's sweet smile turned into a grin. You must be popular with the ladies at UA. Nana-sensei. Toshinori blushed. Nana laughed out loud at her apprentice's reaction. After wiping the tears from her eyes, Nana sat down. It's from 𝐒𝐲. Nana smiled. That tsundere of a doctor gave this to me yesterday before driving off as quickly as she could. I've never seen 𝐿 laugh so hard ever before. It was amazing. I see. Toshinori chuckled at the description. What do you think about that, Nana-sensei? I think it's sweet. Nana chuckled. She acts cold and aloof all the time, even if we all know she's the biggest softie deep inside. Really? Toshinori showed a surprised expression. She was kind of difficult whenever she had to heal any of us after class. That's just her way of saying she cares. Nana grinned. What kind of teacher is glad to see their student injured? Torino-sensei and Nezu-sensei laughed at my broken arm last month. They're just a bunch of psychopaths. It's getting late, Izuku. 𝐒𝐲 glanced over at the clock on the wall. Come on. I'll drive you home. Before Izuku could answer, Setsuna quickly interrupted. Give us a few minutes, Auntie Kai. Setsuna smiled. I need to talk to him about something. She then turned to Izuku. Come on, document. To the park, we go. Although surprised by the sudden development, Izuku nodded and followed behind Setsuna. The adults of the house sat in silence, at least until they heard the sound of the front entrance being closed. As soon as they were sure the kids were out of ear range, Setsuna's grandmother broke the silence. Think she'll confess? She better. Setsuna's mother sighed. It's infuriating to watch them not being a couple. Just calm down, now. Setsuna's father calmed them down. They still have 3 years ahead of them to find out more about each other. She'd better be sure if she's doing that. 𝐒𝐲 mumbled under her breath. I don't want either of them rushing into things and regretting it later. You want her to calm down and what, wait forever like you? 𝐒𝐲 gave her sister the deadliest glare. Right. Sensitive topic. So, spill. Walking in front of Izuku, with her hands behind her head, Setsuna asked. Spill what now? Izuku asked back. Whatever you want to tell me. Setsuna suddenly turned around with a grin. They stopped under the illuminating streetlight, surrounded by cicadas' noises that signaled the approaching summer. The dreamy night sky hung above them, engulfed every and all unrelated things around. The scene was as if Setsuna and Izuku were standing on a stage, under the sole stage light that shone over them. A stage of their own. Guess I couldn't hide it well enough. Izuku showed an admittant smile. Not like you did a great job. Setsuna grinned. You kept glancing at me during dinner, especially whenever the mall trip was brought up. So, what's your secret? Setsuna watched with a thumping heart as Izuku hummed quietly to himself for a moment before he let out a sigh and reached into his pocket, making her heartbeat spiraled even further. Until all her attentiveness was focused on how her face was burning as she saw the tiny red box. It's not very secure, Izuku admitted. It's actually very rushed work. My mom knows a blacksmith who does jewelry. I asked her to turn these. Izuku opened the box. Setsuna immediately recognized them as the pink chrysanthemum pair that they saw at the mall. Into 𝐿. Izuku scratched his neck awkwardly. It's one solution to your healing issue, but as I said, these aren't very 𝐂𝐸𝐽𝐽. Wait. Setsuna stopped Izuku. She then reached into her pocket and pulled out an almost similar box to Izuku, with the only difference that it was in green. I actually have something for you, too. I thought it would make a nice thank you, since... She took a deep breath. Since you're the first person I've opened up to. The person who didn't look at me differently because of my quirk. The person who helped me open up to my family about my issue, my insecurity, my fear. You were there with me through all of that, Midoriya. I can't imagine what it would have been like had it not for you, or what it would be like if you aren't there anymore. The word stuck in her throat as she looked at his softened expression. With an internal sigh, Setsuna's lips curled upwards into a smile as she held the necklace up. Thank you, for becoming my friend, me Izuku. Izuku blinked a few times before his smile softened even more before holding the earrings closer. Thank you, for letting me be your friend, Setsuna-san. They both chuckled softly, smiling as they walked back together side by side. Neither said a word as they headed back. But not even a tinge of awkwardness was seen between them. Case file number 24, Izumu Academy High School. Dear Diary, yet again, today I learned that boys' affection isn't limited to US students. But it's good, since we know we can at least trust them if the HPSC ever acts. Young Midoriya. I am here, with a gift. All Might opened the door with his ever-enthusiastic, wide smile. Immediately, his stomach was hit with a cane that made him sputter out some BLD before steam emitted from his body, returning him back to his skeletal shell. See Chiyo, sensei. Toshinori coughed out the choked "boo." Why did you? Chiyo pointed towards Izuku's table, where he was nodding off on the table. Toshinori felt a sharp headache rang through his head before he shook it off and turned back to Chiyo. My apologies, he whispered. At least you're aware. Chiyo rolled her eyes. Now, what's that about a gift for him? Toshinori reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 tickets. My surrogate niece asked to come to Island as a surprise for her father, an old friend of mine. Toshinori explained. I never attended the Expo before, so I figured this would be a nice opportunity to bond with young Midoriya. Maybe tell him some stories about Nana-sensei if he is interested. For some reasons, a sense of pride overwhelmed Toshinori's senses. That sounds nice. Izuku smiled. I'll go with you. Thank you, All Might Sensei. You are welcome, young Midoriya. Toshinori coughed. Were we too loud? Chiyo asked with concern. No, I just heard Island, so. Izuku scratched his head while chuckling. Also, you really shouldn't be letting me sleep like this. It's still working hours. You work outside of your working hours, dearie. Chiyo sighed. I think you deserve rest more than anyone. Oh, speaking of rest. Izuku remembered and turned back to Toshinori. Has the activity already ended? Activity. Activity. Izuku repeated. You know, the one Aizawa-sensei told you when we were all in the staff room, about how Izumu Academy High School is sending a few students to collaborate with us for practicing. Toshinori blinked a few times before the realization hit. His face turned pale before he quickly buffed into his muscle form and dashed out of the room with incomprehensible speed. I swear, he's just actively trying to get himself fired at this point. Chiyo commented. Oh hey, joke-sensei. Himiko looked up from her phone and waved at her teacher, who was jogging towards her alongside her classmates. What took you so long? You're the one who's working too fast. Shindo snapped. That's a B-class villain you're sitting on. How did you even get him? Himiko glanced down at the body she was sitting on. The B-class villain she was sitting showed a mix of disgruntled and pleasure expression. His breathing got heavier and heavier as Himiko only shrugged and ignored him. All that aside, nicely done, Himiko. EMI complimented. This is the sixth one this month, correct? I don't know. I didn't count. Himiko whistled as she stood up, letting her classmates restrain the villain. I'm going to be late for dinner with Izuku, though. Can I leave? Before EMI could answer, the villain suddenly started to chuckle, gaining the attention of everyone. You caught me again, Himiko-chan. The villain maniacally laughed with a red face. Oh, to get noticed by such an appealing, energetic young girl. How popular I am. And to be ignored like I'm not even human turned me on so much. You, Himiko-chan, really are the perfect woman for me. I can't wait to break out and find you again. Despite the rising tension, Himiko just shrugged as she continued to type onto her phone. Good luck with that, then. She answered enthusiastically while continuing to walk away. Oh, ignored yet again. The villain showed a blissful expression. I wonder, will you show me that expression next time if I bring your brother's corpse? In a blink of an eye, every word the villain was about to utter stuck inside his throat as he felt the sharp end of the knife glazing his neck. Himiko's nonchalant expression that he taunted was now replaced with indescribable anger and hatred as she stared straight into his eyes. Her wrist that was holding the knife was firmly held by EMI, whose laughing expression was now replaced with a dead serious one. From behind, Tatami wrapped her hands around Himiko's waist, calming and stopping her from going too far, while from far away, Shindo had his hands readied on the ground. Himiko! EMI commanded. Let go of the knife. Himiko did not answer, nor did she loosen her grip on the knife even a little. I am not repeating, Himiko. EMI glared at her student. Let go. Himiko glared back at her teacher before she finally clicked her tongue in annoyance before letting go of the knife, letting it fall onto the floor before it was kicked away. She gave the villain one last deadly glare before leaving without saying a word. EMI looked at Tatami, who nodded and followed behind Himiko. Did I just hit a dash once more? The villain was interrupted before he could finish. Albeit this time, Emi's fist got him instead of Himiko's knife. That was not funny. But I'm going to be generous and give you a little warning, buddy. EMI grabbed the villain by the hair and lifted his face up. You are going to Tartarus, and for your sake, I hope you at least know how to keep your mouth to yourself. Tears started to form in the villain's eyes, the eyes that were being glared at by EMI. I don't care how dangerous or strong you think you are. EMI continued. But you talk about the boy in there. In front of her. EMI let go of her grip. Not even God could help you. This unironically reignites an irrational fear I had long ago. Izuku chuckled nervously as he watched the camera footage of 1S students being turned into zombies one by one. I saw you sew your own wounds, Izuku. Chiyo looked at him. This scares you. When I was like, really young, me and my babysitter, neighbor. Anyways, Kaine and I came upon one of those old horror movies about zombies. Izuku explained as he tried to describe the movie from memory. As a very sleepy child, that movie did wonders in keeping me up all night. It eventually went away, but the damage has already been done. I really can't tell if your childhood is sad or just goofy at this point. Chiyo dryly chuckled. We still have another half an hour before the students need to be pulled out. You sure you're good to go? I'll take the 4 from Izumu before coming back to help you with the rest. Izuku stood up and stretched. It's a good opportunity to talk to people from a different hero school. I suppose that makes sense. Chio nodded in agreement. Just don't stuck any more of those poor kids. Stuck? Who? Me. Izuku tilted his head. I don't think I've ever tried that before. Aha. Chio showed a blank expression. What's with the new necklace? Oh, this. Izuku held the necklace up. Setsuna-san gave it to me last Saturday. I've never worn necklaces before, so I don't know if they look nice on me, but I like them. Listen, I probably shouldn't be the one bringing this up. Chio coughed awkwardly into her fist. But do you know what that necklace is? The flower, I mean. Gardening with Ibara gives me some knowledge on flowers. Izuku hummed. This is freesia, right? It's green, but it looks like freesia to me. That's correct. Chio nodded. And do you know its meaning? Flowers have meaning. I think that childhood friend of yours needs to do a better job if she wants to get her feelings through. Chio rolled her eyes. Yes, flowers have meanings. You learn new things every day. Izuku shrugged. What does this mean, then? Look that up yourself. Chio turned away from her rock-headed assistant. The blonde oaf is about to jump in. I want to see this. Hey, brat. Rumi called out loudly, gaining the attention of the person on the couch. Getting lazy. Rubbing his eyes open tiredly, Izuku let out a yawn before he turned around and found Rumi in her casual clothing approaching him. Paperworks. Izuku replied. How were patrols today? Rumi crossed her arms and curled her right eyebrows up, silently daring Izuku to finish. Usajiyama Aniki. Izuku corrected. How was patrol today, Usajiyama Aniki? You still don't think that's a mouthful? Rumi sat down next to Izuku. Sounds normal to me. Izuku shrugged. I'll take what I can get. Rumi shrugged. Patrol was Oit. Oit. Izuku whistled interestingly. That's a first. Isn't it always boring as this hospital trip is going to mess the brat up so badly he'll be with God by midnight? Yeah, well, it was a fun fight that was made easy. Rumi slapped Izuku's head from behind in frustration. That's why I told you I don't take sidekicks. There's no fun. You had a lot of fun beating us up last Friday. Izuku groaned as he rubbed his head. I told you Kendo-san is an amazing fighter. To be an amazing fighter, that ginger brat needs a lot more self-confidence. Rumi clicked her tongue annoyingly. Maybe that's why I recommended her to my cool, awesome, strong, amazing big sister Usajiyama Rumi. Brat. With a smug grin on her lips, Rumi pulled on Izuku's right cheek, making the nurse beg for mercy. I probably shouldn't ask. Izuku chuckled as he noted down Tsuyu and Habuko's temperature. But what was it like, turning into a zombie? Honestly. Tsuyu put a finger on her lips. It was like your mind fell asleep, but your body is still up and about. That's just exactly how I felt. Habuko agreed. Guess that's just my condition but reversed. Izuku amusedly commented. So, you guys have been friends since middle school. What says it to you? Habuko asked back in an intimidated tone. Habuko-chan, you're doing it again. Tsuyu stopped her friend before turning to Izuku. Sorry, Midoriya-chan. Habuko-chan tends to intimidate people when she's embarrassed. Izuku shook his head. It's fine. I should be the one who apologized for being too nosy. Sorry for making you feel uncomfortable, Mungu-san. Sorcery. 4. Snapping at you. Habuko looked down in guilt. I'm scared of people interacting with me, calling me scary or dangerous. I know they don't mean it, but it is still true. It's not. Izuku cut her off. You're not scary or dangerous, Mungu-san. I just met you today, and I already know what you are. Neither of those things. You are kind and caring towards your friend, so much that they defended you when you were insulted. Asuzan-call me Zu. Biologically speaking, She should be afraid of you. Yet you guys are good friends. So no, I don't think you are scary or dangerous. Habuko looked as Izuku stood up and headed towards the door. I think you're cute. Izuku winked at her before he left the room. Guess I don't have to add in anything. Tsuyu shrugged. He's a little forward and unconsciously flirty, but he's a good person. Don't feel too dash he didn't turn away. A little stumped by Habuko, Tsuyu tilted her head and asked again. He didn't do what? My ISIS. Habu clarified. He knows what my quirk is. And even with how I look, he didn't break ISIS contact. Not once. Habuko looked dreamily towards the door as she placed a hand on her chest. He didn't look away from me. Tsuyu croaked nervously as she looked at Habuko's maiden expression. Group therapy session. With his head upside down, Izuku repeated. Yep. Setsuna, with her head upside down floating, grinned. A somewhat secret, low-key one. I can ask some from my classmates to attend. You can bring anyone you think would like to come. We can start with a small group, then slowly invite more and more once everyone is comfortable. That's not a bad idea. Izuku slowly rubbed his chin. Not only is it good for your mental health, public speaking about sensitive matters can be overwhelming. If anyone ever find themselves in that position in the future, they at least have some knowledge on how to deal with it. I wouldn't dig that deep, but if it gets you on board, then all right. Setsuna nodded. You are in, right? I don't know. Izuku titled his head. I can help you with a private room, but I don't think I have anything to share. I would make everyone uncomfortable if I was just there. I mean, you really don't have to say anything if you aren't uncomfortable. No one would show up if you're forced to talk. Setsuna explained. But I thought you said you had a lot of problems growing up. I wouldn't say there were problems. More like the lack of it. Izuku explained. Before I got used to my quirk's drawback, there's not much I can do. Going to and back from school already took a toll on my health. 24 hours a day and I slept for life was kinda boring back then, now that I think of it. Talk about that. Setsuna pointed out, before she wore a curious look. How did you get through it, though? I got a lot of support from people around me. A soft smile crawled its way onto Izuku's lips as he recalled. My mom, my dad, Kaine, Ibara, Himikone, a psycho rabbit and a stranger I met in the park. They put up with me, stood next to me through all that. I'm thankful for all of them. A sense of warmth washed over Izuku. Encouraging words rang through his mind. Bro, your whole life actually sounds like an anime protagonist. Setsuna teased, but her teasing grin was replaced with a soft one. But you can still be there. As a conductor. Like a therapist. I guess I could try. Izuku mumbled. Why are you so insistent on me going, though? Because. Setsuna looked away. You helped me. Save me. I want everyone else to at least have the chance. To overcome what they are going through. Guess I'll have to be there, then. Izuku smiled gently before he looked around. Speaking of saving, are those robots gone? All this hanging upside down is making me dizzy. Let me go check. Setsuna floated away. Taiden-san didn't suffer any major injuries. Only a few bruises and scratches, so I already healed him. He's talking with a few from 1A. Izuku explained as he wrapped Kashiko's head with bandages. The noise from Bakugu-san's explosion disbalanced you a little. It should be fine after a few hours, but I used my quirk on you just in case. Please notify someone immediately if you think something's wrong. I understand. Kashiko nodded, a little slowly and painfully. I must apologize for inconveniencing you. It's my job, Sekigai-san. Izuku waved her apology off as he put his tools back inside the cabinet. Actually, since we're on that, may I ask you some questions about your quirk? Is there something wrong? Kashiko asked. Your quirk creates a holographic map that marks everyone around so that you can monitor their locations, correct? Izuku explained. But by doing that, your brain must be overloaded with information. Especially in the field, where the dots are always moving. I picked up things like eye strain, slight headache after use, exhaustion and stress. That is correct. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 hesitantly nodded. Those are the minor side effects - not minor. Izuku stopped her. Quirk side effects should not be underestimated in any way, Sekigai-san. Eye strain could lead to loss of vision, slight could turn severe, especially with exhaustion and stress capping on top of them. I see. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 gulped. I suppose I have been neglecting my own health in pursuit of my dream. Ragdoll from Wild Wild Pussycats mentioned she used to have the same problems. Izuku smiled as he put 2 small boxes into 𝐭𝐻𝐿's hand. Here you go. This is green tea and chamomile tea. They'll help a little. Izuku explained. I also recommend a balanced diet, occasional yoga and meditation. Just for you to relax and not put too much strain on your own mental health. Teeth, thank you, Midoriya-san. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 stood up and bowed. No need for that. It's my job. Izuku once again waved her off. But make sure you stop overworking yourself, alright? He then leaned in and whispered. Otherwise, I might have to drag you away for some fun. Just the both of us. No. Work. 𝐭𝐻𝐿 then proceeded to scream into a pillow after Izuku had left the room. Slowly. Izuku instructed as he guided Tensai. Slowly. You know, Tensai joked with a strained voice as he held onto the support bars. I'm kinda used to people saying it the other way around. Unless you want to hear people say that again, Izuku replied emotionlessly as he continued to guide Tensai's steps. Do it slowly. Physical therapy isn't about doing it hurriedly and painfully. It's about doing it correctly and painfully. Grinding his teeth together to stop the painful groan from coming out, Tensai lifted his knee up. He then lowered it slowly, with every strain of movement making his leg hurt more and more. From the corner, the Ida family watched with bated breath as their eldest son tried his hardest to walk straight forward. Every step Tensai made caused their hearts to thump louder and louder. Every painful groan he made felt like a knife had pierced their hearts. Eventually, when Tensai had finally reached the end of the practice bar, he fell down onto his knees. As the Ida family rushed towards their son, Izuku quietly watched with a soft smile as he wrote down some notes. I think it is safe to say with confidence that you are progressing exponentially well, Ida-san. Izuku declared. With practice, you'll move on from the wheelchair to a cane and soon enough, nothing else is needed. The head of the Ida's family, the father, stood up and bowed towards Izuku. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, he said with a shaking voice. We don't know how we would be able to repay you for this. I didn't do anything, Ida-san. It's all your son's effort. Izuku chuckled awkwardly. Though, I might need to ask you to monitor Tensai-san so that he doesn't overwork himself. We shall make sure that does not happen. Tenya declared. I'm glad. Izuku nodded. If you'll excuse me, I need to bring this progress report to Chiyo-sensei. Just press the red button over there if you need anything else. After bowing goodbye to Ida's family, Izuku left the room. As soon as he left, Tensai turned towards his brother. So, when are you marrying him? Brother! Tenya scolded with a red face. That is not father, please tell him. That's not right, Tensai. His father responded. I would like them to at least date for a while before they move on to marriage. What but I want him to be my son-in-law. Before Tenya could retort, his mother cut in. You better not screw this up, Tenya. Mom someone like him must be popular at school. Tensai mumbled to himself. I'll ask Nemurai for more info, but make sure you do not fall behind, Tenya. Tenya decided to shut up as his parents and brother chatted among themselves about a wedding venue. Whatever, noisy brat. Romero turned away with an annoyed face as he muttered under his breath. What the F did you just say? Katsuki yelled. Look me in the eyes and say that again, zombie bastard. As the two devolved into further argument amongst each other, Izuku, who just came in the room, turned to Chiyo and whispered. How close are you to knocking them out? Quiet. 𝐬𝐲 whispered back. I'm adding the anesthesia. Deciding that it is best that he deal with the situation instead, Izuku approached them. As soon as he saw Izuku was getting closer, Katsuki turned quiet before he turned to face the wall. Fujima-san, right. Izuku looked at Romero. Are you feeling better yet? I'm fine. Romero mumbled. Those explosions weren't nothing. If you say. I don't see any more signs of concussion, so there's nothing to worry about. Izuku gave a quick diagnosis. But I would still recommend resting up for a little bit. School closed at around 3 more hours, and your friends are still healing up as well. Are they? They're fine. Just exhaustion. Any wounds and injuries have already been dealt with. Izuku assured him. It's not my place to say this, but your friends don't blame you for what happened. As a matter of fact, they blamed themselves more for not being able to help more. Idiots, all of them. Romero complained, but the smile on his face wasn't hidden well enough for Izuku to not notice. Thank you. Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku introduced himself. Thank you, Midoriya. Romero repeated. I guess you isn't filled with stuck-up, arrogant assholes. Big words, coming from a loser. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Your shitty control of your shitty butt quirk caused all this mess in the first place. Bakugu Katsuki. Before Romero or Katsuki could get further into the argument, Izuku's harsh, commanding voice made them flinch. If you are healthy and have nothing positive to say, I suggest you leave the room for people who actually need some rest. Izuku glared at him. I have better things to do than listening to you insulting my patients all evening. Shock, anger and pain flashed across Katsuki's face before he stood up, pushed past Izuku and left the room. Izuku's glare followed Katsuki's back for a while before he finally let out a tired sigh. Still hasn't changed much after all that time, here? Izuku mumbled solemnly. Naomasa sipped the coffee from his cup as he gave the report another quick glance over. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open and a face that was all too familiar to him stormed in. Detective Midoriya. Naomasa greeted without even looking up. Cut the pleasantry, Tsukochi. Inko asked with a harsh tone. Where's Izuku? Interrogation room D. Naomasa answered. Sansa is in there with him. I believe they are fangirling over Miruko. He's not under any trouble. His face is too familiar in this precinct to even question him about anything. Naomasa rolled his eyes. What I'm more surprised about is how I'm always the one responding to whatever happens to him instead of you. 'Cause God knows what I'll do to him if I am there. Inko chuckled unamusingly. So, what happened this time? Naomasa handed the report to Inko before he started to explain. There were reports of a group of young men harassing a young lady over her mutant features. Naomasa glances over to the security tape, showing 4 young men in a cell. According to the report of the patrolling officer, Izuku was nearby and saw what happened. He then grabbed an empty bottle, filled it with water from a sewer nearby and threw it at the 4 before he used some not very Christian words. Naturally, those 4 chased after Izuku, causing a big scene. Big enough that Miruko responded and brought all of them in. Inko completed the explanation with a sigh. That boy really couldn't get himself out of any sort of trouble. It's like he's actively looking for them. In his defense, he said he was out for groceries. Tsukochi, we take turns going out and buying groceries. Nothing like this has ever happened to me, Rei or Himiko. Whatever the reason is, he did a good thing. Naomasa chuckled. We brought him more as a witness, and for the victim to thank him. Also, everyone was complaining about how you never bring him to work anymore. Because I don't need to anymore. Yeah, well, you better bring him home fast. Naomasa pointed at one of the camera's footage. I think the captain is about to give him a gun. Got all 3 invitations ready? Chio asked. Yep. Yours, Nezu-sensei and Yagi-sensei. Izuku pulled out 3 tickets. Remind me, why do I need 3 again? Nezu is for an invitation to the party along with a free suit, All Might for maximum privilege, and mine for you to invite whomever you want. Why don't you just give this to Setsuna-san? She's going on a different vacation. With her parents. Chio explained. Take your childhood friend with you. Ibara has a service she needs to attend, and Himikone doesn't do well with a big crowd. Izuku scratched his head. Who would be interested in going to the eye expo? Suddenly, one of the drapes of the patient's beds was pulled open, revealing a heavily eye-bagged Mai with a bright smile and a weird gadget in her hand. Did you say eye expo, the greatest tech convention ever existed, even features many legendary support items from heroes in the past. The dream palace of all engineers and technicians. The forbidden land that only permits the best of the best. Good morning, Hatsume-san. Izuku calmly greeted her. Did Majima-sensei send you here to get some sleep again? Yep. And instead of sleeping, you sneaked some gadgets in and worked on them again, right? Izuku guessed as he grabbed a chair and sat down by Mai's bed. Right on, nurse. I see. Izuku nodded, before he took the gadget out of Mai's hand, making her pout. I'll hold on to this until you wake up, okay? Killjoy. That's part of the job, sadly. By the way, I happen to have an invitation to the eye expo. Izuku chuckled as he held Mai's hand. Since I have little to no idea what's going on there, and you seem to know a lot about it, would you come with me to Eye Island and show me around? For real? Mai brightened up again. For real. I'll go over the details with you later, though. Before Mai could say no, a sense of warmth and comfort washed through her as her eyes became heavy and heavier, until she eventually felt a soft cushion on her back before she blacked out. Night, Hatsume-san. Izuku whispered before he released his hold on Mai's hand and put a blanket over her. Chio, who's been watching the whole interaction from the beginning, finally spoke up. It's eerie how easily and efficiently you were able to deal with her. Chio commended. You talk like I was an assassin. Might as well be. Midoriya-san. At his name being called, Izuku turned around and found Momo, in her sportswear, jogging towards him. Yoyorozu-san. Izuku waved. Are you here for your morning jog? Very astute observation. Momo giggled. I didn't expect to find you here, though. Did you get enough sleep last night? She leaned in closer, inspecting Izuku's eye bags. More than usual, fortunately. Izuku leaned in closer, letting Momo inspect his eyes closer. I'm overflowing with energy now. That's great. Momo stepped back with a red face, startled by Izuku's action. Since you're here, how about we go on a run together? Absolutely. Izuku cheered. We would be glad to have you with us. A swift silence washed over the scene as Momo let the words sink in. She tilted her head in a menacing way before asking. We? Before Izuku could answer that, an all-too-familiar voice to Momo called out to him. Sorry for the wait, Midoriya. Itsuka jogged over with a smile. I couldn't find my shoes anywhere. The smile on Itsuka's face was immediately replaced at the sight of Momo. With Izuku in between, the two ponytailed girls shot glares at each other. Kendo-san. Yoyorozu-san. They exchanged pleasantries very monotonically, with Izuku standing in between with a huge smile. Kendo-san invited me to run with her. I thought this would be a good opportunity to see if she's overworking herself again. Izuku explained cheerfully, unaware of the bloodthirst. It would be delightful if you could join us for breakfast later too, Yorozu-san. Yeah. It would be delightful. Itsuka agreed with a smiley face and a welcoming tone. The emptiness in her eyes showed clearly. Normally, I would hate to intrude. Momo chuckled deviously. But who would be able to say no to such an invitation? Wonderful. Izuku clapped his hands together before he turned to face ahead. We better get started on this run, then. I have to be at the office before lunch. As Izuku was about to take off, something came to his mind. He turned around to face Itsuka and grinned. I'll give you a massage if we finish early, Kendo-san. As Izuku took off, Momo had to watch in despair as Itsuka, with a red face, showed her a smug and victorious grin before running off behind Izuku. "I didn't expect you to bring a friend, young Midoriya." Toshinori coughed into his hand as he glanced over to the seat on the other side of the airplane, where Mai was excitedly reading through notes of the Expo. "Especially one that is so colorful. She needs some time away from her lab." Izuku smiled. "And I don't think I know anyone better to walk around the expo with. You'll be surprised." Toshinori mysteriously chuckled. "But it is good to see you making friends, young Midoriya. That is, assuming you guys are just friends." "Yiddish, no, we're not just friends. I'm the #1 engineer Hatsume Mai and he's my #1 nurse. Mai jumped into a seat next to Izuku and took over, making Toshinori sputter in surprise. I see." Toshinori coughed into his hand. "I believe we haven't been properly introduced. My name is Yagi Toshinori. Nice to meet you, young Hatsume." Mai, with her usual maniac smile, stayed quiet and blinked while still keeping her stare on Toshinori, making the man feel uncomfortable. After a minute or so, she turned to Izuku. "Did you know All Might's name is Yagi Toshinori?" Thankfully, Izuku acted swiftly enough to take a blanket to cover himself and Mai from the BLD that Toshinori coughed out of his mouth. "Weird that this kind of revelation happened twice, here." Izuku mumbled to himself. "Excuse me for the sudden outburst earlier." Toshinori apologized, still wiping the BLD from his mouth. "Before I further dig my grave, how did you find out, young Hatsume?" "I talked to All Might you once when I gave the suppression cuff baby." Mai explained, not forgetting to nudge Izuku to put a piece of chocolate into her mouth. "How you talk, your tone, pitch, body language, vocabulary. It's like you aren't even trying to make it a secret. Normally, I would take shame in that, but you and young Midoriya are two very special cases." Toshinori scratched his head defeatedly. "To be fair, your case is like Superman." Izuku pointed out. "No one expected the undefeatable symbol of peace to look like this usually. Hatsume-san and I just look at you in a non-biased way. I must say once again, that this is considered a national secret." Toshinori sat up straight. "I sincerely hope you won't go and spread this information around. No one would believe me." Izuku shrugged. "Got no one to talk to and everyone already thinks I'm crazy." Mai smiled. "Now, could you explain how you turned out like this?" Toshinori took a second to consider the teenager's words before he nodded. He took a deep breath before starting to explain about what happened. "Great, more children getting involved in this debacle. Just what we need." Second threw his hands up in the air. In Eight's defense, those two figured it out themselves. First chuckled. "And only Midoriya knows about the existence of One for All, so telling Hatsume about my brother should be no problem. Knowing about All for One's existence is dangerous enough for the girl." Second yelled. "He's also trying to give One for All to Seventh's grandson." "And what are you implying?" Nana raised an eyebrow. "My grandson isn't good enough. I know he'll tear your moody butt up if he wants to. You haven't seen him fight." Third raised his hand as he looked around. "I think no one ever did." "Yeah, because he's a compassionate and kind child." Nana proudly smiled. "But he's my grandson so I just know he can throw hands." "Nepotism." Fourth tilted his head. "DMN right. Not that this isn't fun." Fifth stepped in. "But have we figured out what we should do with the whole possible overclocking?" "I do. Don't give it to him." Ignoring Second's obvious bias against Midoriya. Sixth finally spoke up, ignoring Second glaring at him. "Fifth has a point. Got any idea, First?" All the Vestige's attention turned to First, who sat and hummed for a while before he spoke up. "Hard to say. But I do know something that may or may not happen." First said with a mysterious smile. "But to confirm that, he might need to interact with One for All again." "What do you mean might or might not happen?" Third asked. "Last time the kid tapped into One for All, he vomited BLD, First." Second said. You want him to do it again. I know. First's smile remained on his face as he turned his chair towards Fourth. Same thing that happened with Fourth before he realized what was happening. And that's how I have this injury in the middle of my stomach. Toshinori rubbed the side of his stomach with the injury. Any question? Couldn't nose. Heal you. Mai looked back and forth at Izuku and Toshinori. We tried that. Toshinori looked at Izuku. But it didn't go well. For young Midoriya. I mean, I could try again. Izuku shrugged. My boy dash, we thought it was a defense mechanism from your quirk. Izuku played around with his wording. I could try and work around that somehow. Maybe something would change this time. I'm game if you are. Under normal circumstances, I would outright decline to take the risk. Toshinori put on a serious face before he let out a sigh. But I'm about to meet an old friend of mine, and I'd rather play down on what they might find out. So we're in agreement. Izuku looked back and forth at Toshinori and Mai. I want to see how it works, but I don't want to see you get hurt. Mai laughed. Does that make sense? Thank you, Hatsume-san. Izuku nodded with a soft smile before holding out his hand to Toshinori. Shall we? Toshinori hesitated for a moment, before he finally grabbed onto Izuku's hand. A moment of silence passed with nothing happening. Toshinori could feel a weird feeling swirling inside his stomach. Which shouldn't happen because his stomach shouldn't be there anymore. Young Midoriya, I think it's worky. A loud slam rang through the whole plane as Izuku's head hit the wall. Not missing a second, Mai stood up and gently guided Izuku to lay down on the chairs before checking for his injury. There's no bleeding, and he fainted before his head was hit. He'll wake up in an hour or two. How can you be so sure? He listens to me when I ramble. Mai grinned as she poked Izuku's cheeks. I listen to him when he mumbles. Also, his snoring. Toshinori could only let out a soft laugh. Izuku. Himiko lazily called out her brother's name, who looked up from his paperwork. What's up, Himikane? I'm bored. Himiko complained unenthusiastically. Play with me. I'm busy. With his pen, Izuku tapped onto the papers. Rain check. No. Himiko rolled around on the couch. Listen, it's probably not my place to suggest this. Izuku set his glasses on the table. But have you considered a relationship with someone else? Sure. Himiko stopped rolling to face Izuku. Set me up with someone you know. I guess. Izuku scratched his chin. Any requirements? They need to love you as much as I do. Why? Just. Himiko shrugged. Anyone come to mind? Without the requirement, yes, I have someone. Izuku hummed. She's a little shy, though. I can invite her over to dinner tomorrow so you can talk to her. See how it goes. Sure. Himiko sat up with a bright, wide smile. Now I'm excited. Can you tell me her name? Is there no secret to love anymore? Izuku playfully grinned. You can ask her tomorrow. While Himiko was excitedly giggling while texting on the phone, Izuku quickly put his glasses back on and started working as fast as he could before Himiko got bored again. Izuku jolted awake, only to feel something soft pass by his face before his head collided with something hard, followed by a sharp pain. Oi! Didn't know you wake up so violently, nurse. He could hear Mai complaining painfully. Hatsume-san. Izuku rubbed the part of his head that hit Mai. How long was I out? Almost an hour and a half. Mai rubbed the part of her head that hit Izuku. We're about to land. Sorry I hurted you. Izuku meekly apologized. Should I use my quirk to subdue the pain? It's fine. I'm used to hard things hitting my head. Mai suddenly burst out laughing. You had a nightmare or something? Not exactly. Izuku mumbled, trying to recall. I felt like I was floating. Maybe it's because this is my first time flying. Beats me. Mai shrugged. You can keep sleeping on me if you want. It's fun having your head on me. Before Izuku could answer that, they heard Toshinori calling out to them from a few seats in front. "Sorry to interrupt, but we're about to land," Toshinori announced with an amusing tone. "Put your seatbelt on and enjoy the view, young ones." After a smooth landing and problemless security check, the trio finally managed to stretch their exhaustion away as they stood in front of the busy arrival of I-Island's airport. "Rest assured that all of your gears will be returned when we depart, young Hatsume." Toshinori turned to Mai, who tilted her head in confusion before she realized. "It was a baby I made to pass time on the plane." Mai laughed. "It's even more convenient if they hold onto it for me." "Are we going to the hotel now?" Izuku asked as he pulled up his phone. "Nezu-sensei told me it's pretty close to the airport. Actually, there's someone I'd like us to meet before I have to go prepare for the party tonight," Toshinori explained as he handed his, Mai and Izuku's luggages to a small group of robots. "They will take our stuff to the hotel for us." "That's so helpful." Mai excitedly ran around one of the robots. "Can we bring this one back to Japan with us? I'm pretty sure I-Island's tech is prohibited from being brought to the outside world, Hatsume-san," Izuku told her while he, too, looked at the robot with interest. "It's weird seeing a robot not actively trying to kill me." "Give me a second, young ones." Toshinori chuckled as he started to walk into the washroom. "I need to SWCH up first." "You're walking around buffing up." Izuku squinted his eyes. "That's not exactly good for your already declining health, Yagi-san." "I still need to keep up my appearances as a hero." Toshinori laughed. "But honestly, there are people on this island who do not know what happened to me, and I'd like to keep it that way." "I see." Izuku nodded. "Then can you give me the location of where we're going? I think it's better if Hatsume-san and I wouldn't be seen walking together with you while you're buffing up." Toshinori nodded before he texted Izuku the location. The young nurse nodded before he waved Toshinori a brief farewell and walked towards the exit. "Why aren't we going with him?" Mai tilted her head. "Maybe it's because I want to spend some quality time with you." Izuku gave her a teasing grin, before he looked forward, not noticing Mai's reaction. "You'll see why." After Mai had slapped the weird heat off her cheeks, she was about to ask Izuku to elaborate before a loud shriek was heard from behind. The shriek was then followed by gasps and loud yells, followed by people screaming and running towards the airport. "Yagi-san needs to realize how popular he is as a hero." Izuku chuckled. "Let's head to the meeting spot first before this place gets swarmed." "What are they talking about?" Mina whispered to Setsuna while looking at the kitchen. "I don't know, but it seems pretty serious." Setsuna whispered back, her sight being glued to the scene in front of her. "Can't you levitate your ears to listen in closer to the conversation?" Okako requested, trying her best not to look too much. "Please refrain from invading my friend's privacy." Ibara shut that idea down immediately. "I, too, must agree with Shiozaki-san." Tenya pushed up his glasses. "Diminute, where are Jiru and Shoji when you need them?" Mina tapped her feet impatiently on the floor. While they were brainstorming about what to do, the rest of the students presented in 1BS dorm only paid close attention to the duo in the kitchen. Izuku was kneeling on the floor, finger wiggling around as if he was explaining something to A, who was also kneeling on the floor as she nodded attentively, taking in every word Izuku was telling her about. Every time Izuku seemed to be pointing at the crowd, Eri turned her head towards his pointing direction and nodded. "So, are we clear?" they heard Izuku ask. Eri nodded. The smile on her face brightened up, melting the heart of anybody who caught sight of it. Izuku let out a sigh with a smile as he watched Eri walk towards the living room. "What were you guys talking about?" Setsuna leaned closer to Izuku and asked. "Just clearing up some misunderstandings she had." Izuku sighed. "I don't mind it, but I'm not sure if you guys or anyone else would." Time seemed to come to a stop in 1BS dorm. The cute, innocent all of a little girl to her parental figure sounded like a death sentence to everybody else. They all snapped their heads towards the source of where that came from and where it was being directed at. Or more specifically, who. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 blinked a few times, registering what 𝐼 just called her. She blinked to confirm she wasn't hallucinating or dreaming, nor was she under the influence of one of Kinoko's mushrooms. Even Emily inside her head was rolling back memories footages to confirm what they have heard. 𝐿𝐼, 𝐼 confirmed once again, clearing any doubts or hope anyone else had. What is it, beloved daughter? 𝐿𝐼's usual monotone was replaced with a sweet, heartwarming voice as she answered to 𝐼. Being acknowledged, 𝐼's smile somehow brightened up more as she leaped into 𝐿𝐼's embrace, snuggling closer into the ashen-haired chest. 𝐿𝐼 wasn't a fan of physical contact, usually. But then, it was like she had ascended. 𝐒𝐬𝐬-chan. 𝐿𝐼 looked at her class's president. It seems unlike the weak-minded rest, the martial artist was still able to stand after being hit with such a defeat. Yes, Itsuka-san. 𝐼 tilted her head cutely. Why did you call 𝐿𝐼 mama? Itsuka stuttered, still trying to make sense of what just happened. Surely, there must have been some misunderstandings. No misunderstandings. 𝐼 confirmed once more, shutting down any wiggle room. That's what Izuku-san told me. 𝐿𝐼 had to admit that she felt bad as she could see Itsuka's as well as anyone around mental being crumbled into the dust that had been blown away with the wind. 𝐼. Izuku walked towards them, his hand rubbing his tired eyes. What did we just talk about? About how 𝐿𝐼-san is my mama. I'm positive that wasn't what we were talking about. But it was. 𝐼 pouted. You told me that a mother is someone who cares greatly for their children. Someone who hugged their children every time, loving them unconditionally. That still doesn't explain why you just called Yanagi-san mama. Beloved, please. 𝐿𝐼 patted 𝐼's head. Our child might imitate your sleep schedule from time to time, but I have never once seen her make an error in judgment. You're not helping, Yanagi-san. Izuku covered his face with his hands. 𝐿𝐼 mama's hair color is the same as mine. Just like you and Inko-san. 𝐼 leaned up closer to 𝐿𝐼's hair, trying to prove her point. And she loves me as much as you do. She's my mama. Izuku looked like he wanted to say something, but decided against it and just let out another tired sigh before turning to 𝐿𝐼. I'll tell her to stop if this bothers you. Beloved, I love that you care deeply about my feelings. 𝐿𝐼 glared at him. But I shall strangle you if you attempt to halt the child. 𝐼 looked back and forth at Izuku and 𝐿𝐼 with a smile on her face. See. Parents fight sometimes. 𝐼 giggled. You guys are my parents. Can we bring mama to dinner with us tonight? Please. Izuku blinked a few times before he looked at 𝐿𝐼, who just showed a smile as she hugged 𝐼 closer. I would be honored to accompany you to dinner, beloved husband and daughter. While the sweetness was happening at one corner, no words could be used to describe the agony the rest of the room was going through. Despite BLD coming out of his mouth, Xiaotou was seen ticking checkmarks in his theory book. Hey, All Might Sensei. Izuku greeted him. I see you've managed to squeeze past the crowd. Sometimes, I underestimate how popular I am. All Might laughed. Now, where is that Uncle Might? Following the voice, the three of them turned behind, catching a young lady bouncing towards them with some sort of red, hopping device. The blonde lady then retracted the device and leaped into All Might, who caught her with a soft smile on his face. Young Melissa. He chuckled. You've grown plenty since I last saw you. As the two hugged and talked, Mai whispered to Izuku. Is she his daughter? I can see some resemblances. Izuku nodded. But Chio-sensei told me Yagi-san's never been in any long-term relationship before, so surely, having a daughter our age certainly doesn't add up. Right, some introductions are necessary. All Might turned towards them, with Melissa standing next to him, eyeing Izuku and Mai curiously. This is Melissa Shield, daughter of a good friend of mine. I consider her my niece. Melissa, these are Midoriya Izuku and Hatsune Mai. They are students of UA. You guys are Uncle Might students. That's amazing. Melissa gasped. Are you guys in the hero course? I'm actually in general education. Izuku smiled as he extended his hand to shake with Melissa. Hatsume-san is in the support course. We just happened to have invitations and All Might Sensei offered to SRT us. Are you in the support course too? That red jumping baby of yours was so cute. My jumped in. Is there a weight limit? Distance per jump. Is it all kinetic energy with a spring, or that's just a facade for a booster hidden underneath? How do you keep it upright so you won't topple or fall while you're on it? How Hatsume-san, slow down. You're scaring her. Izuku gently grabbed Mai by her shoulders and pulled her back, making the pink-haired inventor pouted. It's fine, Midoriya-kun. Here, let me show you. Melissa giggled as she pulled out the stick and extended it to its full form. This is my hopping bunny MK5. The first prototype was for my second-year project, and so long as I don't use it during rush hour anymore, they'll let me keep using it. As Mai and Melissa got lost in their own conversation, All Might walked closer to Izuku and whispered, "How worried should we be?" Izuku only shrugged. "Good evening, everyone." Nezu clapped his paws together, silencing the small chatter of his staff. "I'm sure you have many questions over this emergency meeting." "Yeah, rat." Chio grunted. "It's a Friday evening. Some of us need our beauty sleep. I'm certain that would matter to you no more, Shuzenji-san," Nezu said as he pressed on the remote controller. The screen slowly came down, before it came to a stop. The light from the projector flickered a few times before an image showed up. As soon as the image came in, Khan stood up abruptly, sending his chair flying backward. Chio and Aizawa only raised an intrigued eyebrow, while Nemurai and Yamada squealed in delight. Ectoplasm nervously glanced at Ainen, whose aura was radiating from. Snipe and Yagi only scratched their chin with their own thoughts, while Cementos and Hound Dog barely showed any reaction. Before you asked, yes, this image is real. No, I did not send anyone to follow him to take this picture. This picture was forwarded to me by an anonymous source. Someone who just happened to pass by them when they were outside. She looks familiar, Aizawa commented. Indeed she does, Aizawa-kun. Nezu nodded. Miss Psycho was one of the students from Sei Academy who took the provisional license exam with your class. Good lord, that kid is good. Snipe muttered before turning to Chio and Nemurai. He bagged someone he barely had an interaction with beforehand. What are you teaching him? Just what a young man needs to be popular. Nemurai winked. Don't look at me. I want him to stop. Chio groaned. Do you know how infuriating it is to watch him flirt with every single living being? That stuff is too genetic for me to do anything about at this point. I think we're straying from the main issue here. Yagi raised his hand. As unethical as it is, we do have our own betting pot about who young Midoriya would end up with. But where do we go from here, if he dates someone who isn't present in the pot? I have taken precautions regarding potential problems as such. Nezu laughed. That pot would go into his wedding fund. An official donation from UA. Then why call us here? Aizawa questioned. Seems like you've already got all this figured out. Quite the contrary. Nezu snickered. Now that potential outside forces have been taken into consideration, I shall give all of you one final chance to put down or change any names you'd like. The upcoming situation with the HPSC would be quite a hassle for me to open another meeting like this again without them breathing down my neck. Speaking of, how's that operation going? Power Loader raised his hand. I know you're still waiting for the items from my part, but how's the rest of the operation going? Quite swimmingly. Nezu nodded. Of course, we're still pulling as many strings as possible, but considering what we've already had, I'd say it's quite good. Miss Star has agreed to cover should there be any complication. But then again, this plan would only succeed if young Izuku is able to manage his task. Have you told him about what's about to go down? Like, any of it? Nemurai asked. No, and I will not. Nezu shook his head. I'm banking on him pulling through this on his own. I fear that any input would affect his decision. That's really unlike you to leave it to chance. Chio commented. It's always down to the most minuscule details with you. You doubt he will pull through? Nezu grinned. Sneaky rat. They seem close. 𝐒𝐿 absent-mindedly commented as he followed behind Melissa and my Uncle Mike has been Papa's best friend ever since they met in the US. Melissa smiled. The brain and the muscle. He was the best man at my parents' wedding. Papa is the one and only support technician for Uncle Mike. Just like you and me, nurse. Mai chimed in. Are you asking me to be your maid of honor? 𝐒𝐿 smiled. I would be honored, Hatsune-san. Before Mai could stand there and ponder on that feeling in her chest, Melissa's cheerful clap caught both of their attention. Here we are. Melissa turned around with a huge smile. Behind her showed a large convention with people here and there, walking towards different exhibitions. The 𝐼-Islands Expo, or so we call it, the 𝐼-Expo. Within a blink of an eye, Mai was nowhere to be found. 𝐒𝐿 and Melissa frantically looked around trying to catch sight of a blurry pink figure dashing around at the speed that would put Ingenium and All Might to shame. Should we? I don't know, call her. Melissa warily turned to 𝐒𝐿. Let's just walk around ourselves. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. I'll call her occasionally to make sure she won't get kicked out. I see. Melissa nodded with a fond smile before it turned into a teasing one. You guys really are close, here. Is there something going on that I should know? We're friends with many similar interests. 𝐒𝐿 nodded before he turned to Melissa and winked. Then again, wouldn't hurt to spend some delightful one-on-one time with you, Shield-san. Quite a flirt, aren't you? Melissa grinned with a slightly red face before she started walking first to lead the way. Also, call me Melissa. Flirting. 𝐒𝐿 tilted his head confusingly before he just ignored it and followed behind Melissa. Listen, do we have any invention here that helps you from an army of 𝐻 that may or may not want to kill you? Also, please call me 𝐒𝐿 if you'd like. Oddly specific. Melissa's sweat dropped before they stopped in front of a mechanic suit. Come on, 𝐒𝐿-kun. Good morning, hiya you senpai. Hadu senpai. 𝐒𝐿 greeted with a smile before returning to his notebook. How may I help you today? Good morning, Midoriya 𝐒𝐿-kun. Yu casually greeted him. Morning to you, too, Kohai-kun. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 cheerfully greeted him. We were on our way back from the teacher's lounge, talking to Snipe-sensei, then we thought let's just drop by the nurse's office to check on you and Recovery Girl. Speaking of which, where's Recovery Girl? We didn't see her at the lounge, so she definitely wasn't there. Is she sick? Are you in charge today? Can she be sick with her quirk? Do you need any help with work? Do you dash? I know I shouldn't let you have that cup of coffee. Yu groaned as she held 𝐒𝐽𝐽 back. Is it just you today? Midoriya 𝐒𝐿-kun. Chie-sensei finally takes a day off after I volunteered to look after the office for a day, so yes, it's just me. 𝐒𝐿 yawned, before he continued to explain. I was actually about to head to the storage room to grab some supplies. Would you mind helping me out if it's not too much trouble? Of cowardice 𝐒𝐽𝐽, halt. Yu put a hand in front of 𝐒𝐽𝐽 as she carefully inspected 𝐒𝐿's eye patches. How much did you sleep last night? 8 hours. 𝐒𝐿 looked away. Last night? Yu raised an eyebrow. 𝐒𝐿 whistled. That's what I thought. Yu sighed. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, help me tie him into a bed with your freakish strength. Alright, Captain Yu. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 saluted before she effortlessly picked 𝐒𝐿 up by his collar and put him onto one of the beds. I'm fine. Honest. 𝐒𝐿 pleaded. I've got work to do. You've got some sleeping to do, young man. Yu glared at him. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and I will take care of the storage things. Rest your eyes a little until we've got back. But. Yu glared at him before she exited the room, with 𝐒𝐽𝐽 waving him goodbye before closing the door. On their way to the storage room, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 floated behind Yu with a smile. What? Without even turning around, Yu asked. Nothing. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shook her head. Just happy to see you being so assertive and confident when dealing with Kohai-kun. Take your weird fetishes to your dorm room, 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Yu rolled her eyes. I swear, one day, I'm going to actually tie both of you onto a bed to make you guys have enough sleep. Well, I don't mind that. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 smiled as she leaned in closer to Yu's ear and whispered. Only if you are there with us, too. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 quickly flew away with her max speed, laughing happily while being chased down by a furiously embarrassed Yu. Ever since she met Izuku on her first day at Yu, Okiko understood that Izuku's kindness was towards everyone, and that's what she loves about him. It was also painfully clear that she's not the only one who realized that. The number of people who already fell for him, aka her competition, is insanely high. It's like he's not giving anyone a chance by giving everyone a chance. And he keeps doing it. Unawarely. That's why currently, she and Momo were carefully observing Izuku and Melissa chatting together from another table. Didn't they just meet? Okiko mumbled. That's too friendly for someone who just met. Even though we both understand his charming point, I must admit Midoriya-san is surprisingly close with Shield-san. Momo coughed into her hand, eyes glancing back and forth. What do you think, Jiru-san? I think you guys need to stop being so thirsty. Kyuka unenthusiastically took a sip from her drink. I mean, I guess he looks kinda cute kinda. Okiko snapped her head towards Kyuka. But he seems a little too soft. Like he'll fold over if you raise your voice at him. Kyuka continued without batting an eye. Why would you raise your voice at an angel? Momo tilted her head confusingly. Now you just sound like that greenhead from 1B. All I'm saying is, Melissa pushed up her glasses. Uncle Might is literally the #1 hero. That means he's him. I get your point, but have you considered? With his hands on the table and fingers crossed, Izuku looked straight into Melissa's eyes. Recovery Girl is literally the reason why the previous generations of heroes are still up and active. Even All Might owes his life to her on multiple occasions. That's a valid point, nurse. But if you think about it, Mai uncharacteristically sat still in her seat. Without the existence of support engineers like Dr. Shield, a lot more lives would have been lost. All heroes have a costume and at least one support gear on them. I'm surprised you didn't use Deternat as an example. Melissa turned to Mai. I mean, I don't particularly a fan of them, but they are the most popular and well-known support company. The CEO is weird and a little suspicious. Mai shrugged. He said half of his salary goes towards charity for quirk-related victims, but I've seen no records on the increment of funding from those organizations. Also, 75% gear-related issues that lead to a quirk outburst has Deternat's name written over it. Then again, they pushed out so many different products that the market is practically theirs, so maybe that's why the number is so high. I think Mom mentioned their name amongst companies under a watch list. Izuku commented. But let's put our tinfoil hair away and talk about what we're going to do next. I'm supposed to attend the gala in Nezu-sensei's stead. Do you want to come, Hatsume-san? They have chocolate. New ones that aren't yet introduced to the public. Melissa nodded. I'm there. Mai nodded. I didn't pack any fancy clothes, though. Can I wear yours, nurse? As much as I agree that you would look appealing in a suit, I only have one. Izuku scratched his head at the predicament. You guys seem to forget it's my domain here. Melissa showed a smug grin. An absolutely gorgeous dress shall be delivered to you before the party, Miss Hatsume. I'll need your measurements. Sure. Mai showed a thumbs up. My 3 sizes are dash. Izuku quickly shoved a chocolate cake into Mai's mouth. Before the pink-headed inventor could spit it out and drop sensitive information, a loud explosion went off from a distance. On a peaceful Friday evening, Chio finally has the free time to settle herself onto her favorite rocking chair with her favorite cup of tea in her hand. As she rocked her chair back and forth, she sank into the silence of her office. No students hurting themselves during training, no blonde 04 hobo or stinky rat creating more work for her, and most importantly, no dense broccoli-headed gremlin made her want to pull out her hair out of frustration. It was as if this divine silence would last forever, Shuzenji. And immediately disappeared in a blink of an eye. What now, Snipe? Chio let out a defeated sigh. Did Tagata punch someone into the realm of dream again? No. Snipe exclaimed. It's about Midoriya. Of course it was about him. Of course it was about him. Ch-0 sighed again. Did he somehow stuck someone again? Take that issue to Koyama. I'm not responsible for whatever dash, not that. Snipe cut her off. Did you teach him how to shoot a gun? I can barely hold a stick, Snipe. Ch-0 rolled her eyes. And I explicitly told you to not give him any weapons. Remember what happened last month? Instead of answering that question, Snipe slammed a can on a table in front of Ch-0. She picked it up and inspected it, until she found a hole in the middle of the can. Your assistant, with a Glock, accurately hit the can from 50 m away. Snipe explained. I've seen you do more impressive tricks at a cowboy's theme party. With my aiming quirk, Shuzenji. Snipe held his head with his hand. He took a glance at the can and unloaded a mag, sending it straight to Valhalla. Last time I saw someone with that raw skill alone was Lady Nagant. You said a whole mag. Ch-0 gulped. This is one hole. Exactly Mr. Goddamn point, Shuzenji. I'll ask him. Ch-0 nodded. For now, make sure a gun will not be in his line of sight. Roger that. Sorry for bringing you here all of a sudden, Izuku-kun. Melissa apologized as she unlocked the door. It'll be quick. I promise. Don't worry about it. Izuku waved it off with a smile. Is this your lab? One and only. Melissa smiled. Until I can finally convince Papa to help fund me a private lab, that is. He said something along the line of, you'll work yourself to death without supervision. I'm kind of foggy on the details. Maybe it really is better that Hatsume-san is contained within UA's premises. Izuku mumbled. What's that? Nothing. Izuku shook his head. So, what do you want to show me? Give me a minute. Melissa said as she rumbled through her cabinets. Izuku had to step aside as inventions flew around the room. And here we go. Melissa then slammed on the table metal bracelet. Curious, Izuku picked it up and inspected it. At first glance, it looked just like a normal piece of ornament, but it felt heavier than a usual bracelet. Izuku ran his finger along its curve until a beeping sound was heard, followed by a voice. User confirmed. Welcome, Miss Melissa Shield. Izuku looked up at Melissa. Right. I need to update the information. Melissa held Izuku's hand and took off the bracelet before quickly dashing to a laptop nearby. What is it? Izuku asked. I don't have a name for it yet. Melissa mumbled as she furiously typed on her laptop. But I came up with this when I needed to push my stamina above and beyond to meet deadlines. By pushing your BLD flows, this bracelet will make you temporarily feel a burst of energy. Only problem is, it's temporary and you'll feel dead tired after the effect wears off. That sounds really convenient. Izuku whistled impressively. You want me to test it? I want you to have it. Hands. Melissa wrapped a measuring tape around Izuku's wrist before getting back to her laptop. You sure? Something this valuable? Izuku asked. It would find more use with you than with me. Melissa hummed. I talked with Okiko and Yaomomo-chan. They said you're looking for a transfer into the hero course. Call this your first support gear. You're talking like I'll definitely get in. Izuku muttered. I already got rejected once. You will. Melissa grinned before she put the bracelet onto Izuku's wrist again. Tell me if it hurts. Izuku nodded, prompting Melissa to activate the bracelet. It shone for a second before it wrapped itself around Izuku's arm. Perfect. Melissa nodded proudly before she took a glance at the clock on the wall and gasped. Daemon, we'll be late for dinner. Let's go, Izuku-kun. She grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him out of the room. Izuku couldn't help but run his finger over the bracelet. A soft smile unconsciously crept its way onto his lips before he laughed and ran with Melissa.